Going live. You're now live. Hey, what is going on, gamers? How are you all doing? Let me know how the volume is. Set that up in like 2 seconds. So, don't know if that's all good or not. But how y'all doing? Holy spectrum, Rad has arrived. Yeah, let me show the screen here. I think it's all good. Yeah. Rad jump scare. Holy frick, how y'all doing? 27 of you in the watching this apparently. That's that's pretty cool. It's good to see you all. I'm gonna pop this out, put on my second monitor so I can see y'all better. Hi Wheel. Hey Cheester. Hey everyone. How you doing? Hyper. I think I already said your name. Maybe not. I said it mentally. How y'all doing? Holy frick. Hey Skype, if you're still here, what's going on? What do you mean +1? You did this before, bro. Yeah. This is a reboot, so I probably should have put that in the title. The golden age has arrived. Lost World. Dang. Jump scared by Rad. Sorry about that. I should have started by going like, boo! just actually jump scared you. Hey Skype, what's going on? Congrats, by the way, man. That's really crazy. It's an official software engineer over here. What's up, boom? Hedge engine modding in game? Let's go. Yeah, so I've in my head mentally for the past like week, I've been trying to like plan like how I was going to explain this crazy idea to you all. And I still haven't come up with a good like it's actually pretty hard to explain what the frick this is. So I'm gonna try to explain it very, very simply. It's really a crazy idea that probably will not go very far, but I'm going to try to take it seriously and push it as far as I can. And we're just gonna see where we end up. It's possible. It's just really hard. So yeah, what I want to do is get this. I'm going to try to reboot my old Spectrum mod as a totally different project than it was before. Okay, so it used to be known as a simple mod that just ported over the colors levels into forces because I don't know. I was modding forces at the time. I was younger. I didn't really think it out as much. And I just thought it'd be fun, you know. But what I found out, surprise, is that Force's problems go beyond its level design. The gameplay is also pretty flawed, right? And it's even when you give it good levels, it's pretty hard to, you know, like it doesn't play well at all. Is what I'm trying to say. So you can like improve that with code mods, but for Forces you don't have any symbols or anything like that. You have, I think RTTI. But you know, and with de novo and everything, it makes it so like certain tools like each or whatever, even like IDA, have a little bit of trouble dealing with it, especially on my potato of a PC. So anyway, all that to say, it wasn't the best idea, and I kind of realized that. Then something happened. Sega announced Sonic Colors Ultimate, and I thought, oh, cool, right? We're getting a proper, you know, like PC port of Sonic Colors. It's gonna be awesome. And then it was terrible, right? Like, I still think it's one of the worst ports they've ever released, and that's really saying something. Because those, you know, they released as a DX, right? But yeah, Ultimate's terrible. It barely functions, and even after the updates, and it's like insulting as someone who likes colors. So I had this crazy idea that around that time I really started to kind of dive into. And what it was, what if I turned Sonic Lost World into a PC port of Sonic Colors? Hear me out. Biggest hear me out ever. Lost World is a really unique game, and I'm not just talking about the gameplay. It's one of the only Sonic games ever released that actually has symbols in it. Which, if you don't know, basically is like debug information that's left over that tells you the names of all of the functions in the game. Which normally that stuff is removed, right? But Lost World has it. So I've got this tool here, Ghidra. This is actually developed by the freaking NSA. Yes, it does feel weird having an NSA thing on my computer. Anyway, you can literally like go through all of the like functions and everything in the game, right? And you can see everything actually has names. Some of the names are mangled. I have a demangler on my second monitor that I can use. That I can like paste this name into that. and it spits out like a name that I can actually make sense of. This one's kind of weird because it's a template, but like this is just a random example I picked. But yeah, I can like paste it in here and I actually have the proper name, and you can like fix it up. Like so, right? Yeah, and then it's clean and easy to read now. So anyway, so you can see the names for everything, right? And that makes modding Lost World, like doing code mods for Lost World, significantly easier than for most of the other Sonic games, at least in my experience, because, you know, you have names, which is wonderful. So I thought, if I'm going to do this for any game, Lost World is the one that I know best personally, and it's also the one that has symbols. The other Sonic games don't have symbols. So this would be the easiest game to port it to. There's also a weird anomaly with Lost World, right? It's actually based on the Colors codebase directly. They literally, no joke, we have proof of this, copy-pasted the folder that had all the color source in it, and they turned it into Lost World. So a lot of the Colors stuff, you know, has been changed, but it's pretty similar, right? A lot of the Lost World code is similar to Colors. Anyway, so all that put together, as crazy as it sounds, this is actually, from a technical perspective, the, I believe, easiest game that you could do this to. So that's why I picked Lost World, in case you're wondering. But the idea is literally, why don't we port over the Colors code from the Wii, right? And turn Lost World into a better PC port than Ultimate. That's the crazy idea. Will that actually happen? I don't know. Probably not. It's crazy ambitious, but we're gonna try it. And so I want to show you some of the stuff that I've done regarding that. So first of all, like I said, this is Ghidra. This is Sonic Lost World on the Wii U right here. I've got another Ghidra window open, which is this. This is Lost World on the PC. The PC version of Lost World is what we're going to be porting this into, right? It doesn't have symbols. It does have RTTI, which is kind of like diet symbols, is the best way to think of it. It's like names for classes and VF tables and stuff. It's really useful, but it's not as good as symbols. Anyway, it does have those, but nothing else. So I have these like function names that you're seeing on the left here, I manually have added in by looking at the Wii U version and seeing what the name was, and then doing various tricks to basically find that same code on the PC version and then give it a name in Ghidra. So so it doesn't have symbols, but I've manually put in a lot of stuff. And then finally there's a third Ghidra window open here, which is Sonic Colors on the Wii. This game has no symbols and no RTTI. Alright? So literally nothing is named. But because we have Lost World names and Colors is like Lost World's based on Colors, and we have Sonic Colors Ultimate, which does have RTTI, and finally there are actually some strings left over in Colors on the Wii that gives things names. Putting all three of those sources together, you can figure out the names for most things that matter. So all of the names for things that you are seeing on the left here, I don't know why this one's not in the namespace, I need to fix that. That was a mistake. All the names for everything you're seeing on the left tab here that I'm scrolling through, I manually put in, right? So I manually figured out all of this stuff. And there's a lot more that I didn't bother typing a name for yet, but I like figured it out as well. I've been working on this for a little while, and I know my way around the Colors codebase a decent amount at this point, despite not actually having the codebase. So this is the other thing we're going to be using. Finally, I have there's a free version of IDA, right, on their website. I have a version of IDA on my second monitor, wink, that has Colors Ultimate on it, which I will sometimes be referring to for the purpose of like looking at the RTTI data for that. So all of those sources together are what I'm going to be using to reverse engineer this. And additionally, I've developed this program here. It's a really simple hacked together thing. I didn't release it publicly because it's really, like, I made it for me, you know? It's the code is a mess, and, you know, but it serves my purpose well. If anyone wants it, I'll gladly send it to you. I already sent it to someone, actually. But what this does is you can just simply hit import, and you can give it the, like, basically EXE for a Wii U game. You know, Wii U uses RPX, but you give it the executable for a Wii U game. And if there are symbols in it, like in Lost World's case, it will actually go through and it will find every symbol and it has a custom demangler that I wrote that's not perfect, but is pretty good. I had to reverse engineer the demangling system they use as well. And it will actually tell you all the classes and everything with their proper names, organized by namespace and everything, right? And you can see the Wii U address right here. So you can type in something like app player C state jump, and then maybe like, you know, on enter, and it'll give you the address for that. And so you can just jump right to that in Lost World on the Wii U, which is really nice. The other thing, main reason I wanted to develop this, is that you can click on a class, and you can hit generate bindings, and it will spit out a file. I've got on my second monitor here, give me a second. Yeah, like this. Which you can see it says was generated by SymbolsDB. And it's literally like a C++ like class class definition, right? That has all of the functions and everything from the game, complete with these little macros on top that have the Wii U addresses there, and a to-do, which is where the PC address will go eventually, right? So it basically auto-generates code for you, which is why I wanted to make this tool, because it significantly speeds up that aspect of things for me, which is really nice. Finally, there's one more piece to this. Lost Word API. So, a friend of mine named Sajid, very, very talented. He made a project on GitHub called Lost Word API, which is a library that's aimed to help people make code mods for Something Else World much easier than you would otherwise. It's really great. I recommend checking it out if you're interested in making those. Death used it in his... or he's using it rather in this. He's updating his mod to use this, but he's using it in the DLC restoration mod, if you're familiar with that. Yeah, it's a really great. Thing is, over time, I had this other project I was doing called Open Lost World, where I'm like trying to recreate Lost World open source, like by reverse engineering it. It's a really crazy thing. And what we realized over time was that actually we were both kind of doing the same thing, in a weird way, even though our projects had different goals, because a lot of times we were both like writing out the same headers, right, with very similar like names and organization and everything, and it was like, why are we doing that, right? We could just be working together on one project instead of both of us working on separate ones, and we could be doing this twice as fast, right? So I talked to them about it a while ago, and we agreed to try to actually merge this. So what I'm trying to do, and it's not done yet, is I'm trying to turn the Open Lost Word project that I have into Lost Word API also, right? And the way that it works is really insane. This is Visual Studio 2010, sorry for blinding your eyes with this. I'm using that version because that's what Sonic Team used, and I want it to be as accurate as possible, because I'm extra like that. But you can see this is an example of a class that I auto-generated with that SymbolsDB tool, and I fixed it up a little bit and added some other stuff to it. And basically what I do is, this is not a good example, but I implement the code for it for the purpose of Open Lost World. But also, I have these macros that go on top of every function that say Lost Word API, and they've got these addresses, right? It's the Wii U address followed by the PC address, or a to-do, or none if you don't have that. And then I have this crazy tool called Lost Word API Bindings Generator that I wrote that can take these headers, and it can generate assembly bindings for them. I know I'm probably talking a language that a lot of people don't understand. But let me try to show you. It spits out these files like this, which have these, it says binding, it says the address, and then it says the MSVC mangled name for the function. And then you can have Visual Studio import those bindings along with this little assembly header basically that defines that binding macro, and it will generate all this stuff for you. It generates a DLL like function pointer for the function. It generates a like thunk function for it and a function initializer, and then it puts that in the CRT thing. So basically, all that to say, right? You can just make these headers, and you can. Oh, this was the worst header I could have possibly picked. You can just make these headers, and you can just add them to this VS project. You can hit build, and it will well, I already did it, but it automatically runs everything through the binding generator, assembles it all, and you get a lib file, and then you can just link to that. And so you can make DLL mods that just call the original code that basically like Sonic Team would have written, and it just freaking works. And yeah, I know it's extra, and it's like, why would you make something this complicated? Normally I wouldn't. I usually try to avoid like crazy complexity like that if I can help it, because that's usually not a good thing. In this case, I think it's actually really nice and worth it, because it's not as bad as it sounds. You literally write out these headers, you hit build, and it just works. And it makes the code that you're writing and reading like so much easier and faster from my experience. So I'm actually really proud of this. But if you don't want to like build any of that yourself, you can just go to, I have it open source now. It's the Open Lost World GitHub repository. There's a section on here for Lost World API, and it explains how to actually use it. There's a little link here. Just click this, and it will, my downloads. It will let you download the latest version, right? It's like a zip file. It has a GitHub workflow that automatically builds lostwordAPI.lib every time I commit something to this repo, like this right here. So yeah, you can just, if you want to make a DLL mod, you can just download this, link to it, and just go, right? And it makes it, from my experience at least, far easier than anything else. So I'm really happy about it. So all that to say, lots of stuff I developed took a long time. You know, can use the VS2010 compiler VS22, right? Yes, I do. I've been doing that, but the reason I'm doing this is because a lot of times when I try to actually add a source file to the VS2010 project and hit save, VS22 will be stupid and it'll actually like convert this project file into a VS2022 file, which is not what I want at all. So to save me the headache of having to deal with that, I just use VS2010 when I'm adding to Open Lost World. But I'm not going to be doing that much throughout this stream because I'm working on Spectrum and Lost World API in this stream, not this. But I just have it open. Anyway, my brain is a little fried, so no good. Yeah, sorry, no worries is what I meant to say. Yeah, it's a lot to handle, and I didn't know how to summarize it in a way that was not crazy. But that was the best I could do, sorry. Yeah, basically I developed like all these different things and worked really hard for a few years, and I now have a system that I'm pretty pleased with that lets me actually do this project. So what I'm going to show you is the current build of this. It's going to be probably pretty freaking underwhelming after everything I just told you, because there's not much actually ported over yet. But it's coming together, and that's what we're going to try to do on the stream, right? So what I've got ported now is mainly, it's two little things that might even be a little hard to see on this stream. So first of all, so you see Tropical Resort. This was something I did years ago. It's not a very good port. Like the GI is all bugged and stuff, and I never did the skybox or the Ferris wheel or anything like that. So I'm going to like re-import this someday and make it a lot better. But for the meantime, I'm just reusing these old files because, you know, it makes things easier to test. So what I want to show you is, first of all, the jump state. So when I jump, right, it might be subtle, you might not even recognize it, but this is actually the jump code from Colors, not from Lost World. It's been ported into this game. And so if I like just tap the jump button, he does a short jump, but he doesn't have the right animation for it yet, right? So he actually does the little hop, like in Colors, because that's been ported over, right? And the physics are a little different. They're not quite right. I think I'm using straight up the wrong parameter from the C physics, which is why it feels wrong. So I'm going to try to fix that. But you can see the idea at least. It's straight up like the jump from Colors. The second thing, and this is kind of really subtle and you might not even see it, is when you boost, which I have currently mapped to supersonic because it made the most sense, it was easiest for me to do. When you boost, the camera zooms out a little bit. It's really subtle, but it kind of zooms out, and then when you stop, it zooms back in, right? And that zoom code is also ported from Colors. It's the C-Boost camera plugin, and when you boost in Colors, it zooms out the camera in this way, right? So you can imagine that instead of it being supersonic, it's like regular sonic, and you're hitting the boost button and it's zooming out like that, right? So it's kind of like a proof of concept at this point. It doesn't really do much, but hopefully you can see, like, it's actually kind of possible, right? With all this stuff, and so I want to try to see how much I can do. I think what would be really cool to do tonight, I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do. I actually would like to try to maybe port some of the Wisp code. Oh yeah, that's a bug with the jump I need to fix. If you don't hold on the stick, he like floats. I don't know why. I'm probably using the wrong parameter like I said earlier. I'm going to try to fix that. But what I want to do is I want to try to like port the like some of the Wisp over, and try to hopefully make them actually work the way they do in colors instead of how they currently are working. So there's a lot to do, but that's kind of the idea, and it's really nuts, but that's what I'd like to try. So yeah, maybe read the chat a little bit and then try to. Why do I have the Wisp sounds in this playlist? Like, what's wrong with me? Like, come on, dude. Let me get rid of some of those. There's still a few more, but I'm lazy. I'll get rid of them later. Anyway, yeah, so that's the crazy idea here. Finally getting this thing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I want to port over the animations from colors. I just haven't done it yet. So it's actually using all Lost World animations right now. That actually like hop animation is also like a Lost World animation that for some reason is left over, even despite, to my knowledge, not being used anywhere in Lost World. So that's kind of funny. But yeah, I'm obviously, it's not the same as like the colors ones, so I want to like port over the colors ones to make it look right. But yeah, hopefully you can kind of see what it's doing. Lost World boost, exactly. So you need to change the parameters from physics to havoc. So actually not really. The way that they do it is they have this class, I can kind of show it to you. It's called C Physics, right here. And they have all these like vectors in it, and they have all these functions and things you can call, like is on ground or add velocity or whatever. And for the most part, they basically just call these functions, and internally those functions will then talk to PhysX on colors or Havoc in Lost World, right? And so actually, if you just make the same calls, even though it's using Havoc, it should, at least in theory, control basically the same. The problem is, I don't actually know what all of these vectors are yet. So you can see there's some that I have, like, they're called like field 90, field AO, field CO, like all that. That's because these things don't have names in the game, even with the symbols. So I have to guess the names, right? And the types and everything. So I know that they're vectors, at least I think so. But I don't know what they all are yet. Some of them I figured out the names for and I've given them names. So you can see they have like velocity, this is input force. And I believe some of these names were from Sajid's Lost World API, so he figured out a lot of names. But I still have a lot to figure out. So I'm probably using the wrong parameters, and that's why some of it's off. The other thing is, in... which class is it in? This one? No, I moved it here. I just did this like yesterday, so that's why I got confused. There's this function called getParameter they use a lot in Lost World and in Colors, and unfortunately, it takes this integer, which is just a number, right? And on their end, they have like an enum. They have something like parameter type, like, I don't know, velocity or whatever, right? And they would type something like that, and then it turns into a number and does that. But basically, I don't have those names, right? So I don't actually know what these numbers are. I just know that they're numbers. And so I have to figure out what the freaking numbers are. And I don't think these are correct in Lost World. I think the numbers are different, basically. I need to go in and figure out what they all are, and I don't have a very good way of doing that. So I'm probably using the wrong number here, and that's probably another big reason. And as you can see, there's also some code that isn't implemented yet, because I haven't got around to it yet. So all that put together is why the jump is wrong. But when I fix that, it should be correct. Maybe a test stage all the Wiz could be helpful. Yeah, actually, that could be. I know there's the test stage left over in Colors Ultimate. That might be fun to port someday. But yeah, for tonight, I'm probably just going to be doing coding mostly. We'll see, though. No springs, let us parkour. Yeah, I think it'd be cool to try to maybe keep the parkour in somehow. But I don't know, because the Colors levels obviously are not designed around that, right? So there are some areas where it could be kind of useful. Like the one that I remember from a while ago that I really thought was cool is in Tropical Resort, Act 1. There's this... it takes me a second to get there. After the first grind rail, right, there's like this wall. And I don't know, it doesn't really change anything, but if you like parkour on this wall, it's kind of fun. Oh, actually it might crash. Oh, it didn't. Okay, there's a bug I've discovered where sometimes it crashes when you jump at things. I don't know why. I'll figure it out. And I'm having trouble hitting that wall, but you can like hit the wall and like parkour on it, and it's cool when you can do it. I swear it's usually easier than this. I broke something when I was porting over this jump wall state. But normally you can just like jump at the wall and run on it, and it's pretty cool that you can just skip the spring. So there's some like cool stuff that can be done with it. But yeah, like most of this level, if you're looking at it, like there's not really anything to run on, like parkour on rather. This was another example where I thought maybe if I could get rid of the springs, you could just like parkour up this, and that's kind of cool, right? But I don't know. I think I'll probably end up not keeping the parkour because I don't think it works very well in the levels, sadly. I don't know, maybe I'll change my mind on that. And it's also a huge pain because when you're porting over the colors code, obviously it doesn't have the parkour stuff in it. Like, you know, this part's so bad, by the way, with the current like Lost World physics. I'm gonna replace those entirely with colors, so this part's gonna play like colors, but it doesn't currently at all. Anyway, I'll probably end up getting rid of the parkour, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hard 2D sections, bad currently, as you probably just saw there. I'll make them better. Maybe tonight we'll do that. It'd be better to use the colors test so you have simple playground test everything. That would be, yeah, that would be great. I'll probably get around to that soon. This is really early stages still. I'd like to ultimately make like some tooling to actually automate some of the porting process too. Obviously I don't think I can automate all of it. There's going to be some things where like you need to fix it up or whatever. But for the most part, you should be able to like import terrain and objects and stuff pretty easily. So I'd love to make a tool to do that. With hedge limit and stuff, it shouldn't be hard, right? But we'll see. This is amazing. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Cool programming jumps is deceptively difficult to get right. Yeah, it is. This Lost World API thing, this like merged project that I'm doing too, is like nuts. Like I'm using so many black magic hacks to make this actually work. Like I can't believe it works as well as it does. It's really stable, surprisingly. There is that crash, but I don't think it's related to this. I think it's something that I'm doing in Spectrum. Rocket jump scare, for real. We will be here for Blue, Pink, Purple, Jade was port. Yeah, I'd like to port Jade as well from Colors Ultimate. It should definitely be doable. Don't know if you're going to be reading all the chats. I'm basically doing that right now, actually. You're almost done with your software engineering degree, but you're still very much confused by everything. Oh, I don't blame you. The thing with software engineering is that the internet in general, right? I want to do a whole stream about this someday, but like it's so bad. It's so hard to find anything now compared to how it used to be. That if you're just starting out, like, or even if you've done it for a little while, it's actually really hard to learn stuff because it's hard to find the information that you need, you know? And it really ticks me off, actually, that it's like that. So that's one of the reasons that I actually like doing these streams, because if I can teach you even just one thing, you know, in the whole 4-hour stream or whatever, then like, that's cool, right? I feel like I helped make the world a better place in some small way, because it's really hard to like learn stuff now. And yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that I got into it a few years ago and I'm surrounded by very wonderful people who are super talented, I don't think I would have learned a lot of the stuff that I did. So yeah, it's hard, but keep at it. You'll get it. If you ever need any help with anything, let me know. I'm happy to help anyone. My eyes are slowly closing. Need to stay up. Oh, bro, you can sleep if you want. Don't kill yourself, dude. Also, I shouldn't say that. Once again, I'll get demonetized. I think parkour would collide with the Lost World. Yeah, it's kind of hard to make it work right, is the thing. Maybe I'll do it someday, but I'm not planning on it at this time. Moving it seems fair, it'll be colors anyway. Exactly. Does Lost World have grind physics? It has like grind rail bending animations, so like you might have seen when he goes on that curve, he kind of bends, which is cool. I don't know how that's implemented exactly, but I don't believe Colors has anything like that. So that would be cool to keep. I don't know. I think what I want to do is I want to have a lot of options. So I want to have like a menu where you can pick all these different options, right? And I want that to be one of the things you can toggle. Like, do you want to keep the grind physics or not? You know, do you want Sonic to bend on the rails, or do you want him to not do that? But I think that'd be cool to keep. That should be totally doable. What if you play on multiplayer? I do. I think it... I don't remember if it works. This might crash. I actually don't remember. It's been a while since I tested it out. In theory, it should work. Let's try it. I think it works. Maybe not. Yo! Okay, cool. So the Mii's aren't there because, you know... But, yeah, actually, straight up, it does work. In multiplayer. I'd like to make this split screen someday as, like, a separate mod. I think that would be really cool. Yeah, I forget what the shortcut key is, but there's a shortcut that, like, Scythe has in this, quick boot mod where you can switch the, camera to the other Sonic. And I literally can't remember what the key is. I always forget, because I'm a moron like that. I think if I go into the, here, maybe? No. Is it Mod Deny and I? One of them actually has a list of all the controls. But I literally can't remember. Sky's in the chat. I could just ask him. I'm fighting with my eyes? Bro, you don't have to though. It's all good. It was F1 or F2? That sounds right. Oh, I thought I hit F2 earlier. Alright, thanks, man. Oh, I don't have a second controller plugged in, so I can't do it. But yeah, you can see I'm controlling Green Sonic, and we've got the perspective of Red Sonic. And yeah, we've got the freaking, you know, short hop, which looks weird because it doesn't have the right animation and has the wrong... He's a little too floaty currently. But yeah, we got, all this stuff looks like it's gonna work in multiplayer too. I'm gonna try to, like, you know, prioritize that. I want to release this with full multiplayer support. It'd be cool to have it with split screen though, right? Because Colors on the Wii, you know, actually has like multiplayer, but it's bad. Have you ever played it? I've actually played it once with like a friend. It's bad because it does the same thing that New Super Mario Bros. Wii does, where it's not split screen, right? Your characters are both just on one screen. And so if you start to go off screen, then like, you die, right? It's already bad with Mario to do that, but with Sonic, you're running really fast, right? And it's like so bad, like to try to keep on the screen and not die. So just making it split screen would like dramatically improve it. So that'd be really cool. I'd love to do that. Also, multiplayer Spectrum? Yeah, Skype, for real. That would be super sick. No pressure, but you know, that'd be like a dream. To be fair, I already am with a job and I do my stuff on both front and back end. Yo, sick! But everything related to reverse engineering is super hard in my opinion. Yeah, it's like, the thing too is that software engineering, like, just anything with technology, there's like 1,000 different skills, right? It's not just one skill like some people kind of think it is. So you can be like the best in the world at like, you know, web dev, but when it comes to reverse engineering, you have no freaking idea what you're doing, right? Or you can be the best in the world at reverse engineering, and when it comes to web dev, you have no idea what you're doing. Surprisingly, maybe, that second one is me. I'm confident in saying that I'm actually, like, I know what I'm doing when it comes to reverse engineering and C++ and all that. But when it comes to web dev, I'm an idiot. I tried to get into that recently, and I'm like, I have no idea what anyone's talking about. What is this? React? Docker? Node? What the frick are you guys smoking? So yeah, it's just, it's not, you know, a matter of like being better or worse or whatever. It's just 1,000 different skills. Everyone's good at certain things and not at others. But keep at it, you know, if you ever want to get into reverse engineering, just go for it. You can totally learn it. You just try to avoid AI for personal moral reasons? Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you there. That's a whole conversation, but you've ironically better help from AI than searching around online. Yeah, me too. I've used Bing a few times, I'll admit, because sometimes it's better than... Because Google is just so bad now. Learning to reverse engineer files has been annoying because people just say learn C++ and how to read hex it. I know how to find the magic number file now. Yeah, that's great. Sorry, I read that weirdly. That part is hard to learn. If you just learn like the how binary works and how hex works, and then like the different primitive types, like you know, 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit, 64-bit, you know, that kind of stuff. That alone is gonna take you a long way, because it goes from what am I doing to oh, I kind of get what this stuff is and how it works now, and then you can kind of put it together and you learn more as you go. Stick of truth files, magic numbers from what I can see will always be 4 bytes long. It's just figuring out if it's confusing me. Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to help with something like that if you want some time. I'm just really busy. Alright, I'm gonna try to actually do this now. Looks amazing, I gotta go. Bye. Yeah, take care, thanks for stopping by. That's also me, I hate web dev. Yeah, I freaking hate it. I tried to, I actually joined this group that was trying to build this project on the web I thought was interesting, and I tried to help them with it, and I was overwhelmed because they were like, oh, it's easy, just download Docker, and I was like, okay. And I tried it, and Docker is like several gigabytes in size, right? Which to me is freaking huge, I hate that. And then you like have to, you start it up, and it gives you a million errors about WSL not working correctly, and you're like, what the frick? And you have to like spend hours Googling all this crap, and it's like, what am I doing? Why is this not working? It was horrible. I in the end, unironically, I tried everything to fix WSL, it wasn't working. I actually installed Arch Linux, and Docker worked through that. Installing Arch was easier than fixing Windows. I don't get how people use this technology. How do people use things so broken? I don't get it. Anyway, I won't be able to talk much, but I'm watching. Good luck. You can have some fun talking chat. Thank you. I'm going to try to stop reading and actually get into this now, but let me just catch up with these other things right here. 4-bit, 2-bit, 1-bit, half-bit, the wrist game. See, there you go. Hi, Rad. Hey, GBA, how you doing? It's been forever since I've seen you do a modding stream. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm happy to be back. Is it okay to DM you on Discord? Yeah, sure. Anytime. Sometimes I take a while to get back to people, but I always want to. I don't even know the difference between 1 player and 1.5 players. In colors, I don't remember what the difference is either. It always confused me. I figured it out one day and then I forgot. It's weird. I think Lord has some amount of grind physics from what I found out from my last custom stage. Yeah, it seems like he has a little bit. It's just really weird. Alright, so let me get into this, I guess. So the thing is with this project, right, there's so many things to do that it's a little hard sometimes to like figure out like what am I gonna do today, right? So one thing that really needs to get done at some point is I need to reverse engineer all these parameters, right? So there's all these different numbers you can pass into this function, and I don't actually know what they all are. They're just numbers, and so I think the numbers are different between lost word and colors, right? Which is screwing me up. Like in colors, they have its C state short jump common. Is it do jump? Yeah, I called it do jump. And they have this function called get parameter, and they pass in the 0xf into it, which is 15, right? It's number 15. In Lost World, I found, I think the equivalent of that might be this, but I think I'm actually wrong about that. I guessed it might be this. I don't actually know. I have to like figure that out. Unlike a lot of the other things, there's actually not a very good way that I found anyway to figure out what these values are, other than just like printing the values and guessing what they are based on what they kind of look like. So I think it might actually be a good idea to do that and see if I can figure that out and then kind of go from there. Oh, night, Skype. You're sleeping this one. No worries, man. Take care. You've been working hard. Thanks for stopping by, though. I appreciate it. In 1.5 player mode, the second player can die over and over again and keep going. However, Rings, Wisp, and Color Wisp go to player 1. In one player, you can swap between the two, and each has their own Ring Wisp count. That is very odd. I wonder what I'll do about that. You've insert mode enabled? Be careful, though. What, in what? Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, so what I think I'm going to start by doing, actually, this is really, like, silly. But I think what I'm going to start by doing is I'm going to actually, like, just maybe here, this might be fine. Actually, I'm gonna put in like a freaking debug print, you know, and I'm just gonna try to print as many of these parameters as I can, and I just want to like try to, you know, figure out. I'll keep that there. I'm gonna try to keep these like print these values basically, and we're gonna try to figure out what they are. So let's do that real fast. Should have done this earlier, but you know, whatever. So I don't know how many there are even. I tried to figure that out. I have the like address for the function here, and I can kind of see what it does. It calls this get function here, which does all this crap, and it has this linked list. It's a freaking linked list that it iterates through, and it just checks to see if the index corresponds to the one that you asked for, I guess. And then if it does, it returns the value. If I reverse and, you know, if I freaking fixed these symbols, it would be much easier to read this. But I'm a little lazy. Maybe I should do that. But I think I can figure it out. What I want to do real fast is I want to see how many. I want to try to figure out how many parameters there are, right? Because that's pretty important. So here we go. This is the constructor for the C parameter GOC class. And you can see if you look at what calls the constructor, that this is where they actually create the object. So when they say in their code, they just said new C parameter gawk, and then it just generated all this, right? So this is the size right here of the object, which is really useful to have. So you can just go in this Geeger, you can paste that in, and now you know the size. The other thing that's really useful is to know what classes it inherits from. So thankfully, the PC version of the same game has RTTI data for the classes, which actually tells you exactly that. So you can go to the base class array here for the class, and it shows you all the classes it inherits from. So this is C parameter gawk, that's the one that I'm looking at, and it inherits from C gawk component, which inherits from referenced object, which inherits from base object. So if I just put C gawk component here. Oh, do I not have that? In oh, I always forget. They actually use the C as it's. Yeah, it's funny. There we go. Yeah, that's already put in correctly. I think that's. I don't know if that's the right length, but probably is. Yeah. So then, cool. So now we've got that there. Now we can figure out the other parameters. This seems to be a C player pointer. That was easy. So I'm gonna name it M player because that looks correct. We've got I don't know what the frick this is, but it says it's 4 bytes, so we're gonna trust it on that. This is what I wanted to see. This is exactly what I wanted. Cool. So this is an array of classes called parameter node. Each one of these is holy frick. Is it really that big? No, that can't be right. Somehow I put in 12 bytes. I don't know where I got that 12 from. Did you ever say I blew this question? I don't think I did. Sorry. Do you want to? Would you mind asking it again? 1.5 players is basically the classic Sonic co-op multiplayer where Tails can die infinite times. Okay. Interesting. I guess it was just a thing that they had in development, and they were like, "That's cool. Maybe we should let them do that too." It's a weird mode. It wasn't instant mode. You just have a wide cursor. Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm weird. I have a Vim for VS for Visual Studio installed. Not because I'm like, oh, you know, I have to type faster, but because I actually have had I've had so many health problems, but one of them is similar to carpal tunnel, where I have my hands get tingly and it feels awful if I overuse them too much. So Vim is wonderful. It's like a godsend because it's designed such that it actually keeps your hands from feeling bad like that. It's easier on your hands basically. So you don't have to hold a control and then stretch your finger and hit O, or use the other hand. You can everything is designed to be really easy to hit. So that's why I use it. Sometimes it's slower actually for me than not using it, but I don't really care because it helps my hands. Not like I'm a T-Bag, I get it. Yeah. It wasn't mine for a while either. I was always like, why? But once I started using it, I was like, oh, this is pretty cool actually. Just 2 cycle for a bunch of print. Exactly. I'm just gonna print them. Hey Duck, how you doing? Just a cube's easy to port or something? Yeah, I think it should be. We'll see. I don't have the models or anything for it in the game though right now, right? And I don't have an easy way of porting the models currently. So maybe I'll just use a placeholder model or something, but it shouldn't be hard to port the code of cube because it's just like, I mean, I don't think it's hard. I haven't looked at it yet. But it should literally be like, you know, you turn into a cube, you break the surrounding cubes, timer goes down. That's it. Oh, and there's the rings. It's kind of weird using not curse keys. Yeah, me too. But once you like, when you get used to it, it really is better for your hands. Cause like, you don't have to stretch and move your hands all the time. It's just like right there. But yeah, but it's kind of weird. I agree. I find it weird when tutorials make me always use nano. Yeah, sure. Use whatever you're comfortable with. It's like, doesn't matter. It's just in text editor, you know. Everyone's got preferences. I bake a delicious cake. Let's go. Isn't the camera code for keyboard also Lost Road? I think so. Probably. I've never looked at it. So let me try to figure this out real fast. So this is actually saying that this is pretty big. It's looking like it's actually like this is the size of a parameter node. That's really weird though. I don't know where I got 12 from, but okay. Let's roll with that. I don't think this probably has RTTI because it's probably doesn't have any virtual functions. The classes that have virtual functions have RTTI data, but the ones that don't have no data. So you have to just figure those out by guessing. And yeah, there's no virtual functions for this class. So I'm going to assume that it just doesn't inherit from anything, and it's just a struct. And we're going to, I think that this is the count and the size. Yeah, so once again, reinforcing the size is that. Okay, so this is an array of 6 parameter nodes. There we go. Yep, sure enough. Okay, cool. I don't know what that is at the end. That's not enough room for another parameter node, so it's probably something else. But anyway, this is the size of that. That's weird. I don't know why it's that big. But so there's 6 of them. I'm actually probably gonna have to figure out how they work too, because yeah, this is gonna be interesting. So okay, let's put in these types here. Plus ivar1, that is it's uvar2, which is like I times 4. That might be easier to read. There's that many in there. Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. So this, I guess, is an array of pointers of size. Whoops. Yeah, uvar1. Sorry. Sometimes my brain freezes like this. So they're setting. Is that right? That doesn't feel right. Oh yeah, right. That. I got confused. I don't know how to explain it. I think there's actually maybe one more. No, two. Yeah, this is correct. Okay, so this is probably like the counting capacity or something. No, it's the linked list. I think so. This is probably like the next pointer or something. But anyway, this is for some reason an array of 141 pointers to something. I don't know what yet. Followed by these 2 values. So that's really bizarre. So let me try to figure out what those are real fast, and then from that information we can hopefully figure out all the different parameter types and how they work. This is interesting. Build parameter, what does it do? Let's see. Estimate parameters. So this is another thing. Why does Sonic Team make everything so complicated? Param1 plus ivar1. That's the count. Alright, so this is like, if I had to guess the size of this, it's probably 8. This is, I mean, I'll say it's a uint. Oh, maybe not. Alright, it's literally an int. And I guess that's the count. Yeah, that looks like a count of parameters. And then this is the, what the frick is this? This plus that plus 4. So this is for like a pointer. Jeez. To something, it's a pointer to an array of something of size 8. But I don't actually know what the something is yet. Why is this so over? There's like classes inside of classes inside of classes. Why do they make it like this? Like, this doesn't actually need to be this complicated. I don't believe. This is just a set of parameters. Hey Usagi dude, how you doing? How about storing a value you can change by real-time input and using that value as a parameter? Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea too. Just like changing them randomly. What I'm trying to do is just first figure out the structure of it. And then I want to, like print, once I know how many values there are and how they're all laid out, I want to just print them all, right? And go from there. Do you mind if I help you out too? Thanks, I'm glad to hear it. It's cool to see the emojis, by the way. I forgot that was like a feature in the YouTube chat now. That's a nice feature, I like that. Okay, so this is cool because it tells us, you know, what the type is. So let me grab the symbol name for this and demangle it properly because Ghidra sometimes gets it wrong. Sure enough, it got it wrong a little bit. So this is a reverse iterator. Oh, I'm editing the wrong thing. It's a reverse iterator of type CSL UT link list. And then is this correct right here? Actually, yes. Cool. So that is that's correct. So that's what it returns. I don't know how big that is. I think it's 8 bytes or something. So we not to probably fix that. And it's a this call. All right, and the same goes for once this finished saving. Yeah, same goes for this. This game has such a great soundtrack. Like, actually. But it's really sweet. Yeah, it's cool. I don't know when they added that. Alright, it takes so long to save sometimes. I don't need to save after every edit that I make, but I'm like paranoid. I should probably stop doing that. So retro? I know, right? It's just like I'm actually on the Sega Genesis or something. Geez. Yeah, this is a not equal operator, but it's a long name. So, okay, this is, I don't think that, yeah, that should work. Cool. And it takes two of these. Is this actually did it pick the right one? I don't think it did. Oh, jeez. Well, I don't know that I care, actually. As long as it's good enough for me to read it, that's all that matters. Okay, so these are, const iterators right here. Somehow. And, oh, I put it in the wrong namespace and everything, but, there we go. Okay, so what is this? Just a number. Oh, that's just a float, I think. Yeah, this function returns a float, so if it can't find... Okay, so here's what we're doing so far. So we're calling rBegin and rEnd on this linked list. rBegin and rEnd are C++ functions that Sonic Team made their own version of. But what they do is they give you iterators. Sorry about my neighbors back there. They're always loud. Shoutouts to my neighbors. C++ has begin and end, which lets you get the beginning and end of a list. And it also has rBegin and rEnd, which lets you get the begin and end of a list, but in reverse. So rBegin is actually the end, and rEnd is actually the beginning. Isn't that weird? The reason you want that is because you can say start at rBegin and go up until you get to rEnd, and what that means is just go through the list in reverse. So start at the end and go backwards, right? So it's really useful sometimes, but it's also really confusing. Such is the nature of C++. So they start at rBegin, they iterate until they get to rEnd. They're just going backwards. And each time they call the same function here, where they check to see if I don't know what these are, but I assume it's just the iterators, if they are not equal to each other, right? So while, let's see, while they, I'm sorry, this is breaking my brain. Not equal to equals 0. So it's when they are not equal to. So when they are equal to, right? But that doesn't really make sense because why would they do that? Actually, I'm confused about that. Wouldn't they just, if they were, when it equals the end. Okay, sorry. So if they get to the end and they haven't found the value that they're looking for yet, they just return 0. If they, otherwise, they do all this stuff. So let's figure out what this is. This is a really long name here. Goodness. Okay, I don't need to type these all the time. I can copy paste, but a lot of times it gets things a little wrong, so it's actually kind of faster to type sometimes. This is a really long name, and I made a typo. See, that's why you should probably copy paste instead of what I'm doing. Gosh, I hate this. Okay, and then close that, and then, oh my gosh, it's still not done. This is actually maybe too long of a name. Like, I don't know if I can even... This is the longest symbol name I think I've ever seen. I've seen some crazy long symbol names, but holy frick! Whoa! Sonic Team's popping off right here. Oh, good lord. And there's still two more. Okay, what is this even? Let me show you the full name for what I was trying to type there. This is the name. It's iterator of type, iterator traits, iterator category, iterator value type, difference type, and pointer, and reference, and then it returns a pointer, and then it's called reverse iterator, and it's just the reference operator. So all that it does is it just returns the thing that the iterator points to. Holy frick. Okay. You can copy paste it, but here's the problem is these colons here are used as the namespace, like, you know, that separates the namespaces, right? But then inside of the templates, they also have other ones that separate the namespaces, and Ghidra gets confused and blows up, basically, if you try to pass in more colons here, because it thinks that it gets confused. So this part has to be colons, and then the rest of them have to be, I usually just use 2 dashes, Even though that isn't proper C++, it's just, you know, I can read that. So you can see here, like, as an example where I've done that. So I could, like, replace all with the... And then also the T1 has to be replaced with this every time. So that's why I usually type it. But, I'm not going to even bother putting that one in because it's too freaking long and I already understand what it does. So, it's kind of weird. It returns a reference to what? It just returns a pointer to whatever this iterator iterates over, which seems to be this, or I think it's basically this. Whoops. Like I said, Geecher really doesn't like those. Yeah, alright, so then, assuming that's correct, okay, yeah, that's what I thought this might be a array of floats. Let's call it values. Okay, so, this is so weird. So it's a linked list of these parameter nodes. Each parameter node has 141 floats, which are parameters. What they do is, they iterate through all of them in reverse for some freaking reason, and what they do is they... What's this ivar3? They take whatever the value is of this index thing they pass in. And they index this. And if that value of that float is not 0, if it's not 0, then they break because they found it, and then they just return the value. If it is 0, then instead they increase the iterator and they repeat. So this whole code, I could actually import this for Open Lost World. I should probably do it now so that I don't forget and have to relearn this all later. So I can try to show you what it does. Where's this at, though? It's like so complicated looking, but what it actually does is simple. What am I looking at? I'm looking at parameters stuff. Oh, I don't actually have it apparently. Okay, well, never mind. What it does, I can like give you a prototype of what it does. That I can turn into something later if I want to. It's basically what their actual code looked like is something like this. This wasn't the name, obviously, but it was something like rbegin, and they had the same thing, but rend. They just simply said, like this. They had a for loop, and inside the for loop, they went like this, and then they said, values I does not equal 0, then break. Okay, so if that is not 0, then return. That's it. Otherwise, return 0. So this is literally what their code looked like. Probably a little different. Obviously, they had names for this that were different and stuff. But this is, I don't know, let me zoom in a little so you can see that better. It looks something like this, right? And yeah, and then it got compiled into this monstrosity. So that's that's what reverse engineering is, right? You're freaking looking at code and you're trying to figure out what the hell it does. And when you figure it out, it's usually pretty simple. But it sometimes can take a while, as you can tell. So this was actually this one took me longer than usual. I apologize. That was crazy. So this is the function. This is the class right here. So while I'm at this, I might as well generate bindings for it, because I just ported that over. So might as well throw that in here. So actually, I also have this thing. Let's see if there's anything named parameter. Player parameter. Yeah, so it probably goes in there, if I had to guess. So this is the code that just got generated. So what I want to do is grab all this, and where is it? Here it is. Yeah, and then I gotta fix it up a little. But you can see this is what I do. I'm gonna reach for the stars. It also doesn't know the return types of functions because that's not in the symbols, so I have to manually put that in. And my tool is just kind of silly. It has some things, like the namespaces are usually more complicated than they have to actually be. So I like to, oh, this is in the wrong namespace. Oops. How did I do that? How did I do that wrong? There we go. So, yeah, that's the fixed up version. That's really weird. They have param type E-type. So I guess there's like a class or something called type. Or maybe it's a namespace. Let's go with that. And they have an enum inside of it called E-type, like this. The reason they do that, I assume, is because actually up until C++ 11, they didn't have this feature called enum classes. That's really, really useful, right? And so to get around that, a lot of devs would do this. This hack instead, which makes it behave like a enum class. So what they can do is whoops. Instead of, like normally in C++, if you have a name here like my enum value, you know, like this, then to access that you just say the value, right? And it doesn't matter like where this came from. Like you could also have one here called my enum value, and it might pull from there instead or whatever. Like you don't say the name of the enum at the beginning, you just type the thing. And that can get kind of bad because sometimes you actually, for organizational purposes, you kind of want it to be prefaced with the name. So when you do this trick, then instead of just typing the name, you have to now actually say, if you try to just say my enum value, it doesn't work. You instead have to say type, like this, and then that works. I know it doesn't look like it because of where I'm typing this at, but it actually that's actually correct now. So anyway, I don't know if that made sense, but that's they do this because C++ is weird. In newer C++ versions, they have this thing called enum class. So now you could just say this, and it would do the exact same thing as what these people are trying to do here. But when Sonic Team made this game, that wasn't a thing yet, so they did this. Anyway, so let me oh, frick. Yeah, let me go implement that just before I forget about it. This, it's not there though. And that should be good, right? Oh. Is that the right name? Yeah, and then index, like that. Is that correct? It's const. Alright, and then we need to actually implement that. But anyway, you get the idea, hopefully. This won't compile, but I just want to do it while I was here. Alright, let's go back to printing the params. You're proving so many friends to me is crazy. YouTube hates casual swearing and emojis. I'm pretty sure I turned off like that blacklist thing that I had at some point a long time ago. So it's just YouTube. That's really nuts. Hey Rad, could I get some advice on how to begin getting into video game decomp, reverse engineering, code injection, code mods? I already am pretty coherent in C++. Where should I go from here? Thanks. That's a really great question. Frick, I want to give you a great answer. So I would say it really depends a lot on what you know currently specifically, right? So you say you know C++ pretty well currently. That's awesome. That's going to get you pretty far because pretty much the vast majority of games, right, are written in C++. So just knowing that is going to help you a lot. But yeah, what I would say is, first of all, like, make sure you know, obviously, like, if you know C++, you probably already know this, but, like, basics of how computers work. You want to know things like, you know, binary and hex, and you want to know things like primitive types, you know, like, you want to be able to understand what, like, an 8-bit number is for 16-bit, 32-bit, all that, right? If you get that stuff, then really, the way that I learned it was I actually started with files. So I have this I have this crappy hex editor. There's like better ones. I'm just really used to this one still. And I started by doing game mods. So what I would do is I would actually take a random file from like a game that I wanted to edit, right? Let me just pick a random one. Preferably one that's like smaller. Yeah, this should be. There we go. I would just put random files in here, right? And I would basically look at these files, and I would try to guess what was going on, right? And you literally are just like guessing. It's educated guessing, right? But as you keep doing it, you get better. But what you basically learn is you kind of learn a few different skills. One of them is how to think in the way that the game developers thought, right? So you kind of figure out, like, what the hell were they smoking when they designed this, right? Oh, it kind of makes sense at some point when you start to, like, figure it out, right? The other thing is you kind of figure out how you get a better understanding of how things are laid out in the actual code and how the computer deals with it, right? And all those skills are really useful for reverse engineering. So yeah, like for example, you can see here these first 4 bytes of these this is pack format. It says pack X every time. That's just there to tell the computer this is a pack file. Then they have these 3 characters, which is the version number, written out as characters. They have this one that means it's L if it's little endian, or B if it's big endian. It's a byte order thing. This is, I believe, the file size for the whole file. If you actually go to the end, you can see it's D10 is the number of bytes in this file, and sure enough, it's backwards because it's little endian, but it's D10, right? And yeah, anyway, you get the idea. You just go through each number and you just figure out what it does. And when you get it, you can... Hold up. I'll show you an example of what I'm talking about. Sorry, this is taking a minute, but... here we go. This is some code from a project I've written called Hedgelib. Is this the one? Yeah. So this is a struct that I've written out in C++ that directly maps to the data in this file, right? So you can see here, like, I've got the first 4 bytes, and if I look at the code, I've got first 4 bytes, signature, right? It's a 32-bit int. I've got this struct called version, which is just like major, minor, and revision. You can see it's exactly what's happening here. I've got this endian flag, which is 1 byte in size. That's this one right here. I've got the file size right here, and I've got the block count, which is this thing, and so on and so forth, right? And so I would start with actually something like that, like find like a file or something that you're interested in. Just try to kind of figure out what you're trying to do is you're trying to make a mental mapping between these numbers and the code, right? You're trying to figure out what their struct would have looked like, if that makes sense. And if you can get, if you can get to the point where you're kind of good at that, and then when you do that, it makes this a lot easier. So you can look at this code and you can go, okay, what the frick what is this? What does this all mean? What are they doing here? You can kind of guess what their actual code looked like and figure it out, right? So like this is the function that I just reverse engineered. This is, I'm confident in saying, very close to what they actually typed, right? And it compiled down to this, right? So you just kind of have to like figure out like how to get into the mindset of what the devs were thinking. And it's something that gets easier with time, but yeah, I don't know. I want to give you better tips. But I would say really the best thing to do is just kind of jump in and try really hard to like take a small piece of something and do it in reverse. If it helps, maybe you could even like build your own, like write your own little program, build an exe, and then take that exe that you just built and go into Ghidra or something, right? And try to, you know, figure out how what you wrote maps to this, right? I think that would help. You kind of get, it's just a thing you kind of get a feel for after a while. But that's really all that you're doing. That's all that the skill is. It's just, how do I do that in reverse? History's repeating itself, I know, right? Give us old inspection, we'll finish it for you. Yeah, there you go. Really impressive stuff, thank you. I appreciate it. Working on peak, I see. Peak as usual. Thank you. You're just trying to turn last one of the colors? Yes. I'm literally porting the code of colors. It's pretty crazy, but hopefully we'll actually, you know, we're gonna see how far I can go with this. Okay, so I'm going to, first of all, find this function in the PC version so I can put that address there while I'm at it. And then once I do that, I'm gonna go and actually print on the params. And we're gonna figure it out from there. So I found this one already, so it should be easy because this just calls the thing that I'm looking for exactly. So this calls cPlayerGate parameter, which I don't think I put that in either because I'm lazy. Let's do that. There we go. Whoops. Sometimes I do that. My finger slips. Alright, and then finally this calls this, which I didn't put a name in for in Ghidra, which I believe is cParameter gawk git. Yeah, it is. So we can throw that in here. Like so. Alright, and now that I have that address put in here, when I hit build, it should work. You can see it says generating bindings for. Actually, I made a mistake. Unknown player type C player. That's because I did this. Alright, let me fix that real fast. I made a mistake, but basically what it does is it generates bindings automatically for me that I can use, which is really cool. So I hit build, and it generates these ASM files, it assembles them, and then we... Oh no, that's fine. That's just a wording that I haven't fixed yet from something else I did. And it works. Yeah. And then you get a DLL file that you can just load up in the game. So the way that that works is crazy, but I have this project I made called Lost Word API Binding Generator I talked about earlier. It's on GitHub now. It's a horrible mess, and I actually don't expect anyone to run this on their PC because it's just like, it's a hacked together mess. But it's just a really simple like C project I just slapped together, and it uses libclang, which is like used by the Clang compiler if you're familiar with that. Also makes the exe like 70 megabytes, which is not ideal, but anyway, it literally just loads up the header file, and it just goes through this whole header, and it finds all these sort of API things, and then it figures out the function that it's on top of, and it generates bindings, and then those bindings can be compiled by this. So it's all automated, which is really cool. Build fail, bad programmer. Yeah, I don't get the job because of that. How far to reach for the stars? No, that's like legit, like the inspiration. Like this, I kept thinking to myself, this is like crazy, but I was like, dude, we're gonna reach for the stars. We're gonna see how far we can go. We'll just see what happens, right? So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a for loop. And I forgot already how many parameters there are. That was the whole point of doing this whole side trip here. So there's 6 parameter nodes. Each one has freaking 141 floats in it. Why 141? Is there a reason for that number? Maybe Sonic Team wanted to go 8-dimensional. I don't know. I don't know why they picked that number, but all right, let's roll with it. So they have 141 parameters in each one of these nodes for some reason, and again I forgot how they just loop through it and in reverse each one of these nodes, and for each one they simply check if the index that we're asking for in that node is not basically if it has a value or not. So maybe it's like a history type of thing. I don't know, maybe there's like, I don't know what each parameter node represents. I don't know why they would need more than one. But they go backwards until they find one, so that's how it works. So there are 141 possible values, so we're just going to print all of them. So, oops, what am I doing? Yeah, and let's also replace this with the horrible C++ printing syntax. Ooh, gotta love it. Alright, and I'm just gonna put a breakpoint there, and we're just gonna print them all out. This error, by the way, if you can see that unknown compiler version, that's actually because I'm using Boost, the C++ library called Boost, because Sonic Team uses that in Colors and in Lost World. But I'm using an older version of it that was used in Colors. Oh, I didn't remove this wisp sound. Let me get rid of that. What's that about to find? I can hear red fine, but I feel like the music's equally loud. I'll turn it down a bit. How's that, everyone? Let me know. The song is Peak. You mean the one where they just like slam their heads against the disc? Yeah, pretty good. No, I mean it's great as like a jingle, but it's you know, you lose one programmer point every time a build fails. Yeldro is a fire track. Yeah, it actually is pretty fire. I'll agree. Alright, so, sorry, so it built, right? Yeah. Alright, so we're just gonna run this, and, let me close this too, because I don't actually need this anymore. Minimize it. So, I have this thing that says, at the beginning of the mod, I just have a message box that says, to debug this mod, please start the Visual Studio Debugger and press OK. And the reason that I do that, instead of just, like, starting Sonic Sword.exe in the debugger, is because that actually used to work fine. But for some reason, they made it like, I forget if it was Sajid or Supersonic 16. One of them made an update to the Lost World code manager that fixed a lot of things, but it also accidentally broke this. So when I tried to attach to the debugger, it actually doesn't work. It like breaks the game entirely. It's really bad. And they've explained to me that it's actually kind of a technically hard problem to solve, and they're not really sure how to solve it. They'd like to someday. But in the meantime, I just get around it by this. So I just pop up a message box because it pauses the game. And then while this message box is up, I can just hit local Windows debugger like this, and it will attach itself to the already running Sonic Sword.exe, right? Which takes a second. And then I can hit OK. And now I've got a debugger, right? So it's kind of a pain, but that's how I do it. Oh, I forgot screw me, I forgot I put it in multiplayer mode. I'll get rid of that. What about decompression algorithms? One of the games I'm interested in has files compress. So I just take a file, examine it, and try to figure out if the compression algorithm with the help from IDA. So there's a lot of different ways to figure out like compression algorithms, and honestly, that's actually a field that I'm not very great at. But what I usually do when I have to deal with compression is, most of the time you get lucky, and they're using a compression algorithm that's like standardized, right? Like Deflate or LZ4 or something like that, instead of like rolling their own, right? Which is good. So if that's the case, then all you need to do is just figure out, what type of compression they're using, and then you can just like download those libraries like zlib or LZ4, and you can just, decompress it with that. You don't really need to know how it works in that case. So for that case, which is usually most of the time what they do, you just have to basically guess what type of compression it is. There's some tricks to do that. I actually kind of forget what the tricks are, but one thing is there's usually some like magic bytes at the beginning of the compression that are a certain value, or like most of the time or always, depending on the type of compression. I forget what they are, but Deflate has some bytes at the beginning of it that are pretty much always the same, if I recall correctly. So I would look into that. If you look up like Deflate magic bytes or whatever, or LZ4 magic bytes, you can probably figure those out pretty fast. You could also just compress your own file in that and see what it looks like, But yeah, there's a number of ways to kind of figure that out. If it's using its own compression, then that's harder. And that's something that I'm honestly not good at. There's people who excel at figuring those out. That's a weak point of mine. But for that, what I would say makes the most logical sense, at least, is, yeah, you'd want to find the function in the game that actually handles decompressing the data. And then you would just basically want to try to recreate that code in your own source, and then you can kind of clean it up and make it make more sense from there, you know? And that would be how I would start figuring it out. Because if it's compressed, but the game reads somehow, then there has to be code in the game somewhere to decompress it, right? So you can use that. Now, compressing it is hard, though, because there very likely will not be compression code left over in the game, right? Because that's in their tooling. So yeah, but again, if they're using like LZ4 or something, then you could just use that. So, some of them have a magic number. Yeah, exactly, Hyper. That's basically what I said. Thanks, Hyper. Yeah, you're much better at compression than I am. Sib and deflate is usually hex 78. That's right. Yeah, I remember that. Now that you said it. And then the byte after that is the compression level. Yeah, so if it starts with that, that's usually a key sign that it's even. Maybe we do some WIS code? I'd love to. Okay, so sorry. So what I did here is I just printed out all the params, and here they are. So we can see all the values right now. As you can see, it's a bunch of numbers, and none of them have names. So how are we going to figure out what these numbers are, right? We're probably going to want to, like, I remember someone suggested, I forget who, that we should, like, edit the values of the parameters as the game is running and see what happens. That's a great idea. That's how I'd go about this too. So we're probably going to play with that. But what I wanted to see here is how many of them, like, because I'm not moving right now, right? I just, oh, actually, I guess I am. I just started moving, and I hit jump. So a lot of them should be 0 or, like, small. But actually, a lot of them seem to be kind of big. So I don't know what these are. We're going to figure it out. My secret is that I only know zlib. Oh, see? Specialize in one, though. That's all you need to do. Listen to the colors like you want to open Colors Ultimate for some reason. You're being possessed by the Colors Ultimate demon. I'm just kidding. Sorry. If that's true, I'm not too surprised. One WIS track would be a placeholder for all of them. Oh, the Yellow Drill song was temporarily the only WIS song. Oh, interesting. That makes a lot of sense. Try Cheat Engine? Yeah, Cheat Engine's good for this stuff sometimes. In my case, though, I think I can actually just, like, do it here. Okay, so... yeah, I don't need to figure these all out tonight, but I'd like to figure out at least some of them, because it would be really helpful, right? What also would be great is to figure out, what they are in, colors, right? So that's going to be really interesting trying to figure that out, because colors doesn't have symbols. But we'll see. So someone's just a mapping boost camera to running? Yeah, that's right. I'd like to try that too, just to see how it would look. That shouldn't be hard, and I need to do the run state anyway, so I'll probably do that actually. But yeah, let me, yeah, what's the best way to go about this? Because printing the parameters is cool, but like, I need to be able to see how they change and see what they do. Yeah. Change this back to this. Alright. Wonder if 90 is angle? You're probably right about that. Yeah, because there's a bunch of floats, right? Which is weird. Some of them are probably also like numbers, like ints, but they just store it as a float because that's how their system works, you know? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they had like score or something in here. So let's try to figure something out. I don't think there's actually a set parameter either, but there is a, we could do it manually, but, but how do we do that with the parameter node system, right? This is gonna be freaking weird. So I think maybe what I'll do is, geez. Okay, let's maybe start start putting over the run state and see where we can go from this. Because we need to do that anyway, and this will give us something easy that can loop every frame. All right. Oh, I created this file by accident. I meant to delete it. All right. So let's go into this and let's try to figure this out. I already got some of the C-state run here. This is the like big function that initializes all the states right here. Oh yeah, they just literally inherit from C-state Sonic base. So actually, I should just port that over now. I forgot what it's called. It's in player base, right? No, player state base, that's it. I hate that VS does this, by the way. I don't want the namespaces to be indented because it gets really huge really fast. Yeah, and let's call this spectrum. Yeah, I've been prefixing all the spectrum ones with that name. All right, so this is going to be a port of the colors run code. So that's going to be very interesting. I need to port the postures as well, which I'm probably not going to do tonight. Well, you know, so this is going to be, you know, weird, but I want to start by just like, let me just do something really, really simple. We're going to start by just replacing the step function, which I forget what that's even at. It's after transit, which is on enter on leave transit step. I think this is correct. Maybe? Oh, this is like get level right here. Get level info. Let me put that in too. Sorry for the my scatterbrained like commentary. I tend to be like that when I stream this stuff. So first of all, this is that. And this is a bool. I think that's correct, unless I miscounted. This is a real coding moment, indeed. It says in R5 though, so this is, I think I got it wrong. I think this is process message. I think I miscounted. Yeah, and then this is called by a lot of things, so that's fascinating. And it sends a message, and it also calls this, what does it call it on though? Right? Oh, it's on the GOC. Okay, so this is a class from that. Cool. And it's send message to something. I don't know what it is yet. I don't know the name yet. But I know what it does. And this part here is running on the player. That's what I wanted to see. Whoops. I should have this on my clipboard instead of doing this. Oh well. Now come on, make it a this call. There we go. I think it's C level info is the class. I don't know if I have that in here yet. Oh, I do. Cool. Yeah, so this is basically get level info. I thought I already put that in though. So I'm confused as to why that's not here. And also why that's there. I did this late at night. Sometimes I wake up in the morning, I'm like, what the frick? What is that? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is basically I'm looking for the Lost World equivalent of this because I can get the name. It's probably, what is it? Get level info? Yeah, that's it. It's literally called get level info. Cool. So that's what that does. Anyway, anytime I see a function that I can figure out, I like want to figure it out. So for some reason they get the level info and then they send the message to something. And I don't remember why. I could figure that out, but I'll do that later. Just wanted to do that while I had the opportunity. Alright, so, on leave, transit, I thought? Now I'm confused. That's not process message. What is it? Enter, leave, update, process message, on enter, on leave, transit. It should be step, right? Because you have like process message, you have on enter, you have on leave, transit. This is step. And for some reason I marked it as on enter. Is that right? One of these is wrong. And then... oh. Okay, this is something else entirely. Sorry. I think it's probably part of Sonic, if I had to guess. And I'll give it back its old name because I don't actually know what it is yet. I made a little mistake. Little mistake there. Me when I get the level info, I know, right? Real. Anyway, so it's like get name, you go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's on enter. And then yeah, so I'm looking at C state run 5, 6, 7. That's on enter, on leave, transit, and then there's a step. So I don't know why I called it on enter. You're entering the state of being a moron. Got him. Alright, let's fix that. Alright, so this should be correct now. Yeah, alright, I don't know why I thought it was on enter at some point. Like in some point in history I named this on enter and that was completely wrong. And that screwed me up for the past like 10 minutes there. Because I was like, my brain was melting going, huh? So remember kids, always name your functions correctly when reverse engineering. That's right. Wait a minute. This isn't on enter either, is it? Because this is a freaking int. This is process message. What? I probably miscounted again. Sorry. I did in fact miscount. Okay, I know what's going on now, sorry. This is on enter. Yes. Alright. Now we're in business. Yeah, that's absolutely on enter. Cool. I can tell just from looking at it, it actually looks like on enter would look. And this is on leave. On leave is usually really tiny. That's a little trick I've learned to help figure it out. Because it's usually they don't usually have to do much when they leave the state. 11 foot players count dead collision with someone. I'm guessing that's a pretty good guess. It's I have it somewhere, but I don't remember where. Because I actually use it in screw me. In here somewhere. I thought I did, maybe I don't. Yeah, level info, here it is. So in Lost World it has a number of things. And I actually didn't figure out the name numbers apparently, but it has like, you can get the ID of the player 1, or you can actually specify, if you do multiplayer, which player ID you want. This is a leftover from past games because they added multiplayer later, right? So that's kind of interesting. You can get information on the player. I don't know what all that entails. You can get whether or not a certain actor is a player or not. You can get whether or not you're in battle mode, which is multiplayer, or time attack mode, or whether or not it's a mini game. You can get the number of players. This return type is incorrect. I haven't fixed it yet. You can get whether you're using the rhythm phantom. That's really specific. Whether you've played the boss open, all sorts of traits. It's really useful, actually. Is playing Zelda event. which is not on the PC version to my knowledge. Maybe it is somewhere. But Death had to recreate a lot of those functions for his DLC restoration mod. His DLC stage. Really useful stuff. There's also like get number of rings somewhere. Get player info, maybe that new. What? Sorry. Yeah, like a pointer to it. Yeah, it returns it returns a pointer to when you call that function. It's 1:30 a.m. You gotta work early tomorrow. Have a great rest. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm making dinner. Are we still in params? Yeah, I'm almost done. Params are one of the hardest things to figure out, and if I can figure it out, then this whole project's gonna go a lot faster. Because every time they say get param, I'm gonna actually know what they're getting now, right? So that's why I want to spend some time on this. I probably should have done it more off camera, but whatever. Also, I put this in the wrong freaking file. Someone watching this who like knows C++ probably noticed that. Why are you putting that in the header, idiot? Yeah. Anyway, so. All right. And I could copy paste this. But the amount of time it will take me to... Yeah, let's do it. I don't care. Fix that. Yeah. Every time I try to be fast, I end up being slower. Alright. So... somewhere I have like a hook that I can copy. There we go. So for now, we're not going to re-implement the whole thing. We're just going to we're just going to hook step. What you do is, this is a library I made called Hook Helpers. What you do is, it's really simple actually. You just give it the address of the function that you want to hook. Then you give it the, if it's a member function, you say member hook. You give it the class that it's part of in the case of a member function, right? So it's part of cstate run, which actually is not here yet, so I'm gonna lie and say it's part of this. And then you give it a name. It can be anything. You tell it the return type or void if it returns nothing, and then you say all the arguments that it takes. And inside this function, you can say this, and you can like treat it like a normal member function. It acts like it's part of cstate run, which is really cool. You can also say call original, which will call the original function. So in this case, it's actually what I want to do. Because I don't want to re-implement this whole thing just yet. So I'm going to call the original cstate run from Lost World unedited, and then after I do that, I'm going to also print my freaking parameters. Like so. We'll see if we can like edit them and stuff. But what I want is I want to get like a I'm actually going to just print 0, and I'm gonna like, do that for a few of them, and like we'll figure them out, right? And I'm gonna put a param here, like, sorry, enum here, like parameter type. This is temporary. This is not the actual name for it, because I'm lazy, and I want to like document them here. All right, so we're gonna try to figure this out one at a time. So here we go. Oh, finally, I need to install the hook, which I made really easy for myself because I hate doing this. Just make a function. Inside the function, you just say install hook, and then you give it the name that you typed earlier, like so, and that's it. And then you say this. And when you build, it just will automatically do that at game startup. I'm going to probably move this into... It's currently part of Lost World API. I'm gonna probably make that part of my hook helpers library instead because it just makes more sense to be there. But for now, it's in Oxford API. Okay, so all this aside, when we run, we should now be seeing console output here. So I'll throw that on my second. Oh, it crashed. Okay. Oh, because I'm in it. I forgot to. Yeah. Forgot to give it the new address. I thought I already did that. Here we go. What'd you say about every time it crashes I lose a programmer point? Dude, I'm gonna lose a lot of points then. My style a lot of times is very much try it and see what happens. And when it dies, okay. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna turn on the second monitor and I'll put it on stream if it actually freaking works, which it should. It does. Oh, sick. Okay, cool, cool. So, let me figure out how to do that. Alright, let's capture, this. Yeah. I don't know where to, like, put it. But the point is just to show you the console. So, when I, like, run around in the game, it's, like, printing numbers, right? Which is cool. So this is, like, always 0.85, it looks like. So I don't know what the frick that is. It's always 0.85. So that's our first parameter. It's probably not always 0.85 when you're not running or something, but it seems like it's always 0.85. Oh, that's unrelated. that was this other output. Oh, cool. The window automatically goes away when I close the game too. That's beautiful. Thanks, OBS. I actually really like that. Maybe joystick threshold? Could be. So what I'm going to do too is I want to start up colors, and I'd like to log the parameters from there and compare them. So, yeah, so let's try to do that real fast too. I know this is taking forever, but this is just something that I need to solve that I've been like trying to do for a while. So if I can get this, everything else is going to be like a lot faster. So I apparently already found this function on colors, or at least I think I did. It's pretty different on colors though, but it does the same thing. It returns 0 or it returns the parameter value. I don't know how this works. I think so. There's a constructor. I should be looking at that. Oh yeah, this is the same as in Lost World, but different. That's how it goes, huh? This too, it looks like. Is that right? Oh, no. This is just Gijo getting confused. I see what it is. This is like the parameter node or something. So I assume it's got like a different name. Yeah, oh yeah, this is new for, it's only 4 bytes, whatever this is. Cool, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let's see, this looks like an int. I don't know what this is yet, but it's 4 bytes. And this looks like a bool, but I'll say uchar because you can never be too safe. I'd rather, you know if it actually is set to something other than 0 or 1. Oh, this is actually just straight up the name. I think this inherits from something like that already has all that stuff defined, but whatever. Okay, so this is actually an array of structs, I can tell. It starts at 20, and it ends at the mPlayer address, which is here, 5052. So it's 32 bytes in size. And it looks like each one of them is 8 bytes long, so there's 4 of them. So it's an array of 4 structs that are 8 bytes in size. What struct is that, you might ask? I don't know. because there's no name for this anywhere. So I could like stress over that, but instead I'm just gonna give it a freaking name, and it doesn't matter if it's correct. I'm probably gonna call it something similar to what Lost World calls it. So Lost World had a parameter node, a linked list of parameter nodes. Oh, they had 6 of these. Interesting. I'm going to just assume that it's called parameter node. It probably isn't, but who frickin' cares? And it's 8 bytes in size. And so yeah, this is an array of, I forgot how many I said, 4 parameter nodes? Yeah, we can see it fits in the struct perfectly, so it looks good. So then the parameter node has 2 values on it. The first one looks like an int, probably the index of the parameter node, if I had to guess. And the second one probably is the value, right? That would make sense. This would be simple and make a lot more sense than what Lost World's doing. Imagine calculating for real. Oh yeah, hey, is this essentially trying to put colors in Lost World? Yes. It's really crazy. It's gonna take a while, but we're gonna see. I haven't been paying attention. Are those equivalent to what they have with reflection HE2, or do they have that here? You mean this name inside of the C parameter Gawk, or what are you referring to? Failing a build, you lose 1 point. If it crashes, you lose 2 parameter points. Dang! You inspire me to do a 60 compilation? That's awesome. Let's go. It can be hard and stuff, but like, for me at least, the trick has been to just know that you're not gonna have something working fast, right? And just love the process of just like typing stuff in. It's like a ridiculously massive jigsaw puzzle, right? That you're hoping to someday put together. Oh, this is a destructor, by the way. Yeah, I don't know what it's a destructor for, but but I could figure out, because this probably has RTTI. Maybe not. Well, hang on, this is a string right here. Hey! Okay, hang on, we're gonna do a trick. So, you're not gonna see it because it's on my single monitor. For various reasons. But if I search for this string in a version of IDA, which just froze, by the way, because IDA is definitely worth like $2,000 or whatever they charge for it. It's absolutely not a buggy piece of crap. Good lord. Somewhere, one of these functions that references this is what I'm looking for. Give me a second here. Is this it? No. Maybe this is it. There's a couple of things that reference it. Oh. Apparently there's 12 things. That's kind of fun. Could it be you? Well, this isn't as easy as I thought. I was gonna just try to see what type that thing was, but it doesn't really matter that much. And this is just a weird optimization that was done, but that's correct. Oh wait, here's the VF table. Yo, there's a VF table. I didn't notice that. I'm blind. I don't know how I didn't see that. Sick. That makes it way easier. I think that's the whole thing now. And these are both functions that Ghidra didn't identify as functions, so I'm just telling it that they're functions. Okay, so because of this, we have RTTI for it in Colors Ultimate. So if I look for the RTTI, then that'll find the thing I was looking for way faster. Here's the complete object locator. We got the hierarchy description. We have the array of base classes. Here we go. It inherits from... yeah. When Ghidra's decompiling, if you try to save, it just tells you, like, screw you. It's like, not now, I'm busy. You're like, okay. Hopefully you don't crash, though. And I think this is too big. Oh, well, it should be too big, but I'll have to go ahead and fix it later. But it inherits from CGOT component. So that this char is probably is like definitely part of that, but I'll fix it later. And furthermore, if I see what references this, sorry, I know you can't see this. Oh, where is it? Hang on, there's a reference to the VF table. Yeah, that's what I'd like to go to. I forgot how to freaking get there. Is that it? No, how is this? That's the fracking. I can't remember where this is. Oh, you can already see it kind of hovering over on the screen. Actually, I could probably just put this on the main screen. It'd probably be fine. But it's good despite the cloud decompiler. Good for x86. Yeah, it probably is. I've had not the best experience with IDA in general, but base class array. Is this it? I like actually forgot how to find this. I've got the I just did it like yesterday, but I'm stupid. I have the RTDI type descriptor, but I'm looking for the VF table. It has a reference to it, but I forgot how to get to it. Oh, is this how you do it? Yeah, I found. Okay, that's how you do it. So in Colors Ultimate, it's 3 functions. The first one is the destructor, which is no surprise. I think anyway. Maybe it's not. It looks like a destructor. And then the second 2 are actually pure virtual functions, which the Wii version looks to have replaced with just empty returns. I guess the Wii compiler does that. That makes sense. But the Wii compiler, like, that they used, did this to it. So anyway, let's name this. Is that right? Yeah. So I don't lose it. And yeah, these are the pure virtual functions, but the Wii U made them just returns. Yeah, this is definitely a destructor. I don't know why it doesn't look like that. Anyway, alright, so the final thing I want to find... Sorry. Alright, great, great stream. I don't know if this is it. I think this is it. It's either that or copy. Let me look at the other one. There's like a, I'm looking for the constructor. Because that would tell me a thing or two. Well, it doesn't really matter. I've got enough figured out. So, what I'd like to do now is, print out the params. I don't understand any of it, but I still think it's neat. Well, thank you. We're importing the logic of components in Lost World? Yes, that's what I'm doing. Right now I'm trying to reverse engineer something that probably would have been better to do off camera. But what I'm basically trying to figure out is what all of these different parameter values mean. Because I don't have names for any of this stuff, so I gotta like just do it the old brute force way of like guessing. So I'm trying to like print them all out on the screen, and then once I get that I can figure them out. And then once I get that, I can actually port the rest of the jump state and the run state and the Wisp and all that stuff. That's what I want to get to. Let's go print out those values. Okay, so here's the C parameter Gawk in Sonic Colors. So they have an array that's this is much simpler than the way it works in Lost World, which is actually cool. So I can already tell, well, maybe not. I thought I knew what this was. Hang on, hex 40, I'm stupid. What's hex 40 again? 64, yeah, I knew that. But yeah, that's how it goes. When you stream, you become stupid, basically. Okay, so this is whatever they created here. And I don't know the type. It's very interesting. So this is a constructor for something. Maybe this is the parameter node, actually. I wonder what it takes as arguments. Does it have like a count? No. So I'm gonna get rid of that. Why is the load size inaccurate? What did I do wrong there? I don't know, but this is something. And it's actually 4 bytes in size, which begs the question why they're allocating that on the heap. But you know, you do you, Sonic Team. Oh, actually, this might be useful. No, it's okay. It's a debug assert that got left over, or maybe it's an exception. I don't know. But it doesn't say anything about the name, unfortunately. Looks like. So that's cool. I don't know what that is either. But if it's allocation failed, okay, this is actually similarly large. So maybe let me go back to that git and just see what it does. So they have an array of things here. Plus 14, so they're getting some class and they're getting some member of the class. Then they're saying the index times hex 14, so I guess it's the size of the thing that we're dealing with here, and they're just dereferencing it from that. So I'm going to say, gosh, what's the best way to do this crap? I think I'll just put a breakpoint here. Give me a second here. My, like, Dolphin UI is bugging the frick out. Okay, there we go. Oh, don't crash, please. Okay. Dolphin likes to crash. Alright, colors. There we go, it's working this time. Pause. Paste the address. Put a breakpoint. Cool. So when we hit that breakpoint, we're gonna go backwards from there. What's this? Oh yeah, these are. Close these. I don't recommend seeing in PPC for references, mostly because it PCTR for branches for long distance. Do you mean like? You don't recommend using the Wii U version as the reference? I hit a breakpoint. Okay, so what I wanted to see here was, first of all, they take the value, they add 14 to it, and then they take param1, they multiply that by 14, and then that gets set into R0. Finally, they take, I forget what LWZX means, I can look that up, load word something X, okay. I think this is probably loads a word at an offset, if I had to guess. So it's like this is the pointer and then this is the offset, right? But so this is what we're actually dereferencing. So this is R4, right? I already forgot. Yeah. Wait. R3. Okay. So R3 currently is actually set to what we want, I believe. So we can just go there. Yes, and this is C parameter gawk. Okay, so if we then go by 14, we get this value, which is a pointer. Yeah, and then it's a pointer to something. It's an array of something. Did you not copy that value? I see what it did. Copy address copies that. Okay. Also, it's not in like hex. I don't think. There we go. So this is 20 bytes in size, so we got 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, and then it repeats. So what they're looking for in this struct is actually just the first value of the struct, which is pretty nice for us. And then, yeah. So this is a float. Doesn't look like a float, though. I think I screwed up. Yeah, I screwed something up. Is this sort of process possible in any game? Say I wanted to use the Sonic 1 and 2 decomps to make a 3D blast. So I always say this on my streams, but technically anything is possible, right? It's a matter of how practical it is. So, cause like you can do a lot of things, but it might take like 20 years. You know what I mean? So it's a matter of like, can you do it within a reasonable amount of time without breaking your brain, right? For something like that, I would say, I mean, I'm not good at with the classic Sonic games like the ROMs, like ROM hacking. If you're good at ROM hacking, and you are good at retro engine modding, so you know like a little bit about maybe like Mania and stuff, and you've looked at the Rubber Ducky Coolie, I think that's the name. You know, like Sonic Mania decomp and everything. Then yeah, I would say it's totally doable. But you would need to like go through the ROM for those games, and you would need to figure out kind of how they work, right? And then you'd want to recreate it in that engine. For something like that, though, I'll be honest and say it probably makes more sense at that point to just like do it in your own sort of engine, you know, rather than trying to like mod it into Retro Engine. Just because I don't know how well it would map. I mean, I don't know. It might map well, but it might be easier actually to just do like your own thing at that point. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm not very familiar with it, but it's doable. It's just that it would be tricky. You need to know how to look at Sega Genesis ROMs and figure out what they're doing, basically, right? If you can do that, then yeah, sure, you can port it to anything. Look for view and registers. Yeah, I'm gonna go through it. So I think what I did wrong is this is what I did wrong. Oh no, wait, no. So the address I put the breakpoint at is here. So we load this base into this pointer, which should just mean loading the first value into it. So I don't know why that would be a problem, but something's amuck here. I think what I'll do actually is oh, what am I what? Sorry, I'm like totally like, sometimes I get totally stupid. Oh, this branches to here. Oh. It's like a thunk function. Got it. It's probably not C parameter got get, it's probably something else. But anyway, alright, so here, for example, they take the value of that and they OR it, and then they bring it into here, and I see. Oh. Oh, got it. Okay, this is another function right down here. But yeah, it threw me off because it's a thunk that got called, and Geezer didn't really show that to me. So this takes the value of whatever the frick this is, and it passes that into here along with Geezer will let me edit that later. This other thing. So I don't need to actually add the number to it like I thought I did. I don't know what this is at this call on yet, but I know it's calling something. Yeah, that's not correct. Okay, and it returns a float. It's not a double. What are we doing now? I'm trying to print all the parameters and colors. I know it's taking forever. I'm sorry. Once I print all the params, I can compare it to Lost World and we can speed up real fast. So I'm almost there. So what I need to do is Okay, we're taking this pointer, we're dereferencing it because there's something at the beginning we want. We're adding 14 to that, and then we are adding param 1, and we're multiplying. So what I should do is, I think I'm going to say right before the multiplication. So this is the multiplication right here. So we loaded this pointer in, and, man, this is where my lack of PPC assembly understanding comes into play. It looks like they actually are they adding this afterwards? Yeah, and then I see what they're doing. So this is where I want to check the value of this at, I think. So let me, it's actually literally the next address. So let it hit that. Okay, R3. For real this time. Alright, hopefully. View memory. Okay. We're going to view it as this. Also, sorry, hey. Andrew, how you doing? It has been a while. It's good to see you. It'd probably be easier since it's not really anything like engine Genesis games. Yeah, it can kind of be... It's really just a lot of math and stuff. The hard part is you would need to know like what it's doing, and you basically want to port it to like a totally different way of doing things. Like what I'm trying to say is like with a game like Colors or Lost World or something that's a little more modern, you usually have like a function that's like, you know, I don't know, draw model or something, right? A really simple example, but you know, it's usually more complicated than that. But maybe you have a function like that you call, and then internally that calls some other thing that's platform specific, and it draws a model on a screen, right? And so you want to like recreate these sorts of functions as best you can, but like make the implementation different, right? For something like a Genesis game, it's usually like you've got very specific pins and things on the hardware that you're setting specific values to, and that's making things happen, right? So you send this number to this address, and it causes, you know, I don't know, the color green to be drawn to the screen or something, right? And so you need to know the Genesis well enough to know what all that means and make sense of it. And then you want to replace that stuff, you know, instead of trying to like send a number to a pin. You're not going to do that on a modern system, right? What you want to do instead of that is you want to like make a function like draw green, you know, and then call that and make it do the equivalent thing, right? I don't know if that made sense. That was kind of a weird explanation, but it's a little different. It's like instead of trying to directly port the code, you're kind of trying to map the code. To like the closest equivalent. So you could do it in any engine. It's just kind of like what suits your workflow best and whatever. Okay, anyway, so this is if I'm not mistaken, at this point in time, this is a pointer to basically this array, and we're about to add the offset of parameter 1 times 14 to it, but we don't actually want to do that yet. So what we want to do is we just want to print, just print the value right here, but it doesn't look right. These don't look right to me. These don't look the correct floats. Am I missing something here? Do we like dereference it? Oh, I think we dereference it. So I think this is a pointer. And if we type that in, that looks right. Yeah, there we go. Okay. There are our floats. You thought you could hide from me, but you could not. Oh, yo, let's freaking go. Okay, now we've got it. Okay, so I think I'm going insane. What's the name of the less than, I would call them less than greater than symbols. I don't know what you, if you want to call them like, like in generics and templates, I guess I would call them, what are they? Angled brackets or something like that? I actually forgot what that's, you know, no joke. Like straight up. If you asked Bing this, oh, I accidentally typed hat's the name of the symbols. Yeah, anyway, it'll still know. Bing would actually know this. They're called less than and greater than signs respectively in programming. They are used in many programming languages. Yeah, but they're called something else. What are they called in the context of templates? I actually just wonder what the AI will say. They're called angled brackets. There you go. Cool. It's interesting getting perspective from actual programmers. Thanks. Yeah. It's cool to like imagine the possibilities of like the other types of projects you can do, you know? So you really can do pretty much anything if you put your mind to it. It just is a matter of how long will it take. Okay, so the way that it works in colors, I don't know why, they have these structs that have pointers to things, and one of the pointers is the value, which is the float. So it would be really cool if it's like if I could just write a little piece of code, you know, that would just like parse these values in the way that I want, right? But I don't think that Dolphin really has that functionality. You can give it an address to watch, which is great, and I will be using that for sure. But I want to like also be able to parse it like that, but I can't. So anyway, in colors, the first value is actually 350. So I'm gonna add that to the watch. I'm gonna say param 0. Yeah, we can see the value right here, 350. If I want to go to the second value, then the second value is, this is really tedious. There has to be a better way to do this. It's this plus 14 times whatever I want, whatever parameter I want. So if I want parameter 1, that is 14 times 1, which is 14, right? There you go. This is the address. Copy value. Put it there, and this is so tedious. Like, there has to be a better way. I put it here, and then finally, I can just add it to watch. I don't need to change the... Yeah, and this is the second one. So, notice that value, 0.85. Do you remember when 97,000 years ago, when I was doing this in Lost Word on the PC, the first value that I printed out was always 0.85, right? So there we go. The value number 1 in colors seems to be whatever this value is in Lost World. So we have a mapping already. So that's pretty cool. I'm going to, I think, make an enum where I just say like param 01, right? And this is the number from colors. It's in colors you would type 1. But in Lost World, it's actually 0, so I'm going to say equals 0, right? And basically what I'm doing is I'm making a mapping between the colors params and the Lost World ones. I think I'll actually call it like something like this. Yeah. And then we can go from here. So, alright. Cool, now we got something going. Now I'm noticing this is like 0, this is 1, and, you know, so far, it looks like I can, this would be 2, this would be 3, and so on. But because it's referenced via that pointer, I don't actually know that that's always the case. It could be that a pointer points to this or something, right? So I would hope not, but I don't actually know. It might be... I might be able to assume that safely. Again, I just don't know. Oh no, it looks like it's kind of weird. It looks like there's 2 values. There's like something that's like an int or whatever, and then there's like... Oh, frick, I know it. Oh, frick. I see what it is. Yo, I found the pattern. Okay, it's the index of the parameter followed by the value. Yo. Okay, so this is so I don't even need to do any of that. This is awesome. Okay, this is param 0. This is the float. Param 1, this is the float. Param 2, this is the float, and so on. So I can just add them. So add to watch. Oh, it's sick, dude. Okay, this is gonna still take a while though. Actually, it's set to 2, hilariously enough, but it's a float. This is param 3. All right, and the funniest thing too is when I like close the game, I'm gonna like lose these. So I need to do all the stuff I want to figure out now, or else I have to figure out some of this again. But it'll be way faster if I have to do it again, because I know what I'm doing now. Figuring out what you're doing is the hardest part. But, like always. But it's so, like, weird. You're probably noticing that with the UI, like, when I try to edit the name, it's all weird on me. But anyway, param 6 is 0. I can already see it's 0, but it might change, so let's put it here so we can track it. And I'm not going to do this for all the params because that'll take an eternity. Again, it'd be cool if you could script this somehow. Like, really cool. Ah, see, this is one where this is actually param 9, not 8. And then 8 is here. But because we have the index sitting right there, we don't have to do all that pointer crap to figure that out. We can just look at it. Oh, and, oops. Glad I caught that mistake. Yeah, and I'm not going to do this for all of them because this is going to take 9,000 years. But we'll do some of them. Has to be able to automate it. Yeah, I feel like that too, but I don't know if there is. There's Dolphin's cool that it lets you debug it, but it's a little limited. 3D Blast uses translated PC on C code on PC and Saturn, while Genesis uses assembly. I didn't know that. That's super cool. But yeah, what Red said, probably better to remake it from scratch. Yeah, I would think it'd be easier for a game like that to just look at the ROM to figure out the specifics of how certain things work, like certain physics and stuff, and just recreate that in your own engine, right? With colors or something, you want to try to like recreate the code as accurately as possible because the code is kind of designed to be cross-platform. But with Genesis ROMs, it's meant for the Genesis. It's not meant for anything else. So it's a little weird to like try to directly import it. Yo, we got the Frenzy Wisp. I removed it from the playlist, but yeah, you know, you can pop your head to it. Keep on the topic of colors of this port. Could you open up more mod capabilities in the base game, perhaps? Because no one wants to touch Alto for good reason. Yes, I'd love to make it so you can like make mods for Spectrum, right? And so you could actually like mod that instead of Colors Alto or whatever, because that would be cool. Because all the existing like Lost World tooling would work for this too, and I'm making some tools for Lost World that are going to make things a lot easier too in the future. So that would be pretty cool. 50 seems like a rotation value. I think you're totally right. Param 05 is an angle in radians. It's 15 degrees. That is super useful, Wasif. Thank you. I know you're right, because you seem to have an instinct for this stuff. Did you ever get the Spinach and Frontiers? I actually haven't unlocked it yet, I don't think. I've heard people who tried it said it was peak, but I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to say, I'm actually going to write that down. Thank you. Param 05 is a angle in radians. I don't know what it maps to. I'm going to say that. And I'm also going to say, Wasif says it's a angle in radians. That sounds correct. They tend to do things in radians, actually, in this game. But sometimes they don't. Sometimes they use degrees. This looks like speed or something, doesn't it? So, oh, we can lock them too, right? So let's do that, right? Let's lock the speed, or whatever this value is. Oh. Oh no, Sonic's gonna drown! Can I not edit it like this? That's very weird, that I can't edit that. Sonic's dead. I'm sorry. You were disappointed by it? Yeah, I heard some people saying that too, actually. Alright, I think the way I have to edit this is weird. I have to actually, like... First of all, go back to here. Is that right? No. I was in the right position already. That's it. And then I need to, set the value to... I'm gonna set to 0. Yeah, and then when I update this, there we go, lock it. So I'm gonna hit play, and we're gonna see... Oh, I forgot about the breakpoint. Just disable it. Okay. We're gonna see what happens now. Sorry, my PC is a potato. Okay, it's not speed. I don't know what it is. But it's lagging so bad. Good lord. I don't know what's different. Oh! That's a moon jump. We just accidentally created a freaking moon jump. So that's like gravity. That's the gravity value, it looks like. Yeah, because he doesn't actually go up, he just... it's like, what is it, like downwards velocity? Yeah, gravity. Let's go! Is 60 FPS patch on? It is. It's just that I have multiple Ghidra instances running. I've got VS, I've got all this crap. I've got like I've got OBS, and then I'm also doing this, so my PC is just dying. Normally it runs this better, but yeah. Okay, so that looks like gravity. So let's go. I'm gonna call it that. What, like gravity speed or something? What? I feel like you should turn the patch off. Maybe that would help the frame rate. I don't know. Is this the FPS you had to go through while we were hunting down the gauge damage rate? No, actually, it ran great when I wasn't streaming. When I start streaming, it like kills dolphin speed. Gravity acceleration? Yeah, that might be right. Gravity force? Gravity force sounds correct. If the name isn't totally correct, it's like fine, right? But I need to yeah, so I just want like a guess for what it is. So I don't know what this is in Lost World, right? That's the thing. And I need to be able to edit in Lost World somehow to like figure that out. So I'm gonna put like -1 for all the ones I don't know yet. Yeah, that's easy. That's better than 0. This one I know. That one's already figured out. But I don't know what it does. It's 0.85 always. So let's change it and see what happens. So unlock this. Also, first of all, if I unlock it, does it actually like what sets it? Nothing. Oh. Interesting. So, okay, let's set it to, what was it, 350? And lock it at that. And see if that's correct now. Uh-oh. Did I change anything else? Or why is that not going back? Okay, hang on. Maybe I need to figure that out. I'm pretty sure... No, this was... Was it like -350 or something? It's still this. So I don't actually know why that's not working now. Maybe it's because... I don't think anything's different. He's floating. So something's different. Try restarting the level. So yeah, I thought about that. Maybe it reloads the value when you do this. But I'm kind of worried that when I do that, it's gonna. Well, we'll see. It might break my address. Oh no, it looks like it's still in the same memory position. Okay, so who knows? Oh yeah, you're right. That fixed it. Okay, so for some reason it only grabs the value from here when the level begins. I don't know why. It must like cache it somewhere else or something. But okay, cool. So we have to restart every time, but it's no big deal. Okay, so let's edit this one. So this is 0.85. Let's set it to 0. I don't think it'll make a difference. But let's see what happens. Lock it. And I guess we have to restart the level. Set it to 420 for the funny. I would think that would make it... Yeah, he'd fall faster, right? Okay. Oh, this is interesting. Is that different? I can't tell. Maybe I should have set it to like a bigger number or something. I don't know what 0.85 is about. But I know that it's the same in Lost World, so I know what that value maps to. Maybe this time you hold jump? I actually am holding jump. So I don't know. That's he's jumping pretty high. Alright, and you know what? I will set it to 420 just because I can. You've empowered me. Yeah, lock it at 420. Let's go. Also, set this back to... Let's set it to, It was 0.85, right? Let's set it to like 800. Let's see how the game likes that one. Yeah, lock it at 800. Restart. Let's see what happens. Character weight? Yeah, that could be. Alright, so this is the gravity now. Yeah, the gravity's a little faster. Because it's 420. I should set it to like 1,000 and see how fast he falls. I don't know what else is different. It's not a great idea for me to change 2 prems at once. Because you'd think you'd notice a really drastic difference. Other than the gravity being higher, I don't notice any difference from that 0.85 value being something else. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if that's right. Weird. Cause of muscle memory. Yeah, it's weird, huh? Oh, you'd be easier to tell if the game was running at a proper frame rate. Yeah, I know. I need to upgrade. I don't know what that value is, but I don't know if I really need to. I know it's 0.85 on both games, so it's fine. This one's interesting. I wonder what 2 is. Also, this one you said was an angle. I think you're right. That's convenient. Okay, so what would be like... Should I just set it to 0 degrees and see what happens? Yeah, that's right. 0 degrees. Also, let's also change this because well, no, it's fine. That's a high Richard Sonny. How you doing? Prediction angle you can idle on. Maybe how he sleeps or something? Let's try running first, though. Interesting. Did that take longer? I don't think so. I think that's actually the... Let's reach for the stars. I can still play Reach for the Stars, right? I think Endless Possibilities is copyrighted. But this one's fine. Take off at the speed of sound. I don't see anything different. Oh, wait. Actually, I think rotating is... Oh, yeah, rotating is wrong, I think. When I'm in the run state... no? I think the game just controls, like... No, wait. No, it's harder to turn Sonic than usual. Yeah, that's a lot harder. Why don't you start with a jog before walking? Whoops. Oh, no. Okay, I might have to find the values again. We'll see if they're the same or not. Actually they are. They're the same. Cool. Alright, so I don't know when they updated in memory, but... Alright, so we're good. So, yeah, he rotates kind of more slowly now. So maybe it's like rotation speed or something? Yeah, when I try to turn left and right, it's like crazy. So I think it's like turn sensitivity. Or something. So if I like show this in memory, and I edit this to be like, let's say like a large value for this at least, right? We'll set it to 20. He never turns like that. Yeah, he's turning weird. We're already getting into the same songs on repeat now. I think this should be like really sensitive turning now, right? Oh, is his body kind of weird, or is it just me? No, he's still... Maybe I made it too high, though. Like, maybe it kind of wraps back around into being... Because you said it was an angle, so if I make it 20, that's, like, ridiculous. So what would be, like, I forgot. Radians 2 degrees. Let's do, 90 degrees is be 1.570796 radians. Okay. Set the value. Yeah, and then update the value. There we go. Let's see how that works. I always hated how Sonic stopped between angles and rotating this game. Yeah. Maybe it's something to fix someday, right? Who knows? Okay, let's see how he rotates now. Weird. Is that because I changed the 0.85 thing? No, I don't think so. I changed it back, right? I don't know. It seems his turning is all screwed up, but I don't know, I don't know why exactly. I don't know what this value does. It seems to be related to turning, so just to make sure of that, that it's that and not this parameter that I edited earlier. Let's set it back to... Oh, frick, what was it? You had it in the chat, Wasif. Let me see. Where'd you put it? I'm sorry. Oh, you said something about the player common RFL uses degrees, which then converts to radians. Yeah, sometimes they do that stuff. It's really weird. Oh, it's 15 degrees in radians, which I can just convert that back. Have you heard about the Sonic 3D Blast Director's Cut mod? Yeah, I did. It's amazing. Thanks, Wasif. Really appreciate that. Alright, cool. Let's lock it to that and see what happens. It also could just be the fact that we're locking it if there is something editing it, but I haven't found code that actually edits these parameters yet. They seem to just be kind of like, it's like an RFL, but it's hard-coded. It's really weird. Is this turning right? I don't know. I'm like going left and right a lot, so most players are not going to do that normally, so the turning, it's going to look weird, but I don't know if this is normal. No, he still seems like he's a little harder to control than he should be. He's like a car, you know? I don't know, I don't remember. Actually, that might be correct. Oh wait, no, it doesn't feel right. Interesting. I mean, that would be cool too. If you don't mind, like, that actually would be cool. It's hard for me to work while watching. Yeah, I understand that. Since the game's running at half the speed, that's just because my PC's a potato. Also, some of these are probably related to the Wisp too. I didn't think about that. But definitely, there's going to be ones related to, like, all the different Wisp stuff. Okay, so we're not going to figure out all these. Let's just figure out some that are important to us, right? So we know that this one maps to that. We also need to figure out some of the Lost World stuff. So let's see if we can get, I guess let's get the value of parameter 1 and just go from there. I'm also gonna do like 2. I'm just gonna print 2 at once. Now my PC is gonna also be running Sonic Lost World. What could go wrong? I'll put this over here. Alright. Cool. Alright, so param 1 is 2. Ah, that's like the colorless one. And param 2 is 0.1. And yeah, I don't think in Lost World that the params change either. I think they're constant. Fascinating. So I guess the params are like constants. Why do they implement it this way, though? It's such a complicated way to do constants, so there has to be something to it that I don't understand. But I already forgot. Which one was... Param 1 was the one that was 2, right? So if I look at this, yeah, param 02 is... 1. Are you seeing a pattern here? I'm seeing a pattern. So it looks like, so far anyway, the colors parameters are just one value higher than the Lost World parameters. Very interesting indeed. So let me actually keep that there to make sure of that. And I'm also going to edit this one to something else. So let's check out 3, and let's just, I don't know, let's just keep going, right? Yeah, we could probably do a few more. I could make like a macro for this. That would be sick. I'm kind of lazy. Actually, I mean, let's... Yeah, it's fine. Alright, we'll print out a few of those. Alright. There we go. Alright, and it seems like no matter what speed we run at and stuff, it's always the same, right? Let me see what it was at the beginning. Oops. Yeah, it looks like it's always the same. So let me grab this. So param 1 is 2, so I got that right. Param 3 is 174. Okay, so yeah, let me actually copy paste this and close the game. And we'll put it here. It doesn't really matter. Alright. Also, turns out it's really work differently than colors for laser. Oh yeah, the laser is like totally different. I don't know why. Sunk. I agree. I thought it was a bug in the Sonic 06 Xbox Live demo. Oh, like in there. Yeah, it seems like a bug, but it's just me. Is it good for like compiling and stuff though? So, fun fact: I built this PC in 2013, and it hasn't had a huge amount of upgrades since. I put in like an SSD, and I put it. You know, I went Windows 10, and you know, a few other things. But yeah, I've basically been rocking a 2013 PC. I'm gonna upgrade someday, I swear, but yeah, I like to hold on to my things as long as I possibly freaking can. I don't want to, like, announce it and have it not happen, but I actually have a friend who, like, just bought a new graphics card and doesn't need their old one, and their old one is a 1070 Ti, which is a lot better than what I have. And they're like, dude, your PC is freaking ancient. Would you like the old card? Like, I could just send it to you. I thought that was really nice. So I don't know if they're actually gonna go through with that or not, but I said yes, please. So hopefully that can hold me over a little bit while I like find something better to do. Because I want to like someday like, you know, save up and like get a, you know, build a new PC that's like overkill. That'll last me a long time, but in the meantime, I'm just using this. For most of what I do, it actually works great, because I don't play a huge amount of like modern games and stuff. But when I stream, it's usually bad. 10 years, yep. It's holding pretty well. Yeah, it's been through a lot. Hey, Wham. Are you re-putting off something's physics? Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what these parameters are, because there's no symbols for them. In any of the games. They're just numbers. So I'm trying to like figure out what they are, and then once I have that, it's going to be way easier for me to implement the player states, because there's all these points in the code where they say like get parameter and then there's a number, right? And this is like an enum, you know? It has a name, but I don't know what the name is. So I'm trying to figure that out. Yeah, so anyway, so here's param 1 is 2 in Sonic Lost World. And in colors, param 2 is 2, right? So we can see a pattern here. So by this pattern, yeah, once again, the pattern is that the colors parameter index is always 1 greater than the Lost World parameter index so far. So param 3 in Lost World should be param 4 in colors. Yes, it is! Let's freaking go! So maybe I don't even need to like map them out like this, because maybe I can just always add 1. I don't know if they all map, but so far it looks like they're all mapping. So I didn't actually check the value of 2. I did, but then I closed it like an idiot. Maybe I'll remember it when I see it though. Was this right? Was it 0.1? I don't remember. But let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of 3. We don't need that anymore. We're gonna check the value of 2. Also, let's check these while we're at it. Param 4 is 0.785, whatever. So it should be param 5. Okay, it's not the same. Wait, but oh, I edited it though. You said this was the in radians, right? Let me check that. 44 degrees. It could be. 10 years in the joint made you a potato. I wonder if Fred's gonna get the reference. Sadly, I do not. It might have been from something I've seen, but I don't get it. Sorry. I just saw it in Super Chat. Thank you so much, Autumn. Hope 140 is enough to fund the rad PC upgrade. I love that you took into account the YouTube cut. Thank you so much. There it is. Whew. I don't know if that sound played on the stream. For some reason, it just played through my, I have my headphones on, but it actually played through my TV speakers. I was like, what the frick? That's awesome. 10 years in the joint. I heard it, nice. I don't know if it was from the mic picking it up though or not. Remember to donate 30% to Google. Yeah, exactly. Man. It's good to not waste too much. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. What about your CPU? Bro, if I tell you all my specs are gonna, like, cry. My CPU is an i5, what is it? I forgot the model even. Ever heard of this? If you type DXDiag, you get diagnostics and it tells you all this stuff. It's an i5 4670K. So there you go. And the GPU is the... It's a 760. It's a GTX 760. Very old. I know. Surprisingly still working though, for many things. It has... I didn't get the 2 gig VRAM one. I got the 4 gig VRAM one. So I've got more VRAM than you might think. But it's still not great. Yeah, 4 gigs of VRAM. Let's go! The 1070 Ti has 8 gigs. So that's like significantly better. And then I have 16 gigs of RAM, but it's DDR3. That's right. I've been streaming on a potato this whole time. Right, my backup laptop is better than that. I know. I know. I actually have a laptop that has better specs in many regards. It doesn't have a better GPU, but it has better everything else, pretty much. But that laptop, even though I've only had it for 2 years, is actually running into overheating issues, and I don't know why. Because the fans are clean. It's like, you'll run it for like an hour and it'll be fine, and then it'll start overheating, and the fans spin. Thank you so much, Luke. I really appreciate it. My country currency is worth nothing since it probably isn't even 2 freedom dollars. It is apparently 10 freedom dollars. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. 760? Yeah, it's bad. Maybe it's the battery? I think it's related actually to the battery because it also was telling me when it happens sometimes the battery icon on the Windows tray says no battery detected or something like that. It's like, oh. So I probably need a new battery for it. I don't know why the battery's dying after 2 years though. I didn't do anything crazy with it, you know? So I'm just like, bro. It's a really nice laptop other than that, but yeah, it stinks. I'm a software guy, but I am not a hardware guy at all. So, like, give me this stuff and I can, you know, figure out all the numbers and everything. Give me, you know, a laptop and tell me to fix it, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea. I've done a few things with hardware, but not, you know, and I was actually on a robotics team, but I still don't know what I'm doing, so... My specs are only ever so slightly better. Hey, well, at least they're better. Me and my 3070 with 8 gigs of VRAM, but still doesn't feel like it'll be enough going forward. No, games are like... You know it's good when we live in a world where, like, there are games releasing that the literally best consumer graphics card on the market that you can buy can't run it at full speed, at 4K. Right? Like, that's happening. I think it's Cyberpunk. It can't run on the latest, like, RTX that costs the most at 4K. I heard. Pretty bad. So yeah, games are just really badly optimized now, but... Also, my PC is a potato. Both things are true. I have 2060 with a nice 6 gigs. That's pretty good. Just for the warranty to run out? Exactly. Yeah, no, I think the warranty was literally like exactly 2 years. They make stuff to break now, man. Like, everything's designed to freaking break so that you buy a new one. It's called planned obsolescence. And it ticks me off. Because I would gladly rather spend an extra few $100 on something if it just didn't break. You know? It's worth it. But, like, you can't buy something that doesn't break anymore. Like, I don't know where to get it. But yeah, but this graphics card, crappy as it is, lasted for 10 years. It's still going. If I buy a new one, I'm not confident it'll last 10 years. So that's part of my hesitation, actually. Because I don't want to be in this cycle of, like, dropping $100 or $1,000 every few years. You know? It's like, basically what they did is they made a subscription service out of hardware. It's nuts. Most of the big games that require such overkill requirements are usually never optimized. Yeah, I know, it stinks. Something happened to my laptop battery? That's sad. I'm sorry to hear that. My specs are i7, 32 gigs of RAM. Nice. And my graphics card is a 6 gig GTX 1660. Not bad. It's all still better than mine. Because when I tell people my computer's a potato, they're like, oh, what do you got? Like a 1060? And I'm like, no. No, I got a 760. Everyone's always surprised. Alright, so anyway, this is, maybe it's related to this, but I don't actually know. It looks like it's a little different. Param 7 is 1.8. But this looks like it's starting different now. So I don't know if that's equivalent or not. But what I'm gonna do is map a few more of these. So, yep, that's it. But see, I could make like a macro to do this more quickly, but instead we're doing it the old way. Alright. Or I could do a freaking for loop. That would be smart. Forgot how to program. Alright, so let's see what we got. We got, let's copy this, yeah. Oops. The wrong key. Every time I try to do like a, save myself some time, I hit the wrong key. Alright, so let's see how many of these, so this is 200. This is 300. These could very well be that they just changed the numbers though. Like they could be the same. It could be that they just freaking changed it. Because this is 100 param 9. Yeah, so it looks like what I'm saying about it being +1 is actually still correct. They just, let's go, Planet Wisp. They just changed some of the values. So this is 8. Oh wait. Actually, I don't know. Wait, so param 9. So this would be 10. Based on what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. It could be that they just changed it. It could also be that. Let's see what param 10 is. 10? Right here. That's 50. So it's like 100, 350. 200, 100, well here's 50. I don't know, right? Maybe this is that. Like, I don't know how much they changed it and how much it's like hard to, I should just, yeah, I should just play with them and see what happens. So, let's change the value of this. It's 9 followed by this number right here. So, show it in memory. And change the value to, I don't know, what do you want to do? You want to do like a big number, or do you want to do a small one? Chat, you vote. Gotta drink some water. I don't know, it's possible, but my 1660 manages to just run 4K at 50 FPS. That's actually sick. Because of that, my plans of building a PC and learning coding are gone now. That stinks. I mean, I would say still learning is definitely worth it. The PC parts, from what I understand, still live a lot longer than the other stuff, but, you know. I mean, in the video, the latest series of graphics cards worse, and they tell you to use AI upscaling tools instead. Yeah, so the older cards are better than the newer ones. That's actually true, from what I heard. Big numbers. Okay, big numbers are fun. I agree. Let's do 9999. It's a pretty big number. Alright, let's see what this changes. You think it's speed? Do you think it's, oh, you didn't notice a different setting to 0? Oh, you already tried it. Dang. I think this is normal. It's just, you know, my PC's running it at half the speed. All right. Yeah, actually, I don't notice a difference either. I don't know if they, I don't know where they use these at. The gravity's still lower because I changed that earlier. All right, well, what about grind speed? Maybe. I assume you probably, like, checked that. Just gotta, you know, play well. And it looks like it's the same. Dang. Yeah, I don't know what that changed. Could be like this. It changes something. Big number seems better to test. I doubt it's grind speed. Yeah, it's not. It could be something specific too, like... There is a parameter that affects the speed you get when you bounce off of an enemy when jumping. Like, not even joking. There's a parameter for everything. So there's so many... So it probably, you know, did change something. But I just don't know what it changed. Okay, but it doesn't seem to really be something super important. So I think what I want to do is, instead of mapping all these parameters right now, because that's just taking forever, now that we have a system figured out to, you know, map them, let's just map the ones that we need, right, and go from there. So I need to know, and let me return the for loop, because that would have been a lot smarter than what I was doing. So instead of... let's just start at 0, and let's put everything from 0 to, I don't know, let's start with, like, 14. Why not? Yep. Alright, and let's, did these change ever? No, they're the same as they were in the last run, so I think they are, in fact, constant. But I just keep feeling like you know, I'm paranoid, I don't know. Oh, please pause that so we don't have that running while I'm also running Lost World. Thanks. Could it have something to do with the Wisp? They, in fact, could. And also it could be, like, there's probably parameters for each Wisp. Like, there's probably some parameters that are for laser and some for drill and so on. So, it's pretty hard to know. Oh, it, like, lags when I run now because it's printing all the params. That's funny. Okay, because freaking C out is, like, so badly implemented. It, like, slows the whole game down. Alright. There we go. So, what was I doing again? So, I was going to check out the value of this. So, in the original, in colors... I don't know what I was looking... Oh, yeah, I remember what I was looking at now. In colors, they say get parameter 0xf. I changed it to 0xe because I thought maybe it was that in Lost World. It's 15 in colors is what they're doing. So we're trying to map that to a value in colors. So let's always use hex actually instead of what I was doing earlier. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. 0a. Yeah. All right. So 0f. We want to figure out what that maps to. So, in colors, again, F is 15. Here's parameter 15. I'm going to add that to the watch. Here it is. And I'll just use decimal for these, it's okay. Okay, it's 125.4. This value is, we know for a fact, is used in the jump. It influences something to do with your jump velocity. So let me update this value to, let's do a big value. I'll keep the cube song in here. Cube song is fine, okay? It's kind of a jam. Too many print statements, yeah. Reminds me of when I modded Billy Vestep when trying to find values for collision tags, printing them all out to the console, lagged the game to the point that it crashed. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Whoa! Woo! So that's jump velocity. Sending it to 10 made Sonic not jump. It's something to do with jump height. Dang. Yeah, it looks like jump height. Alright, I love stuff like that. Okay, so let's set it to, I forgot what it was originally. Was it 350 or something? Doggone that, what's wrong? Why did I not write that down? Can anyone, like, look back in the stream a few seconds ago and see what this was before I changed it to 9999? I already forgot. Whoa, yeah, it's very powerful. It was 150-ish. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Why do you have 0 byte sounding Secret Rings in your Dolphin? I think it's a mod folder version of Secret Rings, and it doesn't tell you the size if it's from a folder. It's for Secret Rings modding, which I never really did, but I made a green dash pad or something like that, because I was testing my NN tooling. 125.4? Thank you all, I really appreciate that. So, alright, so that's the normal value for this. So let me write that down first of all, so I don't, just put it right here. No. That's it, okay. And then second of all, let me change this to something more sane. So let's do like 200, right? Instead of 9999. Yeah, and so this should be a little higher, but not crazy. Thank you all for checking that, I really appreciate it. Oh! Did it not, like, reload or something? Maybe it's still using 9999. Oh, it is. Interesting. I think it's because I have it locked. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Okay, there we go, 200. Yeah, he's reaching for the stars. That's really funny. Yeah, so you can see the jump's higher now, right? Cool stuff. Okay. Also, I think even probably the short jump is higher. Actually, no. Yeah, it should be the short jump too. So cool. So maybe let's get to the 2D section and see how if it affects 2D as well. It should, right? I think they use the same state in 2D. We can't play this song and then not play the phase 2 though. You can see how much higher it is, like here. Actually, I think what I'm also going to do is I want to make it a little higher just because it's fun. You want to do 420? Set it. And then like... I don't think I even need to lock the values, but let's see. Also, I think I need to restart, don't I? Apparently not for this one. Okay, it just gets it every time. So it must be that that one piece of code, like that one state, was programmed to catch the value for some reason, but this one is not. Why 125.4 not 125? I don't, like, they chose a, oh. Is there a reason the camera didn't change? Is it because of one of the other values I edited, or is it just a bug? That's, fascinating. Alright, well, let's, get through here. I think you jumped over a trigger? Oh! Oh, the gravity is different, too, because I didn't ever change that back. So the ramp doesn't work. I think that's what happened there. Okay, let's, what was the gravity? Was it 300 something? I'm gonna do 320. I think that's more accurate to what it was. And this is still 9999. Oops. Maybe you skipped the camera trigger? Yeah, it looks like that. The value after seems to be the height when you hold jump. Oh. So this is specifically... So this is the height for when you jump at all. Yeah, because even the short jump is like way longer. And then the other one is only the height for when you hold it. Got it. It's initial jump height, parameter 16 is jump height when holding. Thank you so much, Wasif. That sounds exactly right. Knowing how Sonic Team implements things, that sounds right. Cool. Let me see if it also affects Sonic in 2D, though. Oh, you know what I could do? I can exit, right? I should just go to the 2D level. That'd be easier. Alright. Let's just jump. Cool. That's fun. Alright, does it also do short jump in here? Yes, it does. Alright. Cool beans. Let's change, Sometimes I say things ironically, but like, cool beans? Like, I can't, like, come on, dude. Alright, let's change this back to what it was. And let's, you said parameter 16 is the hold height? Jump height when holding. Yeah. So I trust you on that. I just want to see it because it's cool. Let's change that. Well, first of all, let's make sure that these changes have taken effect. Yes, indeed they have. Alright, so that's the normal jump height. So let's change it now to 500, right? Yeah. I think it's higher. Yeah, he's like a little floatier than he's supposed to be. Yeah, that's higher for sure. Another neat way you can check in this level, let me hold down tab, dude. No, it doesn't really speed it up because my PC's lagging. Anyway, when you get over to this part here, there's like rings. Yeah, and these rings are exactly in the arc of your jump. But if I hold jump now, yeah, you can see it's higher. It's way freaking higher. So it's like how much he floats, like you said. Perfect. All right. Really cool. So I'm going to call this jump. Yeah, what did you say? Initial jump? I said I was going to do the second phase. And I meant it. Param jump initial. And I don't know what this is in Lost World. We're going to figure that out in a second. And then we have param jump hold. Yeah. And these are F and 15 and 16. 117 is double jump? You'd probably be right. Let's do that to keep track of it. Alright. So I need to figure out what E is, and I also need to figure out what these map to in Lost World, so let's do that. You can see how long this takes. Sorry. But it's kind of fun, right? We're like making progress. Okay, jump initial is probably one of these, right? Because it was originally, I always forget, but you guys have it in the chat, 125.4. So it's probably like, they might have made it 130. That would make sense, wouldn't it? And then the other one was, originally it was like 300 something, but we made it 500. I don't know what these would map to, but we'll just play with it and figure it out, I guess. I need to set these, right? Jump height. They are not double jump, but they are still related to normal jump. Oh. Interesting. One of them is short hop. Ah. I think is so fun. Original color's gravity was 350 apparently. Yeah, that's good to know. It's kind of cool. I should edit that in Lost World too. That'll probably make the jump field more accurate. Yeah, so there's actually another state. So the way they implement the jump is kind of cool. So they have a class called Jump Common, and then they have another class that it inherits from that class called Short Jump Common, and then finally they have C-State Jump, which inherits from that class. Okay, so C-State Jump is what Sonic goes into when you hit A. And then as you continue to hold A, it transitions into other states as necessary, right? So it can go into C-State Ball Jump, which is when he's in the jump ball, right? It can also go into C-State Jump Hurdle, which I believe is what is the short jump when you just tap A. And it determines which one to go into based on how you're holding the button when you let go of it, the velocity Sonic has, all sorts of different things. Kind of fascinating. I didn't know it was implemented that way, right? But that's how they do it. So I have most of the code for the jump state ported over to Lost World, but I don't have all of it. I don't have the jump hurdle state at all. So the short jump is actually not present currently. It's just the C-State jump that I've ported over, and it just so happens that it kind of already works like a short jump. But I think what jump hurdle does is it edits the physics a little bit. It makes you go down to the ground faster when you release the jump. And it also changes its animation to do the hop animation, which I don't have that over at all right now. So once I get these parameters figured out, that will not be hard to port at all. I don't have the animations either, but it doesn't matter. Also doesn't have a short jump? Exactly. Not with this attitude. Not if Red has anything to say about it. Yeah, we're going to port it over. Okay, the underwater drill theme is also kind of a bop. It's very repetitive, but, you know, I'll allow it. I think I should probably play other music, too, because I think we're at the point where I've already kind of played most of the songs from Colors. It might be kind of fun to just play them in order. That one slaps, though. I think I'll play them in order from the beginning. And then when if it gets to the end and I'm still freaking streaming, then I'll do something else. But who knows if I will be or not. Okay, so what are we gonna do? So I need to be able to edit these parameters somehow in Lost World. So what's the easiest way to do that? Because you would think there would be a function that's like set parameter, you know, because there's get parameters and there should be set. Surprisingly, that is not the case, to my knowledge. There is no set parameter, so they don't actually like change them as the game runs, which begs the question of why they even did all this instead of using constants. I don't understand. I think the idea is that they can switch out the parameters based on different modes or something, but I don't know if they ever actually do that. I have no idea. It's way too complicated for no good reason, but that's Sonic Team for you. So the way that it actually works is it calls this function, which calls this function, which then does all this. So if I can just get like a pointer to this, then I can just edit them as I please. That'd be kind of cool. So let's see if I can do that. I already forgot. I think this is the linked list. Yeah, this is the... It's this code that I reverse engineered from way earlier in the stream. But here it's D8C instead of D8-4 because PC has different layout for some reason. Sometimes. Oh, actually it's... I don't know. It's one of those. We're getting the C parameter gawk, and then we're getting... we're calling a function on it. So let's do that. Actually, no, that's kind of... 19 is only used on the ground? I don't think holding jump affects double jump at all. Interesting. I can probably figure it out, too, by looking at the double jump state. I'm in the wrong. What am I doing? Yeah, C state, double jump. Oh, I said I was going to do this. I don't want to stop this song, though. It's good. Let's play them in order. Because then I'll know for sure which ones I played and which ones I didn't. And it gives me more time to stall. Okay, so the double jump state has on enter. Here we go. And you can see I've already figured out a lot of the names for these functions, but not all of them. I actually don't see a get parameter anywhere in here. Unless it's one of the unnamed functions, but it does. I don't think there's another version of get parameter that I'm missing. Yeah, it looks like they just don't do that here. On leave, they also don't do it. So maybe they do it in step. Nope. It looks like they don't use any params for the double jump. They just hard code it. Weird. Speculation is maybe it's done this way in case they ever wanted to change the values in real time, but it never happened and got scrapped. That's true. That could be why. That could very well be. I don't know, if it's weird. But what they actually do in the double jump state, it looks like, is they I just freaking lost it. Hang on. There it is. They I don't know what I don't know what this is still. It's some set of flags inside of the C-State GOC that they edit sometimes, but I don't know what it maps to in Lost World yet. But they changed the posture to air. They changed the animation to the jump ball if it wasn't already that. They enabled the homing attack and everything, which is actually interesting. I don't think you can homing after. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe you can. They changed the body collision to the ball type. They set this float to 0. I don't know what this does. They're testing if some value is true or not, and then if it is not, they set these flags in an alarm for later. This also does something. I don't know what this is yet. And then they, or this. Okay, this is where this is the double jump code right here. Yeah, this is only in the double jump state. So they do get a parameter. Hey, what's the value 100? In hex it's 64. Yeah, parameter 100. That's related to double jump. And I don't know what all parameters they pass into this, but they use a float, so there must be a float somewhere. It's probably, if I had to guess, the same parameters as the other function. Hey, Night Channel, how you doing? 100? Yeah, I don't know why. Yippee, 3 hours, let's go! Yeah, this stuff is slow. Can't wait for the stream to be 12 hours. Hopefully not. I'm gonna go to bed for now. Probably watch most of the stream with VOD. Bye. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. There's a level inside the colors with the gravity switches. Ah! That's a dang good point. A blob actually, maybe they do that. Okay, so yeah, that seems to be the only parameter. Oh no, they also use hex 65. So they use hex 64 and hex 65. Those are the two indices that they actually use for the double jump. And I don't know what they both do yet, but they're both related to the double jump. Story that reads comments, how nice. I tried to. What's this all about coding? It's kind of hard to explain. Basically, it's a really crazy project that I'm trying to do. But I'm basically trying to port all of the movement code and everything from Sonic Colors on the Wii into Sonic Lost World on the PC. And the reason I'm picking that game is a technical reason, but basically it's because that game has debug information in it left over that makes this actually possible to do, essentially. Yeah, it's a really crazy idea, but I'm basically trying to turn Lost World into a PC port of Colors. So we're just gonna see how far it goes. It's possible depending on how gravity switching is coded. Yeah, it's either that they change the param or they just like test a flag and then they just invert the value they got from the param, you know, in this state. I'm actually placing bets on that because Sonic Team sometimes does stuff that just doesn't make any sense. 64 is double jump height. Well, so thank you so much for testing all these. You're helping me so much by doing that. Because like I can do something else while you're doing that, and like it just saves so much time. I really appreciate it. Cool. So I could figure out what that is in Lost World as well. I think probably the best way to do this, instead of the crap that I'm doing, is to just look at Lost World's code, right? Like, what am I doing? So if I say C-State jump, so Lost World actually implements the jump differently, so I don't know how much it's going to map over, but at least some of it will. They don't have a short jump in Lost World, but they do still have the double jump. So they actually significantly simplified the way that the jump is implemented. As I said, in Colors they have a jump common state, then they have a short jump common state, then they have a jump state which uses all the others that I just mentioned. Then they have a ball jump which only comes from the jump common, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it doesn't use the short jump common. And then they finally have a double jump, which also just uses the jump common. And there's one more I forgot about. They have the jump hurdle, which is the short jump. So there's a lot. of states. In Lost World, they just have a jump common, they have a jump, and they have a double jump. That's it. So they made it way simpler, actually. But we're trying to implement all the complicated stuff because we want it to feel the same as colors, right? Why do I sometimes say we, like in the third person? Like, I don't know. It just feels right sometimes. Like, I'm like, yeah, that's the word to use. But I think about it later, I'm like, that's freaking stupid. I'm one guy. Anyway. Okay, so this is the address for on enter for the jump state. So they should be getting a parameter here somewhere. Guess not. So it looks like it's actually implemented pretty significantly differently from how it is in colors. That's going to be fun. I don't know if there is an equivalent for Lost World. But wait a minute, so I'm just... Hang on a second. So these params don't change. Right? They don't freaking change. So why don't we just... This is not a good idea, is it? Okay, for like an early version, could I not just freaking hard code it? Like, actually. Oh, is it buffering? Seems like it came back. You're from Turkey, so it's night? Let's go. That's cool. They're reporting the entire game to Lost World? Basically, yeah. I'm not porting like engine stuff because there's no need to port that. It's gonna use Hedgehog engine, right? But I'm porting over like the movement and the objects and as much as I can. It's not buffering? Huh, it must be on Spaniard and then... I don't know how to code. Yeah, it's hard to it's hard to explain. Alright, so instead of this, I could literally literally do this. So it's F was the value, right? And I already forgot once again. Yeah, this is right. Yeah, it's 125.4. So, yeah, if we just use that, the jump state should be more accurate. Now. And I'll get rid of that. Yeah. So you can maybe see the console right now. Slight Colors isn't Hedgehog engine exact. Oh wow, this is, oh, it's because this is still running, right? No. Okay. Oh, the game's lagging because I'm printing all. All right. Let me stop that because it's gonna drive me crazy. Gosh, I love how literally printing text to the console is enough to lag an entire game to its knees. Because it's implemented so badly. There we go. So that should be more accurate to the colors jump now, but it still feels wrong. It feels like not as much height as the colors jump. The short jump kind of maybe is right though. Also, I said this way earlier, but there's actually a bug where sometimes when I jump into a wall or anything with collision, the game crashes. I don't know why. I literally don't have any idea. I think if I had to guess, it's probably related to... Oh, it didn't crash that time. That's good. It's probably related to something about how the states that I'm porting over are doing things in a way that's different from how Lost World expects. So, like, the other states are expecting this state to set a value that it no longer sets because I changed the code, right? So I think it's something like that. So just porting over the rest of the states should actually fix the crash, right? If I'm right about that theory, but who knows. This is not as high as the colors jump. I can tell. You can also, if you go to the Act 2, I do actually have Act 2 ported. It's a really awful port. Like, I didn't fix... Like, these are still, like black. They're supposed to be transparent. And, you know, this port was done years ago, the level port. But I'm gonna redo it someday. But yeah, this arc, as I said, it's really useful because it's exactly the jump height in Colors Wii. You can see right now this is wrong. His jump is way too like weak. So I need to figure out why that's happening. I think the gravity is probably too strong. If I had to bet. Later, Wasif. Thanks for stopping by and for helping. I really appreciate it. Is some of this code weird because of decompilation? Yeah. If you mean this. Yeah, this is all decompiled, so it's like a guess. But it's it doesn't know the names for things. Any name that you see that isn't like field whatever or like some number is something that I typed in manually. But yeah, but all that it knows at the beginning is numbers. Yeah, so, alright, I'm sorry, Chichoto. I hope it heals. Alright, yeah, there's also some parameters that we get, here that they use. So this is, this one, 11. So in, colors, I didn't get the value of that one. That's this. It's 150. Alright, so I'm just going to like hard code it. I know that's bad. But I actually think that'll be good for now. I can change it later, right? Well, I don't know. Yeah, this is probably not a good practice. It's not about good practice. It's like about this might stab me in the back later. So it probably would be better to make like let's do this. Yeah, and then we'll add this here. There we go. Alright, yeah, that's fine. So what I'm gonna do is, oh, this is also not how they would name it at all, but... something like that. And then I'm gonna try to like move that enum from earlier kind of into this. But I'm gonna make it a little different. So instead of trying to figure out all the like indices of the parameters, now that we know that we don't know, but it seems like they don't change. So I'm just going to just hard code them for now, and we can change it later if we need to. But it's yeah, it's like easy now. I'm not explaining it well, but yeah, you'll see what I mean. Oh, they can't be. That's right. This isn't a good language. I forgot. Let's just. I don't even care. I don't even care then. Use preprocessed statements. I know I could use, you know, constant expressions, but that's fine. Alright. Jump hold. What did I call them? Jump initial, jump hold. That's a better name. And I forgot what jump hold was set to. I could restart the game, but I don't really want to find the addresses again. It was 300 and something, right? I don't remember. There's also probably somewhere in the code where they set up all these values, and I could probably like read that and find them, and that'd be cool. I don't know where it freaking is. Maybe under like, because they start off by like setting them all to 0, I assume. Right? Or I don't know, something. They set them all to some default value, but then later they change them. So actually, yeah, why don't we do that? Let's search for a really specific number, like 125.4, right? Float 125.4. Let's see if we get a billion results. No, we only get 1. Let's go. All right, and then yeah. Let's go. Okay. What reference is this? I can't. I freaking can't. I copied this, right? Why isn't that? Oh, it just ignored my clicks every time. Okay. That's not anywhere. So if something references this, it has to be like an array or something. And it references it from somewhere else. Oh, this is the freaking thing right here. Yo, dude, jackpot. Look at this. You could change these in like an AR code too, and you could make really easy colors param mods with this. Yo! Okay, hang on. Let me make this in a more presentable form for y'all. I don't know what to call this. I think it was named something in Lost World. Yo, hey, Turtles Blade. Kaz, how you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. It was named... What the frick was it named? Initialize? No. Swap param? No. This? This. There it is. S data parameter, and it was 8 bytes, right? Yes! Okay, I remembered that. All this time. I don't know if that's actually what it's called, though. But I also don't know that it matters. It just would be nice to have a struct. So let's just, it doesn't really matter. Let's just give it a name. Let's call it like parameter thing. And we can change the name later. So I don't know which one comes first. The chicken or the egg? But let's see. So ECA 8. Here it is. 7. Oh, okay. This is not every parameter, but it's a lot of them. So the first thing is actually... Never mind. Actually, it might be. No. Alright. I don't know why they do that. It's like the index, and then it's like the value, and then it just repeats that. Yeah, it's really simple. But what is this function? Oh, this is a static initializer. Cool, cool. Okay, and for some reason they like initialize the values here. 720. Ah, okay. How did... I don't understand. Maybe they overwrite them or something? But whatever the case may be, is it too complicated for the animations? No, it's not. I just need to write a like tool for that or something. Okay, so it looks like actually, I see what's going on here. Alright, I thought I did. Maybe I don't. The value that I'm looking for is like B528, but they have 524, but they don't have anything else. So that's really freaking odd that they but that's not here. I don't know how they reference it in the game, but whatever the case may be, I'm just gonna put this in. So this is an array of what I call parameter things. Yeah, so here we go. We have, and I need to edit the struct. There we go. So index 7 value point. There we go. Great. So now we can just make this big. So let's add like 8 of them. Yes. Cool. And now we have 8 parameters figured out. Here they are. Let's go. This is the data that gets copied into the game later. So if you want to edit any of these parameters in colors with like an AR code or something, you can literally just take these addresses that I just found here and you can just edit them, and it should put that edit address into the game. So that's pretty cool. I don't have all of them though, but I have starting from 7 upwards for a while. So this is probably like player params or something if I had to guess. But yeah, anyway, so here are the ones that I was looking for. So this is EH and FH, and then the one that comes after that should be X10. There we go. Let's go like 20. I don't know if that's... Yeah, no, we're still going. How many... Geez, how many params do we have? Right here. Let's go. Alright, this is pretty cool. This is like all the params. Or not all of them, but like a lot of them. Alright. I don't know, let's get a bigger number. 80. Oh, that's probably wrong. 60. How many more? I don't know where it ends. Okay, here's something that's referenced by something, so that's probably where it ends. If I had to guess. No, these are like... Yeah. I think it already ended. Oh, was that exactly... No, that's not right. 45... 46... Yeah, 47... 48... 49... How long does this go? For F... Okay, it goes significantly longer. This is so bad. Okay, here we go. Still looks like we got more. Whole jump is in time? Yeah. Research for the whole jump? Oh no, I'm just, I don't know how to explain, sorry. I found another way I can map the params out. And yeah, oh yeah, that's right, I am looking for the jump hold as well. 54, oh yeah, it goes down to here, so I don't know how many more that is. It's like 1, 2, 3, that's like 4 maybe? I could just like calculate it, but, or I could guess, you know? Around there. There are exactly 2 more, except... Did I get it wrong? What was the 125.4 is F. Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, this is right. So there's actually like 1, 2, there's 2 more, and then for some reason there's this. Oh no, it keeps going. They just reference it. Oh, this keeps going. Well, okay, I can change the count later, but for now at least we have the ones we need, so I don't need to spend more time with this right now. Very cool though. I want to come back to this later when I need to reference it. So let me like save, like give this a name so that I don't lose it. Parameter things, that should stand out. All right. This is it. 327.0. Read comments still sometimes. I bought Last World, by the way. Yo, let's go! You get a okay game that can be modded into a better game. Alright, here we go. So now I can just say... that. And I can, There. That's much better. Okay, and in the ball jump, instead of this hard-coded nonsense... Oh, there's actually another one. Is this where I did it at? No, it's not. This is where I did it at. Gosh. When I get like a little tired, I'm like, what the frick am I doing? Okay, so let's, I don't even remember where if I have this number right or not, so let me, because I think I changed it. So let me just go back to the original function and just like make sure, right? It doesn't hurt. It's C state jump step. And then they say case 0. They check if the button is jump or not, and yeah, they get parameter C. So that's what we're doing here. It's C. Okay. So, and I put that label here, but Ghidra just like has this bug where it sometimes doesn't actually update the you have to restart Ghidra, which really stinks and I hate it. Cool. Okay, so let's restart Ghidra. Thankfully you don't actually have to restart it, you just need to reload the... Is the stream ending? No. Is it, down? Did it, like, go offline? It looks like it's good to me. It's not down? Okay, well... I don't understand then. Alright, I think it's under labels or something. Oh. What do you mean there's no labels? Oh, jeez. That's ridiculous. Okay, I named that thing. Right here, I named it. I don't know why it isn't showing on the left here. That's really inconvenient. Let's put it under like a thing, maybe. Let's say like C player. It's not part of C player, but let's just lie and say it is. Because then it should show up here. Yeah, okay, so now we at least have it. Okay, so B. That's what I'm looking for. We didn't figure out what B was, did we? Oh, it's also like not here. Oh, here it is. 150. Did we figure out what B was? Well, apparently you can already kind of see what it is from this code that I figured out. It's how long it takes before you go into the ball jump. Looks like. So I'm gonna like, I can test that. B, just to make sure. That's 11, so let's just throw that in here. Okay, yeah, it's 150, and I'm just gonna say, let's make it take a long time before it goes into the jump ball state, right? That might be fun. Use the smartphone to watch the stream, and that's when the connection is failing a lot. Got it. Okay, so it doesn't really seem like it changed. The jump height is different, but seems to be all actually. So I don't know if that's right, but it looks like it's that. Let's also make it small and see what happens. Yeah, let's make it 0. Like, that should work, right? So it should be now that, like, as soon as I hit jump, he goes into the, ball, which, I don't know, is he? It looks like it's pretty much as soon as I hit jump, but it's also kind of looks like it did before. I don't think there's really any difference, so I don't really know what that is, but it looks like it's supposed to be that. So I'm just gonna say, I'm not sure, so I'm just gonna say, like, what, jump ball timer? And it's set to 150. Alright. It's fine. It's like the upper limit. In the wrong file again. Put it here? Yeah, that's right. Boy, when Rad gets tired, that's how you know. Alright, this is useful because in colors I can actually go in as well and I can edit the, like, parameter enum that I have somewhere. Parameter node, parameter thing. Nice name. Let's see, on enter. We got do jump. I didn't make a thing for this apparently. Okay, so let's do that. New enum. And we can put some of the names in here now. So, yeah, like jump initial. Let's do that. And that's, I already forgot, dude. That, yeah. That's actually correct. And this is... It would be a good idea to label them with that. And yeah, organize them. Alright. And then finally, the other thing I want to do before I actually like implement a state is I want to this. Yeah, there's another get parameter here that there's two actually. So this is the same as the other one for some reason. So that was, yeah, and then the other one is D. So I don't know what that is. 150 frames? I don't know what 150 is. I think it's in seconds. Well, no, that's not right. That's way too long. You're right. That's a good freaking point. I don't know what that is. They add delta time to this every frame. But I feel like 150 is a pretty large number for that. I don't know, maybe milliseconds? Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, I'm implementing it correctly, it seems, so maybe I don't need to know. It'll probably bite me later. Alright. So where's D at? Mysteriously, that one's missing from our handy list. It's probably down here somewhere, right? It's also in memory. I'm an idiot. 13. Do you see a 13 anywhere? Oh, 14, 15. There's 15 again. Now that's interesting. I wonder if, wonder if that's part of why they have this system. But it's like the first one they find is the one they use, from my understanding. It like stops here, it looks like. So I don't see a 13 parameter here. So maybe I need to go back to that other pointer from like a year ago and figure it out like that. Alright, so, oh yeah. Keep going till we hit that. Which should be like immediately, yeah. Okay, R3, and I forgot what we have to do to get here. It's R3 and then we grab this value, and then we go there. Right, but I remember now, okay. This is 0, so we gotta do that plus E times 14 plus this, and that gives us nothing. Okay. Did I misremember that? Let's check it again. Because like plus 14, that's correct. Could be centiseconds, that's true. I don't know what unit, you know, Sonic Team uses, but I did this before, but I'm just like paranoid that maybe I did it wrong. So it looks like there's just actually nothing for that. But that's not right. That can't be right. So here's what I'll do. This is easier. I don't know why I didn't think of this. Let's just run the code and see what the value is. Did I get the parameter here? Oh, it's E. Oh, can someone get that Markiplier meme with E? No, I'm just kidding. It's actually E. Okay, my bad. 0.29. Okay, so I changed it to D when I typed this out because I thought it might be in Lost World, but I was an idiot. I was a fool. And I forgot what this is supposed to be. I don't think we know. If this value is less than this, then we call this code. So I don't really know what it is, so I'm just gonna give it a temporary name. Parameter jump, because we know it's a jump, so why not? Yeah, I don't know. Parameter D. That's fine. And, no, it's E. Red, you fool! You made the same mistake again! Okay. You can tell I'm getting sleepy. Bear with me. Okay, here. That's it. Alright. There's no more in this. So the parameters should be correct now. It's just that the gravity's probably still screwed. So let us see what happens. I love eating E. I never thought the physics parameters in Sonic game were based on time. They kinda are? It's weird. Oh, okay, so this param is now making it so he doesn't even go into the jump ball state anymore. So I did something wrong. Okay, that's not right. So let's figure that out. So it's in the jump state, there's a timer, and then yeah, if we are less than or equal to that, we change to the jump ball. But this is not happening anymore. So whenever we get here, I mean, let's actually check the value of the jump ball timer, I guess. And compare it. Because I remember I said 150 sounds too high, right? Maybe in colors, they don't use delta time. No way, right? But like maybe, what if they use something else? Okay, so this is gonna be 0, right? Bro. Oh, it's like really tiny. Alright, so let's keep holding it and see. It should get bigger. Yeah, but it's like really tiny. So how long... It would take a long time to get to 150. So let me look at the colors code again and try to figure out what's going on here. This is where they do that at. I don't think I changed the name of this yet. That's silly. It's Xerox C. What a fool! I have made the same mistake again. Okay. You're using Delta Time. Yeah, no, you're not dumb. I think they're both using Delta Time. I just was a fool. So I did the same thing again. It's C. It's 0.12. There we go. That's way better. Okay. Sorry. I don't know how to explain what I did. This name is actually sufficient. But basically, when I like ported over a lot of this code, I thought that I saw a pattern where it seemed like if I subtracted by 1, and actually it seemed like it was correct for a while, but I thought there was a pattern where if you added or subtracted by 1, then you like got the other parameter, if that makes sense. And so I was like, oh, so when they say C, I should do B, right? And then I forgot that I did that, and so now I took the value of B from colors, but I actually wanted C. I'm a moron. So anyway, this is what I wanted. That's way better. Okay. And I should probably go back and make sure the others are correct too, but I think they're all... This is definitely correct, except... Maybe not. Okay, let's just, I mean, it's not used anywhere else in here. It's used here. So let me make sure this is actually, correct. Before I go any further. I just want to spare myself pain. It's not! Well, I'm glad I freaking checked. It's supposed to be this. Alright. And, this one's correct. I know it is because I made sure it was, but I'll check again anyway. Yeah, this is correct. Alright. And those are the only ones in this file. In this file, there's this which I know is correct, because I checked earlier. This one doesn't use any. This one I already checked that. Yeah, that's the one I just fixed. And does ball jump use? Yeah, I already. Okay, yeah. So we're good. They're all correct now. Good lord. All it takes is one stupid mistake, and you're like, you know, and it causes so many other mistakes and wasted time. There we go. All right, that feels better too, a little bit. It seems it's a little floaty, but I think that actually is how it is in colors. Except the gravity is, I think, a little less strong. It feels off still, but better for sure. This feels better. So let me try Act 2 and see. I think it's still going to be way too high gravity. I think I need to go into see posture error and change the code for that too. But I'd like to like stop this for now and like do the wisp. You know, because y'all said that'd be fun, and I agree. Yeah, he's still way too heavy. For some reason. It's really weird, isn't it? He's like a rock. So I'm doing something wrong. He's a rock sometimes. So I need to fix that. I think there's a pop spring here. Yeah. Silly me. Hey, Taz. I don't know how to explain it, actually. I'm basically porting colors into Lost World, and it's a crazy thing. If I'm gonna have background inputs, can you try jumping at the same time? Oh, that's a good idea. I mean, the frame rate's bad though, so I feel like it's gonna not actually sync super well. At least in theory, that's a good idea. That's porting parameters, I think. Yeah, basically. Is Armor disabled right now? Not yet, but I'm going to. Alright, so... I'm talking about what you're doing right now. I see. Yeah, basically porting parameters for the jump. I'm gonna try to transition into doing the Wisp now, though, because I think that's more interesting to watch them with whatever the frick I was doing. Because there's a lot of math that I have to figure out, and boring, complicated stuff that is, I don't know. So I'd rather not do that right now, and do something more fun, and then come back to the jump off stream and fix it. So what would be fun is to port one of the Wisp. So I could, I think I said Cube was one that I'd like to do, so let's try that. You think it's just called Cube? I don't see anything. What do you think Cube's called? We've got Astro, we got Drill, we got Laser, we got Rodeo, Screw, Spike, and Spin. It's literally Cube? Box? Maybe there's no poster for this. Here's all the... Okay, Astro, is... What the frick is Astro? Is it Astro? It's Puzzle. Oh, you're right, it's Puzzle. Astro is Hover, right? Drill is Drill. And they also have Screw, which is another version of Drill. There's Laser, there's Puzzle, which is Cube, there's Rocket, which is what it sounds like, there's Rodeo, which is Frenzy, and Spike is Spike. And then, I don't know what the frick Unison Hide is, but I assume that's like for all the Phantoms, for all the Wisps. Astro has to be Hover, I think you're right. Cube's an animation that, yeah, it's not very complicated, right? What about the DS Wisp? Someday I'd like to do that too, but this is already really ambitious, right? But it would be cool to port those. What I have an idea for, I don't know, like, I don't want to do a lot from Colors DS because porting stuff from DS is not going to happen, right? Because the games are just too different, and I don't know anything about the DS, like, ROM hacking, and it would just, it's not something I think I can do. Like, recreating content from the DS version by just writing my own code and kind of making act the same, is something that I can do for certain things. What I'd really love to do someday, if this gets this far, and it probably won't, is I'd like to actually make my own version of the DS special stages. And make my own version of the Mega Wisp Mother fight, right? That you get when you get all the Chaos Emeralds. From the DS version. I think that would be cool. But that would be a lot of effort. And I don't know how I map it together because I still want the emeralds to be something that you get from Gameland 2, because otherwise what do you do with Gameland? Right? Because it kind of makes the red star rings useless. So unless I can find another equally cool thing that you can unlock for completing Gameland, I'd like to have the emeralds be from there, but then I'm like, well, what's the special stages for, right? So what I thought I might do is I thought maybe I could have, you get Chaos Emeralds from one of them and you get like Super Emeralds from the other, and then you can have like Hypersonic in the final boss, like the secret final boss. You know what I mean? I thought that'd be really cool, but that's really like, we're talking like, 100 years ahead. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, once the whole project's done, then I'll do this. It's like assuming that the project will be done, right? That's the thing. I can dream. But yeah, we'll see how far this goes. Currently, I'm still making the jump work, so Let's do the cube wisp. It's very ambitious. I agree. It's probably too ambitious. Alright, so there's actually no posture for the cube wisp, it looks like, which is cool, because that makes it way easier to port. So we're just going to try to port the state and see where this frickin' goes. So this is the C-State Phantom Puzzle Start class. We know that because, so there's actually names left over for the states, because they have a function called getName. I don't know if it's actually called that. It does that, and it returns the name, right? So they have to have the name somewhere, and they do. So thankfully that's the thing, because otherwise this would be way harder. And yeah, once you have the name, you can just jump right to the VF table, and from the VF table you can get everything else. So what I'm looking for is there's on enter, on leave, process message, I think, and then step. I always forget the order though, but I think that's correct. So this looks like this should be step. Yeah, it looks like that. So this function runs every frame. Oh, I can't do that yet. Every frame they call that you're in this state, the state step function runs. The on enter one, this is process message actually. Process message happens anytime that anything sends a message to Sonic while Sonic is in this state, basically. And these are actually IDs. Yeah, I don't have all of them figured out, but you can, these numbers map to something, and there's actually a not too difficult way to figure them out. Colors Ultimate has RTTI data, and it has it for every message, which is great because they all have virtual functions on them. So I can go to Colors Ultimate and I can look at all the messages, and then I can see what IDs they use, and I can map it from there. But there's a thing that makes it complicated. So Colors Ultimate added some new messages that are not in the original Colors on the Wii, because they added one for like the Jade Ghost Wisp and for a tail save and a few other things. And so because they added those things, the numbers are actually thrown off sometimes, because the numbers that come after the new ones they added are increased by 1. Does that make sense? So that screwed me up earlier when I was first engineering something. It really got me confused, and then I figured that out. So I have to be careful when I use the numbers from Ultimate, because they could be wrong. So you want to use a combination of the Ultimate numbers and common sense. You know, does it make sense that they would be checking for this message at this time or not, right? Because if they're checking for like a, you know, I don't know, did cause damage when you're like activating cube, it's like, I don't know, does that make sense? Probably not. That's a bad example, but hopefully you get what I mean. Okay, so I always I tend to look at another one that I did earlier so that I can remember. So it's enter, leave, update, process message, on, enter, on, leave. That's correct. Okay, so this is on, enter, and then the next one's on, leave. And as I said way earlier, the on, leave function is always, it's almost always small. Yeah, comparatively. There we go. So, because it doesn't usually have to do much. Unfortunately, I can't get the class now because of this Ghidra bug. So I have to restart Ghidra to get that. So, also, for some reason, it seems like it resets your clipboard whenever you reopen Ghidra. I've noticed that. So I tend to lose the addresses. So what I freaking do is I have to paste the address in the notepad or something, and then I no, please. And then I restart it and I go back to the address, and that's how I freaking have to deal with Ghidra's oddities. But I still like using it better than IDA, because I just am not an IDA fan. I don't know. The UI for IDA drives me crazy. Pull the chat again. Sorry. Here we go. You got this, Rad Grat. Thank you. I really appreciate it. In the DS version, as you said, oh my, how long would this take? A long time, probably. Once introducing the end of the... Oh yeah, I thought I did that. I think you're right, though. I don't think I did. Thanks. I will do that sometime. If it's like 720 or like 480p, that'll make it run way better. In the DS version, getting all the red rings gets you infinite boost. Oh, that's right. I completely forgot about that. It's been a while. That game was fun, actually. But I think collecting some of them or beating side missions gets you concept art and songs for the sound test. Interesting. Yeah, I thought about concept art because I realized there's actually a lot of concept art from Colors that I don't think was in the Wii version at all. To my memory, it wasn't. So I thought that'd be cool to, like, be able to unlock it. But I don't know. Because if it was just like you get red star rings and then, you know, it gives you the concept art, I think that's pretty cool. But there's Game Land, right? So, like, if you're gonna play all the levels too, I think you need something more than that, you know? I don't know. That's something that I have infinite amount of time to figure out because this will, you know, it'll be 1,000 years before I have to think about that. So, alright, we've got all the cubes, the state mapped out now, so let me check. Oh, there's also, for some reason, 2 things that call this. Why is that? Fascinating. Okay, let me, check out IDA real fast. See if I can figure that out. C State Phantom Puzzle Start. Okay. Here's the RTTI data. So what I'm looking for is... Oh, hold up. Here we go. Here's the hierarchy. It inherits from C State Phantom Common, which inherits from C State Action Base, and so on and so forth. So, did I already make a class for that? Let's find out. Probably not. Phantom... No, I did not. Okay, so let's do that. C-State Phantom Common. And this inherits from C-State Action Base. Not Sonic Base. Usually there's another one called Sonic Base that they usually inherit from, but not this time. Alright. And then, let's see. Is there something else that references it? Because I'm trying to figure that out. I don't know. Oops. I don't actually know. It's really bizarre that this is referenced in 2 different functions. So it looks like there's 2 different states that both use this VF table. Oh. No, it couldn't be. Are they both the same function? Oh, they're both the same... I'm an idiot. Alright, never mind. Ignore everything. Usually the things that waste the most time for me, if you haven't noticed this already, is that I make an assumption. And then I find out that that assumption was entirely incorrect. But like the entire time, I'm like going by that assumption, right? And that's why I'm wrong. I've like learned this about myself. Alright, so for some reason, so the assumption was that those had to be 2 different functions because it doesn't make sense that there would be one function that uses the same address twice. But apparently that was wrong. It uses the same address twice. I don't know why. There's literally no concept art in the Wii version, only DS. That's sad. Colors Wii has no concept art. Yeah, that has to be a thing, right? That'd be so cool to have that in this mod. Which version of Sonic Colors Ultimate would you reference? PC, PS4, or Switch? You mean what version I'm referencing now? I'm referencing the PC version, actually. The console versions probably have some really great stuff in them too that I haven't seen yet. I think someone was telling me about that. the other day. So I should probably look into those too. Okay, and this is the... Yeah, if I had to guess, this is the Sea State Phantom Common one. But it just says Sea State as its name. So, they do that sometimes. But I'm very confident that this is that. So I'm gonna go with it. And it would have been cool of me to like make the class ahead of time so that I don't have to deal with the Ghidra bug, but instead we did this, so that was great. Anyway. I don't really need the class right now though. Because I made the type ahead of time at least. Alright, so there's the VF table, and then actually after... Yeah, there's an int. That's just because it didn't save yet. Where is the... There it is. So there's an int right here. Looks like. I can't check it right now because Ghidra's dumb. But that looks correct. So then this continues from that. Alright, now that we got all that figured out, this will be faster. Okay, so here we go. So this is something they do on this. It's two, like, 4-byte values. I don't know what they are. Oh, wait, it's still this one? Huh? Okay, that's no good. How much further do I have to go? Like, bringing it down to 4, bringing it down to... Yeah, this plus 1. Here we go. This is where that starts at. Okay, and then they have another thing, this plus 1, which is also that. So I don't know what these are. They have 2 of those. Okay, and then that looks to be the total size of the class. We can verify that. 50? Yes. Alright, so I was off by a little bit, but that's the size. Also, we now know the ID, so I can change that. Alright. I've verified this for other stuff in the past. There are 3 songs in the Sonic Colors OST. The song repeats are getting crazy. Are they? Because I'm just playing them in order now. But I think you just mean because they played earlier before I did that. Well, I'll play something else soon. Let's get through them. I never got all the red rings in the superior version of Colors. Dang. Galen also has a customer on the DS version by getting more than 50 rings there too, but that was also really weird. I didn't remember that. Maybe that could work. Game Link could just be an optional multiplayer mode. Yeah, I don't know what I would do with it. Will this mod include the hunting cutscenes, or will that be up to other people who want to help out? I'd like to include those. They're like the HUD stuff is actually pretty similar between the games, but they're a little different, right? So we got to reverse engineer some stuff there a little more, make tooling for it. But it's totally doable. We've worked with the HUD enough to where I know that can be done. And the cutscenes, I know someone who's actually been porting the Colors cutscenes to other games. I don't know if they want me to say, but I think it's pretty obvious. But it's pretty cool. So it shouldn't be hard to do that for this too. So the cutscenes in Colors on the Wii are all like pre-rendered, all of them, right? But the Colors Ultimate release actually has leftover files from the Wii version of Colors that were not included in the Wii version, okay? And some of the files include the 3D in-game versions of those pre-rendered cutscenes. And so it's possible to port those files over to another game and then have those same cutscenes in game, right? Which is really cool. So that's what I'd like to do. Cutscenes to Frontiers? Probably not Frontiers. Because people are doing something similar for Leech Gens? Yes. It's for gens. They're porting color stuff to gens. It's very cool. Okay, I think this is the Phantom type, isn't it? Or wait, no, this is yeah, that has to be the Phantom type. That's right, because I already mapped these out earlier. From some other data, I figured out all the Phantom types. So these, in case you're wondering, here they are. Drill is 0, Laser is 1, Spike is 2, and so on. Interestingly enough, they probably added these in the order that they developed them, right? Because we know that Drill was like the first one they added. So this is probably the order they added all the Wisp in case you were ever wondering that. Kinda cool to me, I don't know. It kinda makes sense. Anyway, so yeah, this is definitely the Phantom type. I don't know why they need that in here, but whatever. Alright, so now we know everything about the class that we need to know in order to actually start porting. I don't know what these are. This is a constructor for something else, right? But I don't know if it matters. I can just write it out manually and it's all good. Yeah, let's just throw this into... So let's code all this. It's gonna take me a few minutes here. Because there's a lot that I have to type out here. Okay, so C state Phantom Common is the first thing I gotta do. So let's go do that. Alright, we got player state Phantom Common .h and .cpp. Alright, and really? Okay. I could just not make typos, that would be cool. Inherits from C state action common, which is still taken from Lost World currently. I'm using the Lost World API stuff for that. The new Lost World API stuff for that. I think this is the right class to inherit from. Well, maybe not. Okay. I like that this is like error, right? Oh, it's action base. Like just error. What type of error? I don't know. Okay, and then here we have what I'm gonna call E Phantom type. I don't know if that's actually the name or not. Right. Alright. And this is what our code's gonna look like here. So I don't know where to put that. On that. Let's see. Also, I'm gonna actually call this Spectrum because it's unique to Spectrum. It's not part of Lost World. Okay, probably should go under, like, I don't know. I'm just gonna throw it under base because I don't know where else to put it. We can move it later if we need to. Player Phantom. I should have copy-pasted the path. Alright. Goodness. Alright, go back to that. I ain't typing all that again. There we go. Alright. I don't know that this is actually, like, you know, what they called it or anything. That doesn't matter. I'm just guessing. Alright, Spectrum, Phantom type, and we're gonna write these out too, because I figured these out already, might as well. Drill. Oh, we don't need to type the numbers actually, because it should just start, yeah. This is, I imagine, how their code looked too. They didn't type the numbers. Let's copy this a few times. It's Laser, Spike, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Spike, rocket, frenzy, cube, hover, and I'm gonna put a comic. We might want to add a new one. Might want to do the Jade Wisp at some point. All right. Base, and there we go. And now, all right, now we are cooking. And let's go and include that. Player state and comment. Yeah, and we can add anything else later if we need to. Okay. And then the other thing we need to add, of course, is the cube state. So let's go do that. Player state, and I forgot the name. It's player state phantom puzzle start. Alright. There's so much typing involved in like C++, I swear. Because like even something as simple as like header files, you know, it's like gotta like copy paste everything. It's crazy. Alright, so we're not doing that this time. We're going to include player state phantom common. I still have the hover one in here, everyone. Isn't that great? Let's skip it. This one slaps. Sorry, I'm not reading the chat super well. Oh, you're talking about grouping the stages together? The stages from 4 to 6 are designed to be extra stages. That wouldn't be a problem if they weren't forced. Yeah, so I wanted to, like, I thought about that. Can we add a hub for comes into spectrum? Is that possible? It's, again, everything's possible, right? It's a matter of whether or not, like how long it'll take and stuff, right? Yeah, I don't, I thought about something like that. I personally don't mind the world map at all. I think that's alright. But it would be pretty cool to have a hub world, right? So maybe like someday I could do that, but I don't probably plan to at this time because I don't know how it would even look or anything. You know, I'd have to like figure that out. But that's a cool idea, I agree. I don't know about joining the acts together. I thought about that. I was like, you could join the acts back together like they originally intended, but I'm like, you know, I don't know, because like what Lucas said, it's what they originally intended, but as development continued, they decided, I still think maybe it was, I don't know when they decided this in development, but they decided no, right? And so like, you know, the final, the final version of the game is designed around them being extra acts. So I kind of feel like if you try to join them together again, it will be weird, right? But I don't know what to do about it. I think it'd be good to have as an option or something. I keep going back and forth actually on what to do about that. I've been trying to figure that out for a while. But I figured I'll figure it out once I get the, you know, code working, because that's the hardest part. That'll take forever. So I've got plenty of time to figure it out, you know. Oh, come on. Alright. Oops. That's fine. And was that actually... no. Okay. We're good. So, this class, I need to... I don't know what any of these values are, right? So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to say they're all ints, because I don't know what they actually are yet. Hex 40. 64. But no. It's actually decimal 40. Yeah, that's right. And I think I've been saying, like, Spectrum at the end or something. And that's horrible, and I hate this naming scheme. I don't want to keep that. The idea is that what I noticed was that sometimes the names, the unfinished names from Lost World API are like field 24 or whatever, and there were times where the names from this were conflicting with the names for that because the offsets are different between the two versions. I don't know if that makes sense. So to get around that, I'm using this naming scheme, and I hate it. But I think it's actually not bad because it will motivate me to give these things actual names so that I don't have to freaking type this every time. Because this is just the name to use when I don't know the name, right? So yeah. Okay, so 40 was the first one, that's hex 28. Then there was 44, that's hex 2C. And there's 48, that's 30. And then it's going to be 34, which is 52, 38, 3C, 40, 44, 48, and then there's another one. I don't actually know if this is undefined 4 or not. But that's 4C. So we're just going to do that. Oh my gosh, what? How did I do that? There's a much faster way to do this, I know. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure there's a faster way than this. Alright, and that's correct, I believe. So, alright, so that's all the values in this state, and we don't know what they are yet. And so now we can start porting the code. So, this is where it actually gets cool. Alright, when we go to, so let's start with on enter. Where is it? I lost it. There it is. And Gidra's being stupid again. Very cool. Thanks, Gidra. I think if I just double click, I can just go there. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so this is on enter. Actually, this is one of the most complicated on enters I've seen so far, which is crazy because it's cube. It doesn't look too bad. So we'll go with this on enter. State and then we have int, which I don't know what it is. I think it's like the next state or something. I don't remember. I haven't like figured it out yet, but I could at any time. I'm just lazy. Phantom puzzles start. Yeah, it'd be cool if I just not make typos. All right. Alright, no one likes the spring levels. I'm cringe, okay? Hear me out. I think the spring levels are bad, but I do think they're actually not as bad as... Okay, like, how do I say this? Not even that. I think, like, personally, they don't bother me as much as they bother most people, is what I'll say. Because, you can actually, like, air dash past the spring, and the spring can kind of catch up to you, right? And so you're not actually forced to wait for the camera to slowly move all the time, right? You are when you go up, which is terrible. But when you're going to the right or the left, it's like you can actually kind of speedrun it if you know what you're doing. And that, so they don't bother me personally because of that, but I understand completely why they bother people, because it's not good game design. You keep saying the same thing? Me? I probably am. I'm at the point of tired where I'm like repeating myself. Yeah, I agree, Blau. That's the one, that boss would be really cool to have. Think about how Act 1 got walled up from Act 2 though? Yeah, I know. It's kind of like, I don't know what to do about it. I'll figure it out someday. I think it might be... What I thought I would do is try to just port it over exactly like it is on the Wii. And then, if I can get that done, because that's the hardest part. which probably, you know, won't even happen, but assuming that I can get that done, you can just come back later and update it and add new stuff to it, right? And I think it'd be cool to have, like, when you start a save or whatever, you could pick, like, between different modes. Like, you could set up all these options, but there'd be presets, right? So the presets would be, like, you know, Wii version or original mode or something like that. I don't know what you'd call it, but it would just mean, like, exactly like the Wii. And then there'd be one that's, like, ultimate mode if you want it to be more like ultimate for some reason. It would have some of the ultimate stuff ported over, like the Jade Wisp and whatever. And then there'd be one like Spectrum mode, and that's where I would go crazy and add a bunch of like new stuff and make a bunch of my own personal changes and things, right? I always thought that would kind of be how I'd want to do it. And then you could also make a custom one where you just set the options that you want. But it'd be fun to have it so you could like change, like for each act you could choose what song it uses, and you could be like Wii version or Ultimate version, right? Or maybe even DS version, I don't know. Like, just have a ton of freaking options. I think that'd be really cool. That's the best strategy? Thank you. First do it clean, then edit how you want. Yeah, that's how that's what I thought made the most sense. Because you can always go back and add that stuff later, you know, and figure it out and change it. But, like, the hardest part is getting it to work. So that's what I'm going to start with. Alright, so this is another thing that's, gonna be fun. So, this is actually, it looks like there's actually something that's a vector. So I just said it was an int because I didn't know. It's actually a vector 3. So, we're gonna change it to that. And it's gonna give me an error. Yeah, I just realized that. Yes? Did I screw it up? No, I think we're fine. So, 2C. Isn't it great that, like, it's always Hex and Ghidra, except for in here where it's not? Oh. Well, there was an option for that the whole time. Maybe I should never complain again about anything. Alright, there we go. Also, it forced it to... that's interesting. It forced it to refresh without me having to restart it. That's freaking interesting. There's got to be some other way to make it... like, there's probably like a... there's like a scripting down here where you can, like, make it run Python scripts. Or, no, it's Java. I don't know. It's some scripts. You could... there's probably, like, a function you can run that just refreshes the tree view. And I could just, like, figure that out and then just run it and then not have to reboot it every time. That'd be cool. Anyway, this is actually a vector 3, so we're going to replace that. Here it is. And then we get rid of these two. Cool. Alright. So there's probably all like vector 3s or floats, but you know, we'll figure it out. Talking about level design, what are you saying? I feel like it's overcomplicated. You mean my options idea, or the level design? I'm not arguing, I'm just explaining how I felt about some of the stage level design all the way right. I wouldn't be bothered by many extra stages if they weren't forced. That's my gripe with them. If they were optionally, be fine with them. I think what would be really cool, like, and I don't think we're gonna get this far, but if I got to the point where I could like port all the Wii stuff, and then later I'm gonna go back and add new stuff to it, it would be really freaking cool to try to actually kind of, I don't know. Ideally, you would actually model new terrain that's based off of the existing terrain. You know what I mean? So you could like add in a new area and reuse the sets from the old stuff, but it's a new level, right? That would be sick, but I'm not a modeler. I have friends who are, though. So, I have friends who worked on, like, professional video games, actually, which is really cool. So, maybe someday we could do something like that. It'd be really awesome to, like, maybe have, like, I don't know, 4 levels per zone or something like that are like full levels, and they would be like combined. So like Act 1 would be Act 1 and Act 2, you know, of Tropical Resort, for example, right? They'd all be merged like that the way they were originally supposed to be. And then there'd be new stuff too. And then the sort of weird extra stages that were always just kind of extra stages, those would be missions, the way that they originally intended them to be, right? So they'd be like optional. I don't know. I thought about all that, but it's so much work that, you know, we'll see. But I'm not gonna think about it much right now because it doesn't, it's like years in the future is what we're talking about here. Alright, so the first thing they do here is they change the posture to the air posture. That's fascinating. Alright, so thankfully this is something that I already like coded, so we don't have to do anything crazy there. Yep, there we go. Alright, and then once you change to that posture, you get the physics. Alright, and then once you get the physics, you're going to copy, this is actually the return value, right? Yeah. So we're going to copy the position of Sonic from here. Oh, I need to, Alright, from here into this new value, which is field 2C spectrum, because I don't know what it's actually called yet. It doesn't? It should. It's called position. Alright. Let's be consistent with our names, maybe. Okay, this is a float, actually. So the cool thing about PPC is that when they load and store float values, they use different instructions for it. So like they use store float instead of store int or whatever. And so because of that, you can actually tell the difference between a value that's a float and a value that is not a float, which is sick because you can't do that in x86 a lot of the times. Because of that, I know that this is a float instead of having to guess. Okay, so after they copy that, they copy 0 into this value right here. Alright, whoops. Alright. Then, they run this function, which... Okay, I don't know what this function is yet, so I have to figure that out if I want to call that. Usually I just put it to do and then figure it out later. Oh, this is a state ID right there. And this is the puzzle start state. And this is the GOX. So I already know from that alone. This is a member function in the CState GOX class. And it takes a state, interestingly enough. And it also takes what looked to be a state type to me. And it returns something. I don't know if it actually is a state type or not, but it looks like it. Here it is. So hex 59. So we're saying, yeah, that's actually correct, I think. We're saying take this state, and for, I don't know why, but we're saying do something to it that switches to 59. So I don't know what 59 is. But we can figure it out. So let's go to, oh. That's funny. Why did I click that one? Here we go. Go to this big function, wait for that to decompile. And then just having the original code soundtrack with the levels that already make more people more than happy. Let's see, what are you saying? I agree, having option change music would be a ton of work. Would it be? Seems a bit much. I don't think the music would be hard. But... yeah, but it's like something to do later. Okay, so this is 59. It's C-State Phantom Puzzle Root. Alright. I forgot the... yeah. Okay. And anyway, that's enough to where we now know what we're doing. Oops, went too far. Gotta wait to save. Puzzle Wisp, exactly. We got another state from the Puzzle Wisp. So when you first start, it changes the state, it looks like, into C state Phantom Puzzle Root. That's what 59 is. So if we, let's mark that so that we now know. Okay, and yeah, you can see the puzzle ones are all like closely next to each other. So when this finally, yeah, there we go. Puzzle root, puzzle start. I should probably get the other ones while I'm here. That'll just make life easier for me, so let's do that. Because I have to come back to get these later anyway. Okay, puzzle fall. So thankful that they have these strings in the game. Like, this is like... If it wasn't for this, you know, I don't think I'd even be trying this project. It'd be so much harder to find the stuff that I need to find. You know? Alright. It's taking a long... This function is really slow to decompile. Good lord. It's not usually this slow, though. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. Puzzle fall. That's... Puzzle fall. Alright. And then this one's probably also related to puzzle. We'll find out. When we get to the first one that isn't, I'll stop. And I'll go back to what I was doing. So this is puzzle, Crash. Crash Bandicoot? Interesting. Yeah, obviously, it's like when you hit the ground. Okay, and then, oh, that was like a get state. Is that just straight up get ID? Is that what that is? Do I not even need to be doing the things that I'm doing? Because that just returned the number I was looking for, I'm pretty sure. Crash reference? Like a program crash? Yeah, that's because that's what's going to happen when I try to port it. C state Phantom Puzzle Crash is going to crash the game. Alright, 5C. This is a very slow process. Okay. And then this one is probably also related. We just keep going till we find the first one that isn't. Oh, it's not. This is related to hover. Okay, so that looks to be all of the cube ones mapped out. Hopefully. So, let me check the, oh. Let me search for that again too. Phantom, no, it was puzzle. Crash, fall, root, insert, there's 4 of them. Crash, fall, root, and start, yep. It's not in the same order, but it doesn't matter. Okay. Save. So, where was it? It was Z state Phantom Puzzle start on enter. Alright, so now we actually have names for these things. That was really useful. So now we can see that it's changing to the Phantom Puzzle root state. Now I don't know why it would take that address though, so I need to figure that out. Like, why does it take the state as one of its arguments? That doesn't seem to make sense. Get state context parameter, maybe? No, I don't know. Get state... Change pos... I don't know what this function is that they're calling. I don't know what it does. But they do something here. They get something from it, right? And then they take that something that they get... Oh, this is actually important. I need to, like, figure it out. They take that something that they get, they check the value on it, and if it's equal to 0, then they do all this stuff. Otherwise, they do all this stuff. So this looks like it's like a sound effect or something. Oh, that's an effect. I think this function is like creates a particle effect, because it seems to be used like that everywhere that I've looked. But yeah, I don't know what the equivalent is in Lost World yet. Particles are going to be a pain to port over. Alright, this is 0, 3.5, and 0, so it looks like it's like a down velocity value. And this is just a pointer to this. So they set it to that value, and then I don't know what this is about. Okay, but then they take whatever this is, they pass in that vector value, and then we make a matrix out of it, it looks like. Okay, this is not used by many functions, so it might be a puzzle exclusive thing. And then these seem to be destructors. That's freaking weird. I don't know what they're doing here exactly yet. Okay, this is Ivar 2 once again. That's the one that we're actually dealing with. So this is actually not an undefined for. This is an this is like a bool, or something. So yeah, it's I don't need to do that anymore. Okay, so this is probably like, let's just make it a U-char for now. Yeah, and I'll reflect that here too. And it should add padding automatically, to my understanding. It doesn't matter though, I don't need to map. I don't know why I even thought about that. Sorry. So then we play sound effect, we play puzzle fall, and I don't know what this is about. 0.1, okay. We're doing something on state gawk, so let me map that in once again. And the parameters are just backwards because of how PPC does the floats. Yeah. Okay, so it does something for 0.1, I don't know. It's related to the wisp bar or something, I'm fairly certain. How are you gonna program a new wisp color power though? We're gonna find out. You can add new states to the game by injecting them in, so I have a system for that already. Basically, I have this thing here, where I can say spectrum player state autogen, and then I say the name of the state. So in this case, it's phantom puzzle start, and then I give it like a enum value as well. So this is going to be a really long name. There we go. And then finally, in here, this is not the best. I should maybe come up with a better way to do this. I just also have to like include this. I'll probably come up with a better system for this someday. But what it does is, yeah, it automatically like adds everything to it, just from that. So now this state is now a valid state that I can run in the game. Provided I did everything correctly. Let's see if it compiles. It does. Cool. Alright, so, what is this? This 01 is, C-State Gawk, right? Let's rename it to that. Okay. I don't know what this is about. There's some parameter that it takes. Oh, that's, oh, weird. Oh. Okay. Well, hang on. What is this? Actually, oh, this is that thing that we got back. Okay, so this is, actually not a member of that class. I don't know what it is a member of. We'll figure it out. And this is apparently a big function because, okay. Whew. Oh, what's all this? There's a lot of strings. See, phantom laser, visual phantom drill. Okay, so this looks like it activates the visual for... I also saw supersonic, so it's not just wisp. It activates the visual effect for a given wisp, like phantom ID or something like that. So let me check the, it said 8, right? There's not even 8 total, so it's probably like another like visual type or something like that. But if I had to guess, Lost World probably does a similar thing. So let's say C-State Phantom Laser. Just pick a Wisp from Lost World, right? It doesn't really matter which one. And see how they activate... no, how did that happen? See how they activate, Get Front. I don't know what that's about. Ah. I knew something was up. Sometimes Ghidra screws up and it's stupid. Yeah. This is terrible when this happens. I could use something else, like idea or whatever, when it does this. But I don't want to load that up right now. So I can usually figure it out just by doing this. And it's actually not, like, doesn't usually take long, but, is this really this freaking big, though? This doesn't seem... Is laser this complicated? Here we go. I'm just looking for the one name of the one function that handles the visual stuff. Maybe I should have looked at another, Wisp. That would have been easier. Let's actually do that. C-State Phantom... What's the simplest Wisp possible? Isn't there one that's like... Yeah, Bomb. What's up with this one? Here we go. Get visual, get current visual. But how do you set the current visual? That's what I want to do. Create effect. Okay, that's probably what that one function is, by the way. This one. What are the params? It has it looks like a return value. It has the state as the cock, and it has the name of the effect. So they may have just simplified it for this. Why did they build Lost World? If they built Lost World off colors, then this mean that Sega Sonic Team stole the code from Generations at that time. I'm sure they did. Why didn't they build Force on top of Generations code? I think they, yeah, it's basically what's said. I think they just, you know, the team knew Lost World's code better. My understanding is that there actually were like two sub-teams within Sonic Team. People tend to call them Team A and Team B. And Team A, like, basically the split happened, my understanding is around 06. So, like, Team A was working on Sonic 06, and then Team B was working on a Wii port of Sonic 06. That eventually became Secret Rings, right? And then they, I guess, noticed they liked being split up like that for some reason, so they kept it for a while. So Team B went on to, well, like, Team A went on to develop Unleashed and Generations, and Team B went on to develop Black Knight, Colors, and then Lost World. And so if I had to guess what happened, it was around Lost World's development that they laid off a huge amount of employees at Sonic Team because there was a huge recession in Japan. And I think what happened, if I had to guess, is that the devs that they didn't fire, the ones that they kept on, were probably mostly Team B devs and a few Team A. And so they ended up with kind of like a shell of what they used to be, but like some Team B, you know? And they scrapped the Team A, Team B idea, and now they just have one Sonic Team again because it's smaller, or they needed to do that. So that makes sense to me because Team B did Colors and Lost World, right? And so then it's like, why would, when they made Forces, why would they reuse Lost World instead of Gens? Oh, because Team B made the Lost World code. That's what they know, that's what they're used to. And now it's basically mostly Team B, right? So they're like, we'd rather just use this code base that we know that we like, and we know how it works, than try to learn Team A's stuff, right? I think that's what happened. I don't really have proof of that. It just makes sense to me, and it's based on a lot of things that I've heard from a lot of people. I think that's probably what happened. But if you want to like verify it, if someone wants to be crazy and try to verify that or disprove it, I guess a way you could do it is to try to look at the credits of the games and see how many of the devs' names are similar and different between each game, right? I'm probably not right, but I don't know. I feel like that's what happened. That's what it feels like too. Yeah, because it really feels like Forces was made by mostly the like Lost World team, with maybe a few Gens people in there. You know? I don't know. Because remember when they went out of their way to say from the team that brought you Colors and Generations? I think what they freaking meant was from what remains of Team A and Team B. Right? I think it's basically what they were trying to say. And they picked Colors instead of Lost World as the Team B game because that was the most well-regarded Team B game. Right? If the current Sonic Team Sega CS2 was 400 people, then how many people did Sonic Team have in the 2010s? I bet a lot more. I don't know. If you look at the credits for those games, they had like a lot of people. Do you remember how long the credits are for Colors? It's like crazy. From the team that watched footage from the game. Yeah. Exactly. We gotta be accurate here. Okay, so this, I don't know like what this function is actually called, but I know what it does. It does this, basically. It creates an effect. So I might as well like call it that. I don't know what, you know, it's part of yet, so I should probably figure that out. That's return value. Ivar2 is the state. And then Bagak. I don't know if doesn't make sense though, does it? I don't know what this is a part of, but I know that this is a name that seems to be a state for some freaking reason. Maybe it's part of the state. That's weird though, that doesn't make much sense. Maybe. And this is a return value. I don't know what it is. But it's like a handle or something. Yeah, so this is, yeah, that's correct. Okay. And then, if you look at this later, at some point, yeah, they just destruct it. So yeah, that's in fact a return value. I don't know, it's like a handle or something like that. But anyway, this just creates a particle effect, is what that does. So, I don't know what's up with these either. Oh, this is something from the C input. Yeah. So, let's add that in. Reverse engineering is like this. You just have, it's just a lot of like guessing until you figure it out. That's what it is. And this one's a repeat. I mean, they almost all of them are, but you know. And this is a destructor. That's a destructor. I don't know what this is. Jeez. It might be hard to figure that out. Yeah, this is a class, but I just don't know what it's called because there's no data left over to tell me that. So that, figuring that out, it's going to be fascinating. And this is something with the visual, right? Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out before. So it like enables a visual effect. There's something like set visual. So maybe a way to figure... Oh, change... There it is. That's it. Change visual. That's what I was looking for. Okay. That's what this is. Alright. It's really big in colors, though. In Lost World, it's like not as big of a function for some reason, but it does the same thing. Oh, this is super cool, too, because they're strings, so I can figure out easily what they are. So, what is this, body mode? That's a weird name for that. But we have a name, so okay. Let's add that. Player enum body mode. And you actually have to have a value for Ghidra to let you save it. If you don't, it won't let you save an empty struct, which is so freaking stupid. Like an empty enum, sorry. So you have to do that. So I'm gonna go back and edit that later. Okay. Is it possible that on how the Hedgehog engine is currently that we have some animation limitations or the lack of cutscene transition smoothly to gameplay like some modern games. To be honest, I'm not really sure. I've heard people say various things about the blending in Hedgehog Engine. I think they used to use Havoc for dealing with that for the animations. I'm not actually sure about that, but for a while I'm pretty sure they used Havoc for that. And now they're using their own thing. They replaced Havoc with their own proprietary thing. So if you notice a difference between the animation stuff in Forces and Frontiers, that's what happened. But Havoc did animations, yeah, it had skeletal like rigging stuff. That's why if you looked at the like files, they always had like a skl.hkx, and that was like the skeleton for Havoc, right? And then the animations were always anm.hkx. I'm not really sure why. I think it's because they're tied into the physics, because you might have like cloth or something, and you need to dynamically react to the movement of a character, so they needed to have their own way of doing animations too. So Havoc has a system for that. Last one essentially just took the colors version of the engine and put the graphics part back in. Yeah, basically. That's a good way to describe it, I think. Because obviously no one knew about the stream because they didn't tune into the Pikmin 4 demo stream and you teased it at the end. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like there's a good amount of people who knew about it. Something games are AAA anyway. I doubt they ever will be again. It's sad, but yeah, I know what you mean. What's this? Is this a string? Looks like a string. Heck yeah, it's a string. Okay, so visual human is what this one's called. That's probably just normal Sonic, is what that means. Okay, here we go. This is so cool. This is such a good way to reverse engineer this. Like, holy frick. I'm shocked that this is just here. Okay, jump ball. Body mode jump ball. Alright. The next one is down here. This one's already... You already figured out that that was a string. Body mode supersonic. I don't know why that's a different body mode, but for some reason it is. This is phantom drill. Okay. Phantom drill. And we know that 8 is going to be cube, because that's what we saw in the other code over there. Body mode phantom laser. That's 4. 5 is spike. Body mode phantom spike. Okay, 6 is another one that I didn't reverse engineer. Whoops. Wait, did that work? Wait, does pressing Y just redo the last thing that you did? Accidentally hit Y and it did that. It does. I didn't freaking know that. Someone who was developing Ghidra must have been ticked off. They had to like type the same thing 1,000 times, so they were just like, no. There's a key just for that. Based, honestly. Phantom Rodeo. I mean, this is Frenzy, right? I'm just gonna give it a different name than what they actually would have named it. I mean, it's a guess anyway. Rodeo is Frenzy though, right? I forget. Yeah, Puzzles Cube, so that's 8, so we knew that. Cube, but now we got a name for it. So this is gonna make reading the code easier in the future, which is great. Alright, this is Astro, so hover. That's right. And then 10 is Screw, which I think is underwater drill. I'm just gonna say Screw for now because I don't actually know. I think the particle, like the effect and the model is different for drill when it's under the water. So I think that's why they do that. But yeah, you can see there's names now. Very cool. Alright, so... go back. Yeah, now we can see it just has changed the visual to cube. Okay, great. And then this is looks like a bool, doesn't it? Looks like a freaking bool. If I had to guess, but I don't. You never know. So it looks like they only set to 0 and 1 so far, but just to play it safe, let's keep it as a U-char for now. This also looks like a bool, but we don't know. So that is a U-char. We said this is a vector, right? Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, because it didn't cast, so of course we did. And this is physics, so yeah, yeah. I don't know the physics values either. I should figure this out. This would help me with the jump too. I don't know what these vectors are, right? There's actually, this is concerning to me. There's actually, it looks like less vector 3s in Lost Worlds C physics class than there are in the colors one. So that may mean that there are some things that colors does that can't be mapped to Lost World C physics unless we re-implement those things, which would be a pain. But doable, but just a pain. So I'd rather not do that, but we probably will have to at some point. So not tonight, but like someday I need to probably do that. Bro. Screw his torpedo underwater, that makes sense. Something's a dragon engine that can really improve hedgehog engine if implemented though. Yeah, I agree. Spectrum was cancelled because of final color blaster being impossible to find. I think you need to port it over anyway, just a couple of things. Yeah, that's funny. Phantom Final. Yeah, I don't know. Well, this is visual, so this is like models, right? Like, so this is all like different models that Sonic can use. So there isn't one for that, to my knowledge. Alright, and this is like so weird that I don't know what that is. It's gonna be a huge pain. What is this? Oh, it's like the effect handle or something. Oh, okay. But it checks something about the effect, so we need to like figure that out. Dang. We could probably figure it out like this. What's the Oh, so we could type these in if I wasn't so lazy. Let's do it. Or die trying. Where is it at? There, the body mode. Oh, that's right. Geeter defined this as a type def. When it's actually an enum. So I could remove this and replace it with an enum, but then I think that'll screw over all the functions that use body mode, so I'd rather not do that. So I could just read this if I ever need to know what they are. So in Lost World, like, this is how they're mapped. Eagle is 7, for example. Rhythm is... there's nothing mapped to 8. There probably was going to be a wisp there or something, and they removed it in the final game. I don't know. Oh, it's also Start Phantom. Ah. That's probably in here somewhere, if I had to guess. Or maybe this is Start Phantom. What parameters do you take? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Initialize, we got Start Touch Panel, we got all this stuff. Set level, create effect. Okay, what I wanted to see was create effect. So, because after they do that, here we go, what's this? Ah, this might be what I'm looking for, actually. Let me close this background process, by the way, that I don't need anymore. I don't care about the email. Alright, HH for hedgehog effect C instance handle. So I imagine this stuff is going to be different in Lost World from colors. Yeah, so we might just have to like... We just have to freaking guess what this does. It looks like it's... Well, this part is not really... I don't know why I have that up still. This one, yeah. It looks like what it does is it takes the effect handle, or whatever, and it takes the first number inside the effect handle, and it sees if it's -1 or not. And if it is, then it just returns the second value, or third, I guess, in the in whatever the struct is. Otherwise, it returns the first value. So that's weird. I don't know why it does that. But then we can see that they destruct it right here. So that means there should maybe be RTTI for this. I don't know. Let's see. If I can remember how to get to the freaking VF table again. There it is. Okay, on enter is down here. So we got, this song is loud, you know? It's just kind of loud. Okay, that's get name. We've got these two. We've got enter, leave, update, process message, on enter, on leave. So this should be on enter. Yeah, it's got the same strings. Cool, cool. Alright, so after this, create effect down here. Oh, it got inlined. That's interesting. What is this? Sorry, I'm looking at something over here. Some stuff got inlined, which has thrown me off. But this, let's see. It returns a different value based on that. I don't know how that got in, like... There's also this. That's probably what that is. Yeah, there's like a vector3 thing going on here. Okay, and then this code right here is the code that... I can't see it yet, sorry. Is this function here. Then the next thing takes this value? Dude, I don't know. What does this do? We'll figure it out. This is just the short version of the song. Oh boy. We gotta hear that again. Yes, Red, it's very important. Ah, see effect hang. I found it. I found it, dude. Let's freaking go. Okay, here we go. It's Sonic Effect. This is actually the name straight from Colors Ultimate, so we like know this. See effect handle. That is exactly what I thought it was. Awesome. And I'm going to also recreate the class manually so that Geezer doesn't do its stupid thing that it does sometimes. Reach for the stars. They're in fact pretty far. But this is like a generic destructor or something. But yeah, this is what I'm looking for. So, okay, so... it returns a C effect handle. And we can actually just do that by, I think we can do that by value and then manually like fix this. So let me see what C effect handle like inherits from or whatever. How do I do that again? Let's see. I always get confused with like this stuff. Here we go. The hierarchy description and the base class array. It's just there's no base class. Okay, so I think this was like there were actually 3 4-byte sized things there. Okay, yeah, so when we make it big like that, it automatically adds in a return storage pointer. I think the right register, I might have to manually fix it. Nope, it's looking good. Okay, that's correct. Let's freaking go. Hedgehog Engine 3 and a Kitten Library will go hard. Oh wait, they gotta deal with McDonald's. They'll have to split the engine in half. That's a good joke. Puyo Puyo could probably easily be done in Unity. I don't see why they need Hedgehog Engine 2. Yeah, I think they're just trying to use their own proprietary stuff because they spent money on it, and they know it, so they figure it makes sense, you know? But, yeah, I will admit it's really weird that they're in a weird position with Hedgehog Engine, because it's like, why'd they make it, you know? It's very cool, but it's like a lot of work to develop a freaking engine and keep it up to date. And especially now with, like, they have DX12 and Vulkan and all that. I'm like, bro, like, the PS5 came out. There's all sorts of stuff they're gonna have to, like, eventually add to Hedgehog Engine. And it's, like, kind of a lot, you know? This is an int. And the first value also seems to be an int because they compare it as such. But then for some reason, this is also an int, yeah. Alright, so I don't really understand why there was just 3 freaking ints, but... Wait. Wait, what? They treat it as an int and they add 1 to it. Like they treat the address as an... Hang on. Idra, I'm gonna need you to not do that right now for me. Thanks. Return a pointer to... it. What? Okay, maybe this is actually like a... Alright, let's go with this. Wait. No. This is a pointer to an int. This is an int. And they return a pointer to an int. This is not right. But imagine. No, because they add 1. Why do they add 1? They get the address of this... Oh, because it's not an int. Right? Why do they treat it like it's an int? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe it's a bool or something. I don't know how this works. Game Maker Studio. Yeah, they should use that instead of Hedgehog Engine. Took me a second to get that. Oh man, that'd be amazing. They don't want to change everything because they have to redo everything from the ground up. Yeah, and pay licenses. That's the other reason. Hedgehog Engine 3 and Knuckles featuring exclusive Knuckles features. So based. Moving to an engine required them to figure out a new development pipeline and get all their devs on board, which, yeah, be a huge pain. For making a game in Unity. Yeah, the Superstars looks to be in Unity. From what I can tell. So that's going to be fascinating. Okay, this is the other thing that they construct. Or, like, rather they get from something. So let's see if I can figure that out from IDA real fast. In this function, they... Oh yeah, they do a lot of crap. So they make, like, a matrix, and they... Oh, C effect gawk. Okay, that's fascinating. It's useful there. What am I looking at right now? I really can't even see it, but like... There's like 1,000 functions that call 1,000 different functions. Good lord. I think this is de novo. Like, that does this. There's genuinely just like functions that call functions that call functions that call... And it's just like thunks. Like, there's just 80,000 thunk functions. So much clicking you have to do to get to it. It's like insane. Thanks, de novo. I remember that subreddit that was like, it was something like r/thanks based de novo or something like that. And it was just nothing but people sarcastically posting about, like, they were like worshipping de novo. but actually everyone hates it, right? They were like, thank you, Based de Novo, for saving games from the horrible crimes of piracy by making the game unplayable. Thank you. There's no way that we could live without Based de Novo. I thought that was a pretty good subreddit. Okay, well, this is the play sound effect. So this is like way after. Oh, good lord. The thing I'm looking for has to be like nearby. Maybe it got. I think maybe the ordering of these functions got rearranged. Because I'm going based on the order, but I think that's what my mistake is. That's exactly what happened. Okay, so see, so this is actually here. And it calls this, yeah, see effect gawk. Okay. And then after they do that, which by the way, this is like get effect or something, right? Whoops. In colors they call the root namespace Sonic, and in Lost World they changed it to app. I think because they realized they could reuse this code in like Mario and Sonic and stuff, so they don't want to always just call it Sonic, because they might use it in other games, right? Anyway, it's just kind of funny. Get effect? That's exactly what they called it. I've gotten better at guessing the freaking names. Alright. And this returns a thing that I don't think I actually added to Deidre yet. See effect gawk. Oh, I did. When did I add that? Okay. Oh, cool. So get effect, and then after they do that, we have this code. And I don't know what that's about. And then we have this. Some matrix thing. And then it returns something, right? Oh, it's probably a matrix, right? Yeah, that's probably what that is. But then we destruct it. So what I need to do here is just simply figure out when they destruct it. Maybe I got the first thing wrong. Hang on. No, I don't think so. I think this is the destructor right here. No? Okay, I don't know what happened to that. Maybe it, oh, it's down here. Or something. Maybe there's no virtual function table for this. That actually would make sense. Well, I don't know. This is something where they get an effect and they make a matrix from it. So, okay, we kind of know what it does. We don't know the why of it. And that's pretty weird. It's pretty freaking weird, bro. Pretty weird, champ. This is 12 bytes. So like a vector 3, right? But created from a matrix for some reason. I mean, I don't know. It's probably like get bounds of the effect or something like that. But why? First de Novo works on Unity? Of course. It works on everything. Based de Novo. Good lord. I don't know what this does either. So there's a lot of stuff we have to figure out before we can port over the cube, what it looks like. Surprisingly. Maybe we can just get some of the basics working and then stop there. I'll probably stop streaming soon. Famous last words. Rad always says that and then streams for another 17 hours. But I'm getting hungry too, so I'd like to eat. But let's just see what we can do here real fast. So this, I think, just transitions into the state phantom puzzle root state. But I don't understand why they call it with a different version that, yeah, it does something with this. State type. Huh. Alright. Maybe that is that. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. They check to see if the type of the current state is none. If it is, they return 0. Otherwise, they loop. So they go into, interesting. They have this thing. They do something with that. And then they, check to see if it's, I guess this changes that too. They check to see if this, oh yeah, if the state type that we're requesting to change to is equal to this, and if so, they stop. Otherwise, they have to call a virtual function, and then they destruct something. So I have no freaking idea what this is. It's something involving changing, like, getting the next state or something, maybe? But it's bizarre that if this thing is 0, then they create like a particle effect for cube and they set up all the input state and everything and the sound effect. But if it's 1, then they change the visual to cube. And they only do that if it's 1. Why is it set up like this? I don't know. It's pretty weird. Frontier still doesn't have a crack and it uses a better version of de novo. Yeah, it seems like it does work to an extent. I just freaking hate it. Like, I'm not gonna argue that it doesn't have some, like, work to some degree. I just don't like it. I would pay more for a game if it didn't have de novo in it, and that was advertised. I'm just saying. Mouseword doesn't have it, so cool. At least they got that right. Alright, local 50 is like something that returns. Ivar 3 is something from this. Okay, so there's no, like, is this like even a this call thing? No. So this is like a maybe constructor or something? And then we, man, this is nuts. Okay, so I don't know, this is like really painful to like reverse engineer this. I should stop obsessing over getting every little detail right and instead just like port it, right? So I don't have this effect yet, but I can do this. And I don't know how this vector plays into this somehow. That's not a float though, that's a vector 3. Yeah, and we construct a matrix from it. Oh, this is like setting the bounds of the effect. Or something. Right? Let's see if there's anything like that here. Add effect to list, set status, update. See anything like that? Get effect. I don't see anything that does that. But that's what this does. So I don't know what the equivalent is of this code in Lost World, but we gotta figure that out. But basically, yeah, it just, it looks like it sets the boundaries of the effect to a certain vector. Oh, maybe it's like, oh, it's like probably like the velocity of the particle effect or something? Because this is just like 0, 3.50, so it like goes straight down. Fascinating. Are there different DRMs that don't make modding harder? Yeah, kind of what was said as well. It's DRM tends to inherently make modding harder, but it just depends on how, you know, strict the DRM is. Like technically, like Steam, like every Steam game has some form of DRM because they have like the Steam VAC banning or whatever. You know, like they have like some system to try to check if you have bought the game or not. But Steam's is so unintrusive that it's, I don't think many people really have a problem with it. It's like fine, you know? They designed it to be very minimal and like do its job and not get in your way. And I'm sure it's easy to get around if you want to like pirate a game, you know. So devs probably don't like it because it's too simple to work around. But I like it because it doesn't get in my way. So, you know. But so there's that. I don't know about any other, like, I don't really know other types of DRM off the top of my head. Create follow effect. Ah, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. That's kind of what's happening. If I had to guess. It's an effect that follows you. Okay, but this is different than how they do it in colors by a lot, so I don't know if that's right, but... Then start Phantom Gauge, and this is... Oh, it just sends a message in Lost World. So in colors, I wonder how they do it. If we can message get front direction, okay, that's fascinating. I already apparently figured out that type of message. That was really useful that I actually did that. Because we can search for the constructor for this. We can find what calls it. Get player front. See viewer manager. Okay, that's probably not it. And draw. This is probably it. Something either. Player simple information draw. It's probably just different in... Yeah, it looks like it's just different in colors than it is in Lost World, if I had to guess. That's kind of a shame. Unless they did use... That was a dev thing though, right? Anyway, they get the front direction, and the resulting message is this, and then they like copy it from... They should copy it from there. Oh, yeah, it's a pointer to this. How did I figure that out? Okay. It returns a, yeah, so it sets it to this, and then once they get the front direction, they copy that to here. They do something to it. They call it a function. I don't know what that does. Some math. And then they set the rotation. I don't know. That's a pretty crazy function. I need to figure that out too. But it looks like it said something about the physics as well. And then this is another thing. So let's just skip. Okay, let's skip all this for now. Let's just freaking port. Oh no, Sonic's going to drown. No, he's not. I skipped it. We're almost done with the color stuff too. I think when the, you know, this is stupid, but I'm gonna do this. When we run out of the color songs, I'm just gonna stop for now. I can stream this again later with other music. Cause why not? I'm getting hungry. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is actually really, really like stupid. I'm gonna Oh, we need to figure this out too, though. Doggone it. There's a lot we gotta figure out to make this work. Okay, we could probably just like re-implement some of this by guessing. Right? The other thing that's weird is... Oh! Oh, I think I freaking see what's happening there. This is a bool. Like, for sure, that's a bool. And it's like M, like, is shown, or something like that. And, okay, so here's what they freaking do. This is actually entered twice, I think. So they enter it, and the first time they enter it, this is 0. So they create a particle effect. This is the particle effect where all the cubes show up and they kind of come close together into Sonic. Does that make sense? They set the down velocity for the effect. They created everything. I don't know what's up with the input. They check something with the input and they do something different based on that. But then they play the sound effect. This is the one that's like, you know, like when the cube's starting up. And they do this thing, I don't know what this is about. I think this is a timer that probably pauses the state and comes back to it later, something like that. And then it comes back later. This time they check this value and it's actually 1. So now they do the rest, which is, I don't know what this is about. Something involving the direction. They get like the direction they need to go or something. They enable the cube wisp visual, so this is the cube model now. And then they set this to true, and then I do all this, and now the state actually begins. So the reason it's done like that is because when you first start using cube, Sonic just freezes in the air, and this particle effect shows up, and then only after the particle effect completes does it change into the cube model, right? So they have to do that in 2 steps. So this is the first step, this is the second step. That seems to be what's going on. So why, like, how exactly that mechanism works, I'm not entirely sure. But that seems to be what happens. So then when this is process message, we should probably figure these out too. This is step. And this is going to be important, I think. So they're doing, once again, they're calling this function. This is 33928. Yeah, it's the same function. So we got to figure out what that is at some point, because we need to call that. Oh, they have actually, yeah, so, I don't know what this is about, but they changed the model to cube, or they changed the state to puzzle fall, depending on the current status of this. And then this looks like probably, no down velocity, okay, they set velocity to 0, 0, 0 for some reason. This is state fall. Why would they do that? This is, weird. This is C-state gawk. Okay, so they... Bro, I'd like to get at least one wisp ported. That'd be pretty cool. But tonight it doesn't look like it's gonna happen. Okay, so this, like, checks something. And, if it's... I don't know, if it's true or false, I have to figure that out. It's like... this PPC does this a lot. Where it decompiles to this for some reason. Where it's like a weird trick. They count how many zeros are in the Boolean, which casts it to a uint. Okay? So the bool is either going to be 0 or 1. So if it's... and it's casted to a uint, so it's 32 bits. So if the bool is true, then there's going to be 31 leading zeros. There's 31 zeros before the 1 at the end. So 31. If the bool is false, then there's going to be 32 leading zeros, because they're all 0, right? So then what they do is they take the result of that, and they right shift it by 5, because 32 is just 1 shifted to the left by 5. So if you got 32 and you shift to the right by 5, you get 1. If you got 31 and you shift to the right by 5, you get 0. And so the end result is that. So it's really mind-melting. I always have to do this stupid thing every time they have to deal with a bool. But basically what it means is, this bool here, they're checking to see how many zeros are in it. So basically, if the bool is false, then there's 32. And so then they shift it right by 5. And then if that value is 0, they do this. So in other words, if the bool is true, do this. If the bool is false, do this. That's what all that crap means. It's just really awful decompilation that makes it really hard to understand. But it's just if the bool's true, do that. If the bool's false, do that. I think I got that right. Copy-paste the code from colors. It's not original code. Yeah, that's right, Wisp. It's a lot of it's incomprehensible. Like this. That's why I'm reversing it. Yeah, because I have to figure it out. So like all the names that you see on the screen are things that I figured out and typed in. By default, everything's like this, where you see this is like fun 8021B798. There's no name, so I don't know what it is. I have to like figure it out, and I need to port it. So it takes a while, but it's great when you get it to work, because you can port it all over. It just takes some time. I don't think Deidre like knows what this is. Oh yeah. This is they get some class for when they call this function back, and then they call this function on that class. But I don't know what the class is. It's probably, if I had to guess, that other state? Maybe? Maybe it's a C-state phantom puzzle root class or something. But let's see what calls this. Maybe. Puzzle fall. It's all gonna be related to the puzzle list, that's for sure. Once again, puzzle fall. Let's name this. I think I got that name right. Yeah. Okay, and then this is crash. But it's not fall, it's on leave. This is the one that crashes the game. Maybe we could just put one of these, you know? Please tell me this works now. Oh yeah, yes it does. Cool. I don't usually use that dirt int. Sometimes they do. So a lot of these like puzzle things are calling that same function in the same way. What I wanted to see was if there was this puzzle state root thing somewhere that we could use to prove that it's actually a member of that. This is step. Just want that name. There we go. Did it play this one before? I don't remember. And that's actually all of them except for this. That's on leave again. And there was one more too, I think. Bro, I'd like to have something in-game. That's always the problem with these streams. Is that there's never anything in-game by the end of them, you know? Because there's so much coding you gotta do where it's just like, hang on. It will be a game, I promise. Okay, so, okay, this is interesting. They call the function again here. But do they call it on itself? Because that's what I wanted to know. That's why I looked into that. I even forgot what the function was called. Is it this? They do! Yo! Okay, so the last reference to it saved me. That's what I needed to know. So yes, they are in fact. I don't know what this function is called, but I know what it is a part of now, so that's good. So it's a member function on C-state phantom puzzle root, and it looks like it takes these two things as parameters, which is fascinating. Yeah, because they pass in, or maybe the 0 is something else, I don't know. But anyway, they call this on C-state phantom root, so that's what I needed to know. So from that I can now figure out that the type of this is in fact a C-state phantom puzzle root class. So this looks to be something that gets a class of a type that you ask for. What's this supposed to be? Colors poured into Lost World. Yeah, literally. Let me try to show you. I love that reaction. That's awesome. It's literally like I'm porting over the code of colors. So like there's like a hop now, right? Like the hop from colors. And when you boost, it like zooms out in the same way the camera zooms out and back in. And I want to like, you know, do this for every little piece of code in colors and eventually turn this game into colors. So the idea is like, you know, instead of it playing like Lost World like it does now, it would play exactly like colors. You'd be able to like boost and, you know, wall jump and use all the wisp and all that stuff. So it's basically going to try to turn it into a PC port of colors is the goal. but it's like really ambitious, obviously, and so it's like this whole stream, what I've basically done is like figure out a bunch of reverse engineering stuff, make the jump state slightly more accurate. It's still not right, as you can probably tell, and start porting the cube wisp, which I thought would be not too complicated, but it's looking like is requiring me to figure out a lot of stuff to do. Yeah. It's an idea that I had years ago that I was like, no, you can't do that, it's too crazy, but now I'm like, screw me. Why not? What do I have to lose? It either is a thing that I finish someday, or it's a thing that I don't. That's how it is. So yeah, why not freaking do it? Alright, that's part of that class. Which is really great to know. Okay, cool. So that's why this isn't in Lost World anywhere. That's what that other function is. Let's go! Okay, cool. It's coming together now. And I don't know what this is. Is that the Gawk? Yeah, let's rename it to that. Okay, so I still don't know what this crap is. But it's something. What calls it? Oh no, it looks like it's mostly stuff I've already figured out. Okay, what's this one? Nothing. It's probably just not... What? There you go, yeah. Just find me references to that, please. Thank you. Okay, so this is a VF table that for some reason didn't get, like, figured out. Oh. It's not a VF table. Never freaking mind. What is it? I don't know, but there's 3 functions in it. Oh. I think it's the initializer for the posture standard or something like that. I remember seeing something like that a while ago, but I don't remember what it does. Okay, this is some weird, crazy function, but it also calls that. So, alright, what is there anything that, like, is also in Lost World? Drill is kind of in Lost World, but it's, different code, I think, so... Puzzle Fall, no. Puzzle Start, no. And this is, Puzzle Crash, so no, so this is... Unless it's in that drill, which I doubt it, I don't know if this function's in Lost World. So that's gonna be interesting. I don't know what to map that to. We'll figure it out. Set velocity. Alright, so we've got enough of it figured out now, I think, that I can actually maybe make at least the beginning of the cube state happen. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, change posture, get physics, copy that over, and then set that to 0. We already did all that. So here's the fun part. So we need to actually make the phantom for that as well. Zero engineering harder to do than code injection, are both the same. Yeah, usually you have to, yeah, it has, this has happened a lot, it's kind of funny. It's what most have said. Yeah, usually you have to reverse engineer to do code injection because, what code injection is, well actually code injection is kind of what I'm doing with Spectrum. It's exactly what I'm doing. You're basically editing the code of the original game, right? So, like, for example, like, let's say you have, like, this number here and you want it to be a different number for whatever reason. You would, like, find the address of that number in the game and you would, like, edit it, right? So you say, the number at this position, change it to this, right? And it turns out you can do that for anything. You can change code by just changing numbers, because everything is numbers. So you're basically just finding numbers that you want to change, and then you're changing them to what you want them to be, right? But the hard part, of course, like 99% of the process, is just simply where is the number that I want to change, and what do I want to change it to, right? Because you know what you want to happen. Maybe you want, like, you know, Sonic to run faster or something, or whatever. You have some idea in mind, but you're like, how do I make that happen, right? So reverse engineering is the part where you're, like, figuring out where that number is and what you need to change it to and how it all works. And once you figure out enough of that to know what you need to do, then the patch part is easy. You just have to write some code or a patch or something that just says, change that number to this. And that's all you're doing. So there's various ways to do that. There's like, you can write C++ code and make a DLL file from it. And then you can make the game load that DLL, and in the DLL you can run your own code that changes the numbers. Right? That's what I'm doing. Like for example here, in this code, I'm grabbing a number from this address, and then I am unprotecting it, which lets me edit it. And then I'm changing the number to a different value. So you can do it like this. Or Hedgemon Manager has a patching functionality with like the code system, where you can write your own patches in a much simpler way than this. So if what you want to do is just something like this, where maybe you want to change the resolution of the movie player, or any of these things, right? Fix the depth of field, like something that isn't that complicated necessarily, it's usually better to use a code. But if it's like really big and complex, you usually want to have a DLL for it. Anyway, there's just two different ways of doing the same thing that vary in complexity. It's not regularly C. It's always like a different version of C. Yeah, so there was, yeah. There was C in like the 60s. I'm not even joking. C was in like the 1960s originally, I believe. It got standardized finally in like 89 and then again in 90. And that's the version that most people mean when they're talking about C. They mean ANSI C, which is from 1989. And then C++ came a few years later. I don't remember when C++ was invented, but it was like the 90s. And then Microsoft... Okay, so then Sun made a language called Java that was different in a bunch of ways and seemed like it was going to be pretty cool to a lot of people. And so Microsoft wanted a piece of that pie, and they made their own version of Java, basically, that they called C#. And then Oracle bought Sun, and they got the rights to Java. And Oracle is like a terrible company. Oh no, there goes the Oracle sponsorship. No, but really, straight up, screw Oracle. They're just the worst. And so they decided that they didn't really care much for Java. And they have updated it over the years, and they have made it better. But not really like it probably could have been. So meanwhile, Microsoft improved C#, and C# is amazing today. If you use C#, it's like so good. Whereas Java is okay. It's not great in my opinion, but everyone has their own preferences. But yeah, so funnily enough, I think this is one of the only times where the Microsoft competition actually like won. I would say. I think C# is the better language. But anyway, but it doesn't actually have much to do with C++. It has similar syntax things and ideas from C++, but it's like way simpler and more sane. C++ is a crazy language. Anyway, most games use C++. Pretty much every game uses C++. It's just what became the standard. And all the library and the engines and the frameworks and everything, like Havok and Unreal and Unity and Cryware and all that, it's all pretty much like C++. So if you want to make a game, it's like you probably want to use C++, because otherwise, if you use any other language, you can't use all these libraries and things, right? So that's a large part of why they still use it, even though you could use something else. I thought most newer games use Python. Thankfully, no. I am not a fan of Python, but I know that's a hot take. I think if you're just learning programming, Python is a really great language to learn how to program with. When you have no idea what you're doing, it's a great language to just jump in and you can type code and it works. and you can learn how logic works and everything with, like, you know, like computer logic is what I mean. And it's a really great language for learning. Like, unironically, it's great. But when you want to do something serious, please. Like, I'm sorry. Please freaking, you know, learn another language and use that. Like, I swear. Every time in my life that I have had to use a project that was written in Python, it was a massive pain, and I hated it. Because every time, it's like 1,000 different random scripts that were written by random people 20 years ago, and you have to hope and pray that it still works together somehow, and it seems like it works, and then at some point, you run into some error where it doesn't, because you're importing some library and it's the wrong version or something, and everything explodes, and you have to somehow figure out what this one random guy was thinking 20 years ago when he wrote this, and you have to figure out what happened and why it doesn't work anymore, and you have to fix it all, and it's like... Or, we could just use another language and things would work. But maybe that's just me. I don't know. My experience with Python has always been bad, every time. I have not once had a Python program that just worked. Except, actually, I think maybe for Skype's tools. I think tag tools was written in the original version was written in Python, and it actually works. So, base Skype, he made Python work. But yeah, but all this machine learning, this AI stuff, is like, almost all of it is in Python. All the AI stuff is Python, because the AI, like, programmers are, like, mathematicians first, and data scientists first, and, like, programmers second, right? So they're super good at amazing, complicated maths that I would never understand in a million years. I'm trying to, actually. I'm interested in AI, but it's really complicated. It's like matrix math and all this crazy stuff. So they're really, really great at that. But when it comes to programming, it's like, oh, I also do that, right? That's not what they specialize in. So they picked Python simply because it's a language that works really well with maths and doesn't, and it's easy to learn. So if you're not a programmer first, then you can use Python. It's easy. But the consequence of that is that everything is a nightmare. Like, I remember when someone ported this AI to, I forget what it was called, but they ported it to C++ from Python, and they got something like literally like a 400 times speed up. It like made the news because it went from being, you needed like a 32 gigabyte like RAM or whatever to run the freaking thing, to like you can run it on a Raspberry Pi now. And all that they did was they took the same code and they put it in C++. It's like, maybe we could just do that, guys, instead of using Python. No? Okay. Alright, sorry. Python rant over. Rad, talk about Undertale DS port. Oh, that was something that I did, like... Okay, hang on. I started to try to do that years ago, and it never got anywhere. It was like, I had, like, half of the first cutscene ported, and that's all that I did. I was actually porting it. What I did was I had a tool that could reverse engineer the GameMaker language bytecode, and you could get the GML back from that. And then I was actually reading the GML and I was like recreating it in a C++ homebrew project. It was stupid and crazy, and I was young and I didn't know what I was doing either. If I was doing it now, I could actually finish it. But I'm doing so many other projects that I'd like to actually, finish one of them. That'd be cool. But knowing me, I'm nuts like that. But you learn stuff. If I could finish this one, that'd be cool. Why is this not working? There it is. Alright, so somehow there is a... Yeah, okay. Here we go. Get posture. Okay, but I'd like to get the state. Is there really not a function like just called get state? There's a get state context parameter. But I just want to get state. Interesting, because they do something like that. Or maybe it's probably part of this. No, let's see. Dang it. What do they... What is this? It's like get state is what it does, but why is this a thing? Like somehow they can get a state? Like what? I don't know, but it's I know what it does. I just don't understand why it's a thing, or I don't know if there's an equivalent of this in Lost Worlds. There might not be. That would be bad. I guess I could code it myself, but I don't know how complicated that's going to be. But it looks like it's basically get state is what it is. So if there was only a way to freaking do that. I see, Python Sting's got it. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I mean, I don't know. Mr. Dungeon for DS, let's go! I don't know anything about how Mr. Dungeon's broken, but... The best languages to learn for game dev are C#, C++, right? Yeah, I'd say those are good for game dev. C++ is what's used in the industry. So if you want to get a job doing like AAA game dev, then you need to do C++, like absolutely. But if you're doing indie game dev, you can kind of use whatever you want. It's just that most of the engines that are available to you are going to be in C++ or C#. Unity is the big one that uses C# for its scripting. Actually, Godot, I believe, or Godot, however you pronounce it, uses GD script, last I heard, which is, I think, based on Python. So, you know how I feel about Python, but if you want to learn Godot, you do want to probably use Python for that. We'll learn GD script, but it's basically Python with extra stuff. But that's the one engine that I know of that uses Python. I don't think anything else really that's like widely used uses Python. Yeah, C++ and C# code looks similar, but C++ directly interact with memory while C# does frickery in the background. That's a great way to put it. It does frickery. Yeah, C# is like C++, but sane is how I put it. Because I actually kind of, I don't know, I have a weird love-hate relationship with C++. It's the main language that I use now, and I think that it's overhated in a lot of ways, but I also think that it's actually underhated in other ways. Because there's so many things about it that are, like, not that bad, and there's also so many things about it that are, like, even worse than people think. There's just so many, it's just such an overcomplicated mess of a language at this point. And it doesn't have to be, because I remember the creator of C++ famously said that inside C++, like buried inside C++, there's a much smaller, much less complicated language trying to get out, right? And I agree. I think it's called C#. But anyway, they keep adding all this stuff to it. That's just like, why? Do we really need more stuff in the language that, like, is this? Because there's features that we do need for sure, but they won't add those. They add all this other stuff that we don't really need. I don't know. Like, they added, in the first version of it, you could say unsigned char, and that was basically a byte. It wasn't guaranteed to be a byte, but on almost every system is basically 1 byte in size, right? It's just the smallest unit that the system supports, so most everything it's going to be a byte. If you really need it to be 8 bits, though, then later they added in uint8t, and this was guaranteed to be 8 bits or not. If the system didn't support that for some reason, then it wouldn't compile. But every system does. So, yeah, this is what you would use. And so, great, okay, we got all the types we need. But then for some reason, recently they added std byte. What's that? It's just a byte Well, how is it different from U and 8T? It's not. I don't know, maybe it is. Maybe I don't understand something. It probably has a reason to exist, but I don't freaking understand why they added it. I think it was just to make people who are used to newer programming languages feel more at home. Like, oh, byte! I know what a byte is! But, like, why? Like, they keep adding stuff like that, and it's, I don't know, it's a mess. There's like 1,000 ways to do everything in C++, whereas in C#, there's usually basically one official way that's actually simple and good, and it works fine. Yeah, so anyway, so if you're learning, like, C# is easier. You probably start with that. And when you're comfortable with C# and you feel like you get how all this works, you can delve into C++, and it's a bit of a culture shock, but it's a powerful language, and you might figure out why people use it. It lets you do things like shoot yourself in the foot, right? Like, you can say, like, hey, take this random number of, you know, an address of something in memory, and actually make a pointer to that, and then I want you to set the value of the int that lies at that pointer to 7. And, like, that's valid code. You can do that. Whereas in C#, the compiler would tell you, screw you, you can't do that. Unless you type unsafe at the beginning of a function, then it lets you do stuff like that. But you really probably don't need to do that most of the time. And shouldn't. I'll shut up, sorry. 6 hours, whew. That's how my streams go. C# with the option to allocate the memory for certain functions, that could be a huge time saver for a lot of people, I imagine. You can technically do that in C#, I think, but it's, like, not meant to. Really, it's like, use the right tool for the job, right? If you need to do low-level stuff where you're messing with numbers and everything, and allocating memory in a certain way and all that, use C++. If you don't need all that, and you just want to write code and have it work, use C#, right? It's kind of like, that's kind of how I would put it, personally. Right? I hate my life. Wait, why can't I convert bytes into bool C#? This is a conspiracy. That's annoying. I forgot about that, yeah. But then C++ has the opposite problem, where everything can be converted into everything, and half the time it's not what you want. So you write some code that has a mistake in it, but you don't notice the mistake, and instead of the, you know, compiler giving you an error message, or a warning even, it'll usually just build, and then you run the code and it doesn't work, and you're like, what? And it takes an hour to figure out what's going on, and then you're like, oh, it's converting this number into this other thing that I didn't mean it to because I made a tiny mistake here, and then it didn't tell me about that, and I spent an hour trying to... It's awful. Usually that doesn't happen, but when it does, oh boy. Yeah. It's called implicit conversion, and it's very annoying. So C# said, screw that, and they make it explicit, so you have to... You can't say, like... I don't know, what's an example? Like, well, like rules to bytes, right? You can't say, like, will be equals, and then, like, have some, byte value, like this is, like, C#, for example, right? You can't do this. In C++ you can. So you have to instead do this, and then it works. It's, like, makes sense, but it's a little bit of a pain to type. We're almost done with the music. I'm gonna stop the stream soon. I hope more devs join you. Thanks. Seeing the first stage fully working as a proof of concept would be a good way to jump attention. Yeah, thanks. I think it'd be cool to see how far this can go, but I feel like with these projects, finding other devs to, like, help you with it is nearly impossible, because there's not many people who even, like, know, like, because it's such highly specific knowledge, right? It's like, you need to know your way around Lost World and colors and making DLL mods and that kind of stuff. And so it's like, where do you learn that? You know, like, it's pretty hard to find, even amongst my, like, friend group, it's kind of hard to find people who I think would know that and be interested in it, you know? But, I mean, yeah, I mean, if there are people like that who want to work on this, it'd be cool to do it collaboratively. I'm posting this to GitHub. the Spectrum repository here. So, you know, if you want to keep up with the progress or contribute to it or whatever, you know, feel free. I'd love help. Okay, so feels almost hopeless thinking of finding other devs for things. Yeah. It depends on the project, though. If you're trying to make like a web dev thing, you can find web devs, you know? If you're trying to make like a game, you can find people who know how to do certain types of game dev. You need to be kind of careful about it. But you can find someone who can do that. But if you're trying to find someone who does something like this, it's like, good luck. I don't know. Alright, so, I'm kind of scrolling in circles here, haha. I know what this does, but I don't know how I'm supposed to actually implement that in Lost World because there doesn't seem to be a function that does that. Which is actually nuts. I'm kind of surprised. Maybe there isn't a receive player? Like, I think they just moved it. If I had to guess, but they probably freaking moved it. Okay. That's not what I'm looking for. But let's see what else calls this. Maybe there is an equivalent in Lost World that we can figure out. Okay, this is like crazy, I don't know. When you get into the like nested stuff is when I'm like, alright. I know when to give up. Alright, here we go. No, that's Spike. Okay. So Spike would not be in Lost World. How about this? That's also from Spike. Somehow I knew that. But I was still like, yeah, let's check it. Spike jump. Oh, see? Totally different. That'd be fun to implement too. Spike. What is this? Spike dash. Oh my gosh. Okay. Can we get away from Spike, please? I'd like that very much. If I can just find something that's also in... Wow. In Lost World. Because then I can figure out what that function is, or if it exists. Rocket. Yeah, but Rocket's pretty different in Lost World. I highly doubt this would be the same code. Or anything close to it. But this is on enter for Rocket, so that's... Got a better idea? I don't know. So where do they call it at? I know it's not going to be here, but... Oh, it's the first thing, and it's Hex 53. Okay. Start Phantom. Yeah, I mean, that's not right. Yeah, it's totally... yeah, I mean, no surprise to everyone, it's totally different. When did that cloud? What are you guys talking about? Sorry. Sonic 4 on the web? Yeah. Finding resources on how to do easy things are easy. Yeah, finding resources on how to learn more complicated things is like really freaking hard. And I hate that. Because like I'm at the point where I you know, I can figure out how to do most things if I want to. But to get to that point, right? As like a, you know, you're just starting out, you don't really know what you're doing yet. Like, it's really hard. And it actually really concerns me a lot. Like, I don't want to get like doom and gloom, but like, I worry for like the future sometimes of, like future generations and things because a lot of reasons, but one of them is, because I worry like, how are they going to learn stuff? You know? Like, cause I think about like, how did I get into modding? Why is this? Okay, Ghidra. Sure. We'll let you air out for a bit there. Sorry, like, I think about, like, how I got into this stuff. And I don't feel like I could... If I was starting out today and I didn't know anything, I don't know that I could learn it, you know? Like, I don't know. I feel like things got harder to find. And that concerns me a little bit. I don't know, I feel like you kind of have to know someone is the thing. I'm lucky because I know a lot of modders who are super talented that I talk to a lot, you know? But if I didn't know those guys and I was trying to learn today, like I was some random guy who's trying to learn how to mod, I don't know where I would start. I think the obvious thing would be that you would Google like Sonic modding and you would try to like find a guide or something, and you'd probably find, like, actually, you know what, let's Google Sonic modding guide. I don't know, like, what's a game? Sonic Frontiers modding guide. Let's go for that. Yeah, this is what you get. You get, this is, to be fair, this is Brave Search. I'm weird. I should use Google, but, like, you get Game Banana, mods and resources, which is actually a good result, because there are some guides and resources and things you can kind of find there. I think. Sonic Frontiers Nexus. Interesting. Modding guide on Steam Deck. Okay. This week in modding. That's funny, there's actually freaking articles about Sonic Frontiers mods. That's really cool, I didn't know that. Can you mod Frontiers? Tutorial? Oh wow, someone made a Garulus, my boy! I didn't know he made a tutorial. Cool. Okay, thanks Garulus. Yeah, like that's kind of... looks like where you have to start from this. So like, if I go to like Game Banana, what do I find? I'm always scared to open Game Banana because like, I have an ad blocker, but there's... I don't want to block ads, I want to support them, but like, I don't want like freaking like porn show up on my stream. You know, like I'm just saying, some of the Game Banana ads are kind of Web 1.0 where they like have pop-ups and stuff, and it's kind of bad. Alright, so Game Banana's UI is also impossible to navigate. I'm not trying to harp on Game Banana right now, but like, good lord. Okay, somewhere in here there's a section for guides, I'm pretty freaking sure. Get started? Okay, that's not... doesn't really show you how to get started. Questions, work in progress, tutorials, that's what we do. Okay, so this is where you would go as someone who's just learning how to mod, I guess. So how to make RFL mods, downgrading, upgrading your game, batch editing sound files on Audacity. Okay. So is there anything that tells you how to use like Hedgehog Pack? Right? I mean, these would, I assume. Frontier Switch modding, oh, that's cool. Super easy guide on how to install mods. Cool. I mean, how do you make them, right? Model import tutorial. This is probably going to tell you most of the stuff that you would want to learn. Click to download the tools to get started. This actually might be good. Did they show you how to like... I'm not gonna like watch the whole thing right now, but did they show you how to use like... yeah, Hedgehog Pack Frontiers. Shoutouts to how they repacked my tools without including the license or any credit. Alright, whatever. As long as it helps someone. Yeah, so they tell you how to use Hedgehog Pack, Hedge Needle, Model FBX, Model Converter. Yeah, alright, cool. That's a good start. I mean, you could learn from that. Texture editing, you could probably learn from this too. That's a really simple one. Go here, go to character, Sonic.pack, use Hedgehog Pack, yeah, okay. Now we have the textures, yeah, and they tell you about paint.net? They did, cool, cool. Okay. Alright, there's some decent guides here. But anything more complicated than that doesn't really have a guide. But, I mean, yeah, I don't know how you would explain it. Ideally, there will eventually be, you know, I want to make a level editor for this. And then there'll probably be a guide for the level editor once I do that. But it's taking 9 years, so anyway. We have hedge dogs. Yeah, exactly, right? We have hedge dogs, which is what I want to commit to. But how do you find hedge dogs? Like, if you don't know about hedge dogs, right? If you're a newbie, you're just getting into modding. How do you find it? Because you search for like Sonic modding guides, you get like this. I don't see hedge dogs anywhere. I just went to Google as well instead of Brave Search, and yeah, you get like this playlist. That's cool. You get Sim Community Guide, you get Game Banana, you get Sonic Retro. So you actually get some useful freaking results, it looks like. But you don't get hedge dogs. So I don't know how we can make hedge dogs show up. It looks like TG and several... Yeah, someone made a playlist of modding tutorials. That's cool. So this shows up. Oh, so that's the end of the playlist. So I'm going to stop the stream, but... I got on a tangent anyway. These are all old, though. Like, almost all these are like 7 years ago. This one's 2 years ago. Okay. But these are outdated. There's like newer tools for a lot of this stuff. For some of it, there's not. Anyway, the point is, I don't know how people can find that. Because, like, if you know about hedge dogs, you just go here. And there's some guides and stuff. And we need to add more to this. And update things and stuff. Because it's still kind of lacking. But there's some stuff you can find. You can go to like documentation, you can see all this different stuff for file formats. They have a binary template map that's actually really a work in progress. But someday, where's the one that I did of, I did this one. Yeah, I wrote this one on Sega NN for any coders who want to learn about that. And I wrote, one for Hasten. Here it is. Yeah, for the Hasten format. But I haven't written many pages for it, so I need to write more. But yeah, that needs to be fleshed out. Because it needs to be like that you can just like read a guide with pictures or a video or something, and it's just like, here's how to start, and it's like not hard to get into, you know? But I think the hardest part is, how do you go farther than that? Like, because you can figure out how to mod the textures and everything, but once you know how to do that, and you're like, okay, now I want to like edit this other thing, and there's no guide for that, what do I do, right? How do you learn that? I guess you can figure out, maybe you can figure out that it's in a file, and you're like, okay, I found the file. I think the thing I want to edit is in here, just kind of by looking around. But then you're like, how do I edit this file? And no one's made a tool for it yet, right? Or maybe someone has. How do you know? Like, you kind of have to be in like a Discord group that does Sonic modding or something. Like, that's the secret, right? And then just ask someone who knows. But how do you find the Discord group, right? So that's the thing that concerns me, is like, I don't know how a new generation of people who wants to do this kind of stuff could ever learn it, because it's a lot of hopefully getting lucky with the algorithm showing you the information you need to succeed. Most modding guides are, okay, here are fun mods you can try, and here's how to make a stage mod. Oh, not how to use and make a stage mod. Yeah, they don't really get into that. Does Model Tutorial teach you how to change models from the map? Like, is this from platforms? I don't know. In theory, it should be any model. We can make kind of some good level design. Exactly. I don't like how a lot of stuff is stuck in Discord nowadays. Me neither. I'm not a fan of that at all. It's concerning. I'm saving that for my radcast on the internet, though. I talked about this before, but I want to do one about how the internet's dying. But yeah, I've actually been thinking of doing Frontiers model import new animations particles for the first time. There's a Hedgehogs Discord server to help people new to this. I would say maybe this is, I don't know if people are going to agree with me or not on whether this is good advice, but I think it is. There is a, let me close that for a second. Server, once Discord loads I can show you, called you might already be in it even. Yeah, there's a Hedgehog Engine modding server, and where's the freaking like link to it? I don't remember, but it's called Hedgehog Engine modding, and there's like a lot of people in it. And if you're like a beginner and you're trying to like learn stuff, I legit think it's a very good resource, because it's true that there's a lot of people who are like newbies there and stuff, but there's also some people who know what they're doing, and everyone can kind of learn from everyone else, you know. And it's just like a nice server to be in for when you're getting started. Where's the link to it though? There's like an invite link or something that I could send. You don't know if it's the best, maybe Hedge server. I know, right? But like, I knew people were gonna say that when I said this, because I don't know, people have kind of a disdain for the Hedgehog Engine modding server. But I'm just gonna be real. I think if you're a beginner, I don't know. I feel like Hedge server is probably not the best place to be yet, because it's mostly full of people who are like experienced and are doing like more serious advanced sort of mods, I think. Whereas Hedgehog Engine modding server is more like beginner friendly, from what I can tell. Like, I see this post in the Hedge server from today where someone said, "Hello, guys, I want to know how to do model modding and just modding in general. How can I get started? I don't remember much about coding. I need some fundamentals. I need to know how to model and rig and teach myself." And no one responded. No one responded to that guy. That's sad. Someone should have responded to that guy, right? But no one wants to, like, be the one to go out of their way to teach a newbie how to do something. And it's like, maybe we should. I've said that for years, but, you know, maybe you should. We're either this Hedge server and Hedgehog Engine modding server, and they both don't have a Sonic 06 category. I don't think 06 is on the Hedgehog Engine, so that's probably why that wouldn't be in there. But Hedge server could have that at some point. But I feel like if you're a beginner, it's easier to start with that. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But where's the freaking link? There's like an invite link that you can send to people. Here we go. Here it is. This link is permanent, but it will kick users if they go offline if they haven't gained the member role. Okay, so I think this is the one I'm supposed to send. One of these. Yeah, this is the link. That's the Hedgehog Engine modding server, and then the, if you want, Hedge server is, I think Scythe has a link to that on his Twitter. I can't even find the freaking link, and I'm in the servers. Like, that's how bad Discord links are to find. So I'm just, it's, no. Where is it, dude? It's under Skype. I know it's on Skype's Twitter, so I'm just gonna go there. That's Hedgehog Engine modding server, and then yeah, Hedge server. It's pinned on a link from Skype. There. That's Hedge server. So those are two Discord servers that I think are probably your best bet for getting into modding, like actually in the modern age. It's like you just kind of have to know a guy. It's crazy. Also, not trying to just, you know, say shameless plug, but my server has a good amount of people in it who know some stuff about modding, and I'd be happy to help you if I'm online and I see you have a question or something. So if you want to join there, that's also probably a good place to start. That's bit.ly/Rad's Hangout, I believe is the link. It's pinned on my YouTube channel as well. So those are 3 Discord servers I'd recommend for Sonic modding. For other types of modding, I don't know. Keyword is if he's online. Exactly. I'm trying to be more active. If someone asks a question, I usually try to answer it. Yeah, there's another modding. Oh, you can discuss 06 in there. Cool. I would love to want to do a graphics mod for Need for Speed, wanting revamping the pipeline, adding PBR. Yeah, I mean, that'd be sick. That'd be pretty in-depth, I think. Be cool. And you're saying model import new animations and particles mod for Frontiers. Yeah, model import is not hard. There's some good tools for that now already. New animations, I think you can also do with the like Blender plugin and stuff. I actually don't know. I haven't followed the Blender plugin, but I think you can do that already. Particles, I don't think we have anything for particles yet. I'm serious. I don't think there's any tools for particles. So that might just take that might be, I'm not trying to let you down, that might literally be a few years before we get a tool for particles, because I don't know anyone who's looking into that, and I don't know where to begin with it. I know the format we need to crack, but then once we crack the format, we need to make a tool for it. It's a huge pain. But someday we'd like to do a tool for particles, but it's like not high priority, so that one might not be doable right now. Your best bet might be to copy paste existing particles and like do some minor hex edits to the files and changes the textures and stuff, and just kind of work from that. But everything else is doable. Sure thing. I hope it was helpful in some way. I think there's only just recoloring side loop. Yeah, you could do that. You could just, that would just be a hex edit. I don't know what values to edit because I haven't looked at the format at all, but there's something that there's some color value somewhere in there that you would edit. So you could just throw it in a hex editor and just try to look at random numbers and try to figure out what's the color. If you can, like, there's ways you can find it more easily too, but it's kind of hard to explain. Like, if you were to, like, I don't know, take a screenshot of it or something, you could maybe pick the color and kind of try to go find a value similar to that. I don't know, but yeah. And before somebody leaked HE2's code and tools so we can make our own effects, that'd be cool. Probably won't happen. Sandstorm on the second island in Frontiers using particle would be sick. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, someday we gotta do particle tools, but we just, it's such a pain. The particles, they're really a pain. Probably give me a migraine. Probably. Yeah. To be fair, thank you still. Mods can definitely have different versions as long as they go on as things get discovered. Yeah, for sure. That's the thing. It could be really challenging, but I think the idea would be pretty cool. Yeah, it's hard to do particles, but someday. Someday we'll freaking get it. I have a friend who's been working on a tool for editing particles in, I think it's Generations. Yeah, I talked about this. It's called, I think it's called Sparkle or something, or maybe that's the name of the actual tool, but I don't remember. Frick. Can I find it? Let me see. Give me a second here. I know the screen's black. What's it called? Good lord. I don't even remember this person's GitHub username. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do to find the tool, because the internet's so unusable that Googling it won't bring anything up. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to open Discord again. I'm going to go into a server where I know this person is. I'm going to try to search for various keywords with the broken Discord search to try to find this person's GitHub username, which I forgot. And then... that's it. And then I'm going to click on their GitHub and then scroll through there until, there it is. This is how I have to find stuff on the modern internet. It's so bad. Okay. It's Glitter. It's called Glitter. It's on GitHub. And it is a format library and editor application to edit particle effects from Sonic Generations. It's Glitter Studio. You can just click download right here. They've got it download. and you can open it up, and it's an exe, and I haven't used it in a while, actually. I don't know what it's like anymore. I'll dump it in a temporary folder here. But as I recall, yeah, it's really good, actually. It's like, look, it's like a 3D editor. And you literally like open up a particle effect from Gens. Let me pick a random example. I don't know which one I'm gonna pick. Just something that's available. Here's one. Boost. Okay. Yeah, and you load it up, and it shows you all the materials and the meshes. And yeah, you can see. Look at that. Oh, it's so freaking. This is such a good tool. Like, it's so good. He did an excellent job on this. Yeah, you can see all the particles. You can see everything about them, like the boost model, the inner state, all this freaking stuff. Animations, colors, materials. You can edit all of it over here and everything, and you can make it like however the frick you want, and then you just hit save, right? And you get a new file you can load in the game. It's freaking awesome. It's a really great, really impressive tool. Took him a long time to reverse engineer that. Yeah, so we need something like this for Frontiers. But Frontiers uses totally different formats. So we're going to have to figure it out all over again. But someday we can maybe make a glitter for Frontiers. But yeah. It's really cool. Yeah, it's really impressive. And no one knows about it. Because you can't find crap on Google anymore. Like, that's the thing. I wonder how he made the UI and the 3D viewer. It looks impressive. It's in C++, actually. I think it's ImGui. If you're familiar with that library. So it's literally like a custom engine, right? It's like what I'm trying to do with HedgeEdit, but it's taking me forever. But it like it's using ImGui with, I think it's OpenGL, because OpenGL is just easiest. Yeah, it uses OpenGL. Because OpenGL is actually sane from a program perspective to use. It has a lot of flaws, but like using it as a developer is not one of them. It's easy to use. Whereas like DirectX and especially now with DX12 and Vulkan is like a nightmare, utter nightmare to use, and that's what I'm trying to do, which is why HedgeEdit is taking so long. But yeah, but he uses GL, and it's really freaking nice. It's its own code. It's not an engine. It's GL and C++. Very good. Very good stuff. I bet some of you don't even know about the PCASM to C port Clancy's doing with Sonic 1. I actually did hear about that. The only reason I know about it is because I was porting Sonic Mania to the Wii U, and I still intend to come back to that. I saw when I was doing that Cloudacy has a port of Sonic Mania to the Wii U as well, and I went to his GitHub, and I saw like other projects he was doing. I was like, oh, cool. And that was one of them. But that's the only reason I know. It's a highly specific thing. The Generations Game and Modding Guide does mention glitter. Oh, cool. That shows up on Google. All right. Cool, cool. So it does show up to some extent. Fantastic. I've subscribed to a channel of an EAX dev that he was creating his own engine. I'll try to find out. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I must have already said it. Cherno. Yeah, Cherno's cool. I've watched his channel. Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, he's a like you. I mean, you already said it. He's an ex-EA dev. He worked on, I think, the EASTL, which is actually open source, which is very cool. You can find it on GitHub. I think he worked on that before he left. I'm pretty sure that's something he said. Yeah, the EA has their own version of the C++ standard template library that they use instead of the official C++ standard template library, because for games a lot of the official C++ stuff is kind of not super ideal, actually. And it doesn't usually matter too much, but if you really need performance, then you usually want to do things a little differently. So EA made their own that they use for their games, and he worked on this, I believe, for a while. And then he also worked on like engine stuff for them, and whatever. But he left EA, or it was, I think he left, and now he is making his own like indie stuff, and he's making tutorials to try to teach people how to do game engines and whatever. And it's pretty cool because out of all the freaking tutorial channels that I've seen on YouTube, his is the only one that I have so far seen that actually gets into the like, hey, here's how to make an engine, right? Here's how you do that. There's very few tutorials that actually try to explain that. And so he kind of, sometimes he goes a little, maybe even more in depth than he needs to, and it can maybe be hard for a beginner to follow, I imagine, but he's got a cool channel. I would recommend it to check out at some point if you're interested in that stuff. He had one where he tried to, I think he tried to add Vulkan to the engine, and I'm pretty sure it ended in him deciding, never mind. Which is based. That's kind of my experience with Vulkan too. Good lord. That is all. One day, someday soon, I want to do a stream where I want to do a Vulkan rant. Where what I want to do is, I want to just literally create a program that just draws a triangle on the screen. That's it. That's all that it does. And I want to make that program in Vulkan, right? And the whole, you'd be surprised, that's going to take like 4 hours. At least. I'm serious. It's going to take like 4 hours to get a triangle on the screen. And the whole time that I'm coding that, I want to stop and I want to rant about everything that I bump into along the way and why I don't like the way it's designed, right? I think that would be a good way to do a rant because it's going to be really linear, right? It's going to be like from 0 to triangle on the screen. Here's everything I don't like about Vulkan. That's a stream I'd like to do, because just to summarize, the core idea of Vulkan is not the thing that I have the problem with, because I think a lot of people, when you complain about Vulkan and DX12, they think, oh, you don't like the modern APIs, you don't like the pipelines and stuff, and it's like, no, that's not my problem, right? I don't really have a huge problem with the pipelines. I do think they're a little stupid, and I think we're running into that now with a lot of modern games. It's freaking, it's bad, and I'll mention that too if I do that stream, but that's not my problem. I think you can work with the pipelines and make something really good if you care to do that. The problem is everything else. I hate the way the API is designed in a lot of aspects. There's so many things that are just actually unnecessarily complicated. Like, it doesn't matter how low level you want to go. This doesn't have to be this complicated, right? But it is. And it doesn't even offer a performance gain. It makes it worse sometimes. Because the drivers have to handle all this complicated stuff when it could be simple, right? And it's like, it's so frustrating. So I'd like to rant about that sometime. Radcast 4 Vulkan. I mean, I would say it should be a Radcast, but I want it to be visual. I want it to be like a coding stream, because I want to like code this and rant as I do it. Anyway, I'm going to stop streaming. I know I've got completely off topic and I'm just blabbing now. I always do that in my streams. But yeah, I want to take a cube tonight. That's probably not going to happen. Maybe I could at least try to like, let me just do the double jump or something maybe, right? While I blab a little more, and then I can stop for real. Because I know I said I would stop after the music. Double jump shouldn't be hard, right? Let's see. Well, I don't know what that is. It doesn't look like the double jump is that hard. This is like creates an effect of some kind, which I'm not going to port over because for now. But I could just do the. I don't know. I don't know. We could do it later is the thing. I think I'm just going to stop for tonight because it's been almost 7 hours. But believe it or not, I know it probably seems like I didn't get anything done. But I swear that was actually pretty productive. That was actually not too bad. Because the hardest part of this project is not the coding. It's not getting stuff on screen. It's the reverse engineering. It's figuring out what the frick all this stuff does, right? If you can get that part done, then like everything else is easy. Because imagine that everything that I have, everything here is like, has a name, right? Like, not like this, but like everything has a name. Then you're just like, when you want to code it, you're just like, what do I type? Oh, change posture, got it. Change animation, got it. Enable homing, got it. You can just type all this stuff and it takes like 30 seconds. You know? It's so fast and easy. It's just the part where you're like, what does this code do? I don't know. I have to figure that out, right? That's the part that takes an eternity. So we got a lot of that done tonight. We figured out a lot of the parameters. I figured out how to find the parameters and how to find new ones in the future. That's huge. That was a big roadblock for me. I got a lot of functions named. I got like some stuff. Yeah, like it's not too bad. Vulkan is WarioWare DIY. Yeah, you gotta do everything yourself. It's really a lot. I know this channel can help you, but another channel I follow that talks about games graphics is I don't know how to pronounce that. Ace Rolla. Maybe there's something interesting there that you could learn to use. Thanks. I'll check them out. I mean, if nothing else, like I'm always looking for new like channels like that too, because not even necessarily learn from, because the way that I learn now is not usually through that stuff. Like usually I learn by doing now, right? But I'm always looking for good tutorial channels and stuff, because if nothing else, I just want something to recommend to people. Like when people ask me like, where do I learn? I'm like, I don't know. When I was a kid, you know what I did? Like literally. I literally went to the library and I wanted to code. I wanted to make games, but I didn't know how to do that. So I just literally would go to the like computer science section and I would just grab random books, and I was like, sure, why not? And I didn't know what any language was. I didn't know what I was doing. I remember I grabbed some languages on certain web dev things, and I grabbed one on Python, and I grabbed all these different, I didn't know what I was freaking doing, but I was just like, I want to learn computers. This is computer. And I just grabbed as many books as I could, and I took them home, and I just read them. Like literally. I was like 10 or something. I just read these books, and I didn't understand half of what I was doing. Like, I would read these books and be like, sure, and I had no idea what it meant. But I just slowly put it together from reading some of these, and then I started actually trying to code, and I found this Microsoft tutorial on Google, back when Google was good. I forgot what it was called, but it was like for kids. It was I literally looked up something like programming for kids, and I found some Microsoft thing where they had this whole website that was dedicated to teaching kids how to code, and it was great. They had tutorials for Visual Basic, and they had them for C#, and they went from like super simple, like Hello World, all the way up to like they had this one tutorial where you could recreate all of Notepad, you know, like Windows, like this Windows Notepad. They literally had you recreate basically all of this program from scratch in C#, and they guided you through it with videos and images and everything, and it was not hard to do, right? And it taught you so much. It was really good. Like they even had like the, you know, like edit with the go-to and the time and date and select all and the font. They implemented all of this. It was such a good tutorial. And I followed that as a kid, and I learned a lot of stuff. I was like, dude, I get it now. This is making sense. And then, yeah, then it was like, you could go into Unity, right? Because you know C# now. And then I started to learn some Unity stuff, and it made sense. And I started to try to make my own tooling and get into reverse engineering, and I figured it out. And then it was like modding, and it was like, well, the same, it was modding and then reverse engineering. But anyway, and then later I was like, I want to do C++, and then, you know, then I went down that rabbit hole, and now I'm here. But like, you know, it's like I learned from resources that were available to me that were solid. And so if I was starting out now, I don't know what the frick I'd do, because I remember recently I wanted to learn, well, like a few years ago, I wanted to learn Vulkan, and I was like, where do I learn? And I went, I'll go to the library. That's what I did when I was a kid, right? I'll go to the library, I'll get a Vulkan book. There wasn't any Vulkan books. I checked, they have like a nationwide catalog, and I like searched, and there's very few libraries that actually have Vulkan books. There's very few Vulkan books in general. There's like a few. There's like 5 maybe. There's not a lot of Vulkan books. You're supposed to learn it by going online and reading the official specs and everything on their website. And okay, but it only gets you so far. You know, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to learn stuff now. Makes me sad. Thanks, Lussel. I appreciate it. Anyways, Red, have you finished putting the entirety colors source code last word? Oh yeah, actually I did it 5 minutes ago. No big deal. No. Someday. Don't worry, Red. You did a lot now. Thanks to you in chat for the stream. It was insightful and enlightening. Thanks for saying that. Appreciate it. I hope I could help in some way. You did a ton of progress in the stream. Well, thanks. I'm glad you could see it, because I feel like a lot of times in these streams, it's not visible. It's like you get stuff done, but it doesn't look like it. So that's cool that it was noticeable. Yeah, Radpad. You can do that? I mean, it's a simple program, but I never fathomed that. Yeah, you can just recreate Notepad. But I don't think that site is there anymore. I think they took it down. Let me see. Coding for Kids Notepad tutorial. Is there any chance that I'm ever going to find this? I don't think I will. I think it's dead. Yeah, it's like recreate Notepad in C#. It was something like that. It was in like 2009 or something. Is when I read this, and it taught me so much. It was such a great freaking tutorial. Like, it was truly good. But it's just gone. It's lost to time. I can't find it anywhere. I think it's actually gone. Oh gosh, I found this article on Teach Kids to Code Using Microsoft Tools. They have, I recognize some of these. I used some of these when I was a kid. Microsoft Small Basic. I used this. I don't think I learned much from it. But yeah, it was kind of weird. It was like Visual Basic kind of, but even simpler. It was really weird. I don't know. They tested it with children from the ages of 10 to 16, and they said it was a success. It's not a bad idea for adults either. I don't know. I remember this not being super good, but maybe it's not bad to start. I think it's dead now. I think it's like long dead. Maybe not. Let's see. Small Basic. Oh my gosh, it's still around. Holy frick. Announcements and forum posts are just loading forever, I think because the forum is probably gone. But this site is still around. Oh my goodness. You can build applications for Kinect, Lego Mindstorm, Raspberry Pi, Arduino, Oculus Rift, and even more. Oh man, that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, they have this IntelliSense that's like really like... It looks like this. This is the UI for IntelliSense. It looks like a freaking, like, kid's video game or something. When you type, this pops up, and you hit up and down arrow keys, and it scrolls, and it's like, whoa! But it's trying to... They make it, like, really easy. And... Oh, you can do it online? Oh. I wonder if they made it a web editor now or something. I don't know. I wouldn't recommend that to start with. It's pretty old and dead, I think. But maybe. Kodu Game Lab, I used this like one time and I didn't really like it. But I remember using that. I've never tried this. I don't think these were around when I was a kid. I don't know what Code Hunt is. And yeah, that's it. They had one that's long gone, I think. If anyone can find it, like freaking let me know sometime, you know? But I swear there was a website where they taught you C# and Visual Basic, and they had all these tutorials, and the Notepad one that they had, I learned a lot from. Yeah, maybe I mean, I could like recreate the tutorial someday, you know, from memory. Why not, right? Also, they have the search result that says 1 hour of code in this bit. No, bad joke. I think I have it on my hard drive. Like, unironically, I think I somewhere buried deep within the forest of my hard drive, I'm pretty freaking sure I actually have that tutorial saved somewhere. I found it like a few years later, I'm pretty sure, and I archived it. But now it's just gone. So if I can find it, I'll show it to you, but I don't think I have it anywhere. Well, I mean, I do, but I don't know where it's at. Anyway, sorry, I'll stop freaking obsessing over this. Yeah. I just wish there were more good tutorials for people. I'm testing it one more time? Sure, if you want. Wait, it's the same as what it looks like before. But why not? You can see what we did today. It's not much. It was mostly reverse engineering. There was very little actually put into Lost World, but you can jump, and it has the code for colors when you jump, and there's a short jump, and it kind of works. And there's no double jump yet, and I have some code for the cube wisp, very little, that will eventually be playable, and you could also boost and it zooms out, right? Now let's freaking beat the level. Why not? I didn't hit the dash pad, so now he's slow because I still haven't ported the run state, so it's still like Lost Worlds physics, which are bad. Oh, I didn't get the crash. That's good. Yeah, why the frick not? I should turn up audio for this, but like, dude, I don't know. It's fine. We're almost done. The camera. Small bits of stuff, at least, yeah, somehow. I think the best way to learn now, like, what would be a good way for kids to learn? I don't know. Python, probably. Even though I'm not a fan of Python. It's good for beginners, like, genuinely. It's the difference between having to be like, this is an int, this is a float, this is a char, this is what a pointer is, and, like, being like, do you want to say hello world? You type print hello world. Do you want to put a number in a box and call it foo? You say foo equals and then the number. You know, like, it's like so much easier. And you can make games in it, you know. They're not going to be optimized at all, but you can make games in it. And for a kid who's just getting started, that is all you freaking need. The other thing was, when I was a kid, there was Game Maker, right? And Game Maker's still around, you know. It's very much still around. Oh, that's not right. That's cool looking, though. The way he was flying for a second there. That's freaking cool. Yeah, Game Maker when you were 7, you need to read. Dang. Lost me to the tutorial on how to make Notepad. For real, it's gone. I don't freaking know. It's lost to time. There's also this horrible level that I half ported several years ago and never did anything else. It's very unfinished, as you can tell. And I'm going to completely redo it someday. but you can beat it technically. So you want to see how bad this is? Oh no. Sometimes that happens. Because the collision's weird, and you can't actually change. I don't think you can change the time before those platforms fall in Lost World. You can obviously with code mods, which is what I'm gonna do, but you can't. There you go. Yeah, just hop. You can't like through the level editing. We're gonna have to parkour also because the jump's broken in 2D. This is looking so good, Rad. Whew. Really, yeah, you're really selling me on the idea that you can port the entire game. Oh no, is the parkour not working out? Oh, okay. Hey, somehow. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh man, there's a weird part of me that likes playing like horribly broken levels. And just being like, how far can I go? Also, shout out to Sajid for making the depth of field actually work. Because it looks so much nicer having depth of field. The normal PC version of this game, we can actually do the hop. Let's go. The normal PC version of this game doesn't have the, oh dear. Well, you can beat it. Okay, let me try one more time. It doesn't have the depth of field, and it looks terrible, but with Sajid's code, we have depth of field again, and it looks pretty good. Kodu, you remember that? Yeah, it was weird. Still better than Colors Ultimate. You're not wrong. How much was Colors Ultimate again? Was it like 40 bucks? Hey Taz, how you doing? Yeah, this is really unfinished, awful port of a level. Great get camo for the corkscrew. Oh no, it's great. We should release it like that, you know? Me and the team at Radtech? Yeah, dude. It's one guy, it's me. There it is. Yeah, you can see how unfinished it is. I never ported the cameras for this level for some reason. I don't know why. It was a different time. It was like, was it like 2015? Good lord. I think it was 2015 or 2016 when I did this. And I was literally like 15 or 16 years old, so I didn't know some things. I will be redoing this. But at least the spline works. At least I knew how to do splines. Oh, jeez. See, this is another reason why parkour shouldn't be... Hop. Okay, here's the difference. We don't hit that. Because apparently I didn't... Oh, wait, I did put the spline on this. What? Oh. Okay, well, wait a minute. Oh, it does work. Yeah, what the frick? Okay, I guess it just only works sometimes. Cool. And this is a 2D section, but who needs it? Let's... This is so bad. Parkour? Yeah, dude! Can we beat it? Oh, the camera is kind of funky. Yeah! And then we go 3D! Oh, no, we're not 3D. Okay. Boost. Also, interesting thing, the camera in Colors doesn't zoom out when you boost in 2D. It only zooms out when you boost in 3D. And I ported that as well. So when you boost in this section here, because the game thinks you're in 2D still, because of my mistake apparently, the camera doesn't zoom out. So you can kind of see, this is how the boost normally looks without my mod. Please, I'm begging you. Release me from this level. Yes, okay. You can technically beat it. We should release it. I should release it. I should put on Game Banana. It's ready, right? It's ready to go. You should probably try doing a playthrough at the end of every Spectrum stream and seeing the improvements made. Yeah, that'd be fun. Why not? Sega Polish model. Yeah. I can't say with my currency it was, I think around 200, oh yeah, 40-50 bucks, and yeah, I think it was around that cost. It was not worth it, is the point. Don't forget to work in progress in the mod title. Nah, let's just release it. I think people will love it. Tropical Resort is such a nice testing ground. I agree, it's actually great. There's so many like objects you can use already in there. 2D sections can be done by using splines into the camera. Yeah, that's actually what they, well, kind of what they are. The 2D sections are just splines, and you have a trigger that you run into that puts you into 2D mode on that spline. And then the 2D camera is something that you also have to add in. So like you have to add in a camera that just like a camera trigger that just happens to move the camera into the 2D perspective, right? And that's how they do that. There like the 2D trigger doesn't actually change your camera to 2D. It's like a separate thing you have to do. So I ported the trigger, but I didn't port the camera, so that's why it's a 3D camera in 2D. No, 2D sections take my money. Yeah, it's you could say that. You did put a spline, you just put a bad spline, I see. Put a progress bar, say it's 2% done. That's pretty ambitious. I was wondering how they make it so you could jump into platforms in 2D games. Yeah, that's how Sonic Team does it. I don't know how other companies do it. Like I don't know how like Nintendo would do that or whatever. Because I know they have some like, don't they have like 2D sections in Odyssey or whatever? You like run on the side as Super Mario. I think they that's just a totally different like engine. Like they have like some code that runs that like computes where Mario is in a 2D space. It's totally different. Anyway, I don't know why I brought it up. Yeah, I slept through the entire stream. What happened? Let me load up the game again. I'm kidding. So okay. So I reverse engineered a lot. Like I got a lot figured out, but code-wise and visually, like almost nothing changed. Because the hard part is the reverse engineering, not this, right? But all that changed here was the jump's a little more accurate now. You can hop, you know, and jump, and it's a little closer to the original because I figured out some of the parameters. And I mean, this was already there, but you can boost and the camera zooms out. Like gameplay wise, nothing really changed. But oh frick, that terrified me. Played through the TV speakers again. I was like, what is that sound? Thank you so much, Taz. I really appreciate that. I wanted it off my Cash App. Thank you, Taz. That's very kind. I really appreciate it a lot. The code goes, if enter pipe, become Paper Mario. Yeah, that's basically what it does. I mentioned this earlier. You told me to tell you to put the boost camera on regular running. I did. Okay, we'll do that and then end the stream. Let's find some other music to play. Wow, I have so much in the stream music playlist, but I don't know. Let's do this. Hang on. Oh, I lost it. Yeah. More Tropical Resort. You guys aren't tired of that, right? I should play the alternate remixes? You know, dang. What about Frontier Cyberspace? Like, that's the songs? I could play them. Choose the high jump when not moving. Actually, I could try that too. I don't know why that happens. It's like the gravity. I think it's because I have the wrong player, the wrong physics parameter. Because there's these, they copy these values into these fields from physics, but I don't know what those correspond to in Lost World, so I had to guess. And I think the problem is that I'm not copying these. I think if I just do that, it'll fix it instantly. But I don't know what to copy it into. So I have to figure that out. This goes hard. I actually like it too, yeah. Like unironically. Okay, but Adam, I'll do what you said. So put it on regular running. Yeah, sure. So when you enter the run state, we'll do it. Hang on, so this is the camera, and it's kind of overcomplicated. I did it exactly the way that they do it, but it's like, I can't believe how complicated they make it. So there's boost camera plugin you call begin boost, and there's also begin boost camera, and that's another thing that happens. And then this whole thing is called by what? Oh, it's when you receive the message, which finally, good lord, comes from this. So you send the message to the camera. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll just put this in here. And I need to include something for that. I don't remember what it would be. Spectrum player. No, actually, it is part of Blastard API for some freaking reason. It's under message begin. No? Message camera. Let's try that. Yeah. Alright, and then that should actually make it happen. But then we also need to hook the on leave to make it stop happening. It's pretty easy once you get the once you get everything else working, which I did for this. Because yeah, you just send a begin boost message to the camera to begin the boost, and you send an end boost message to the camera to stop boost. That's freaking it. What? Oh, it copied. Oh my goodness. I don't know what happened there. Alright, let's see how fast we can do this. It's really actually really easy. Oh, that's the step function. Oops. This is on. That's process message. This is on enter. Okay. Just go play that. That's fine. Freaking, why not? Okay, so this is that's on leave. This doesn't matter, I don't know why I'm doing it. Okay, and then alright, we will do this yet. Let me get rid of this. Alright. That should make it on run. Why is there a fatal error? I'll just go to this. Because that's another thing I didn't finish. Okay. Gotta love C++ and Microsoft. Epic music, yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, the Tropical Resort one's good, I agree. Okay, so it should be now that when I run it zooms out, but it's not. Oh, because I'm a moron. I didn't install the hook. Yeah, also, the other thing I forgot was I have to call the original, because if I don't do that, then the run state will be replaced with this code. So it will only send the message to the camera and nothing else, which is not what I want. I want the run state to work exactly the same, but it also does this. Everyone's just like, it doesn't make you a moron. That's true. However, I am a moron. Yeah, there we go. So you run and it zooms out. You stop running in it. Yeah, so this is what you wished for. Oh, it even works when you just jog, because that's also C-state run. So you can really see the effect of the boost camera that I ported now. This is what it does when you boost. It's kind of trippy, isn't it? When you spin dash, though, it's not going to do it because it's not mapped to the run. So it's kind of funny. Spin dashing is, like, slower. Yeah, I guess I'm technically going faster, but what if I went faster? Yo, that's cool. That's actually really cool looking. Kind of crazy, though, that, like, that's actually what the game does when you boost. It just makes it a little, it makes it feel like you're going faster than you are, and it also makes it maybe slightly easier to see where you're going, because you can see a little bit more of a range, which is important because you're running faster, so you need to be able to, Did he just parkour up that laser? Okay. I'm not gonna complain. Does it work in 2D, or, no, I think it won't, because it'll check that it's 2D, and then it'll, yeah. Because there's a check that I do, because again, the original game does this too. In 2D, there is no zoom out. So, I ported that as well. So in the Boost Camera plugin, I have this thing, where the frick is it? Is it side view? SV? Or where is it at? Well, somewhere there's a thing that checks if we're in 2D or not, and if you are in 2D, then it doesn't zoom out. And I forgot the name of the function that does it, but, anyway. Actually, it might be part of the camera. Apparently there's this thing I didn't finish with this too, oops. Here it is. You set is 2D mode. So you get this message, and then that sets this flag, and then depending on the value of the flag, you either zoom out or you don't. I should give it a better name, but yeah, so like, here. Yeah, if it's check boost, if this is not the case, then we go into the camera. So anyway, all that does is it makes it so it doesn't zoom out. So in 2D, he looks normal still. Also, you know what this is? This is stupid. This was some experiment that I did in like 2015. There's a pulley in this section in the original game, and I was like, maybe I could put like a cannon up there, and you could like shoot along the spline of the pulley. I could like do that instead of having a pulley, and well, okay, it didn't quite work how I wanted it to. So, you know, oh, you can actually jump over that normally with normal Lost World physics, but, you know, we don't have normal Lost World physics anymore. We have really freaking broken colors physics that I need to fix. Anyway, we also need to make it so that when you grind, you can flip left and right, you know? Because that's really the only thing with the grinding that I feel like needs to be different. I don't mind the Lost World grinding at all, except for that. Like, personally. I think, like, the rest of it is okay as is for colors. But you need to be able to tap left and right, you know, you have to. The fact that you can't do that is awful. And this section looks so nice with the depth of field. And there are dash rings, but they're invisible. They're based on the Knights ones from the Knights DLC. Anyway. Good, very good, thank you. I did the thing. Do you plan to fix the fall walking as well? Do you mean like, is that something that happens in colors? Or is it something that's happening now that I'm not noticing? I probably noticed it, but I'm just not using the same terms to describe it. So basically what a difference a different FOV can make on a sense of speed. Yeah, right? It's really crazy, actually. He's boosting, guys. Yeah, it feels a lot faster. If you keep going like that, I feel like Sega will cease and desist you because you're going to make Sunoco's ultimate disposable. Good! Let him sue me. In Lost World, when you run off a ledge and you just run in midair. Ah! Yeah, I could fix that. That wouldn't even be hard. They deliberately do not switch to the C state full when you run off of a platform or collision or something in Lost World. Whereas in Colors, they do that. So all I need to do is just port over that code that does that, right? There's just some check that they do that does like a ray cast, and if you're not on the ground, then they say go to full. Actually, you know what? I could literally... Can I do that now? Like, is it that easy? Let me think. Because if I just simply say is on ground, if we're not on the ground, then change state to the false state, but I don't remember what the false state one is. It's 12. Can I just do that? Is that good enough to make that actually work? Because like this is what I'm saying, right? Once you get stuff reverse engineered and you have names for everything, it's like really easy to add stuff. It's just getting everything reverse engineered is the part that takes so long. Okay, let's try it. Just run off the ledge and see what happens. Oh, it didn't work. Okay, why not, actually? That's interesting. If I, attach a debugger, right? And then I put a breakpoint on this. What happens when I get off the ground? It does call it. It changes the state to the fall, but then it returns this. Oh, wait, that worked. The camera's crazy. Oh yeah, if you like walk off it, he does change to full. Well, why is the camera so bad? Sorry, goodness. Making me dizzy. That's really weird that it doesn't work when you run off of it like that. Let me try it again. I don't know. It seems possible. You're doing a fantastic job, thanks. I'm not supposed to say, yeah, that's right. I have to buy less word for those things. I mean, hopefully, you know, maybe wait till it comes along more if that's the only reason, though, right? Because I don't want you to buy something and then Radfordhound doesn't finish the project, you know what I mean? But other than that, yeah. I don't understand why, change state always. Maybe I should do that. Maybe there's some, I don't know what the difference is, but maybe change state always does, sounds like it would, you know, change the state always. Let's find, oh wow. They don't do this, they don't call this very much. It's in set catch player, which is in C action base, which is in this function, which is in this. Good lord. There's gotta be an easier way to find that. Do spring jump. Okay. I don't know. Do spring jump? I didn't ask. Process message spring impulse. Okay. This is a pain to find this one. Oh, it's here. Every time. Okay, there's this one state in Sonic Lost World and in Sonic Colors as well called C State Fall. And I kid you not, every time that I try to find something related to the states, that's in like a lot of states, right? And I'm like, dang, I just need a state that has this function in it to help me reverse engineer it. Every time it is in C State Fall. Like, without fail. This is the most useful state. My boy C State Fall has gotten me through so much. I've reverse engineered at least like 20 functions just because of C State Fall. So I shouldn't be surprised that once again, it's here to save the day. Okay, I already found this one apparently. Whoops. Alright, and then... yeah, okay, just play the gens credits. Why not? That's a fitting end for the stream. Will actually end. Is disabled time, we got out of control, we got plus 60, we got here, let's do spring jump. And then in the do spring jump function, towards the end, there's a thing that's, I apparently already knew the address and I just never put it in. Okay. Cool. Anyway, build that. And then we'll see if it works now. If it doesn't, I don't know, I give up. I could totally do it, but I just, like, you know, I'll when I port the color stuff over, this will work, right? So I'm not gonna spend more time on it tonight. I'm just screwing around. PoE stream is ending. Yeah, 12 hours later. Okay, guys, stream's ending now for real. 3 hours later. Okay, guys. Remember Lost World Tales? Yes. Hey! Yo, it worked. That's freaking cool. Okay, so you run off the ledge and he falls. That's freaking cool. Let's go. Yeah, let's find another ledge to run off of. So, like, normally you'd run off of this and he would keep running, but now you run off and he falls. Let's freaking go. It looks so much better. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm actually surprised that like, in theory it should work, but I was like, huh, it's probably gonna be more complicated than that. But no, the jump is really screwed up. I don't know why he's going so high now. That's like, what did I even change actually? Why is he suddenly floating like that? I'm pretty sure that wasn't happening. I don't know, but yeah, it does look better falling off the ledge. Oh my goodness. Difference in units? What did I change? Anyway, yeah, it's cool. It's fun a ledge to fall off. Yeah, it's what else are you gonna do? Let's try it in 2D. Guess why not? Looks so much better. Why they didn't add that back in Forces and Frontiers baffles me. Yeah, I think they were trying to, like, they're trying to make it feel like classic Sonic, right? That's the whole thing. Oh my gosh, even the slopes. Wait, really? Look at that. When you run up the slope, it's supposed to play an animation that looks more like this. But instead, for some reason, they made it like he keeps running. Gosh, that's so much better. Like, actually. Wow. Cool. I like that it was that easy. It's literally like, if you're not on the ground, then fall. It's 2 lines of code. Well, not counting the curly braces. What do you spin dash off? That won't work because I didn't mod the spin dash state. But if I did, then with the same code, if I added that to the spin dash state, then yeah, it would also work. There. I mean, I could, but it's okay. They're currently not trying to make it like Classic because the physics still stink. I don't know. I think they're trying to make it reminiscent of Classic, but you know, counts as 5 lines of code actually? Yeah, see. If it counts, then can't change that. Never mind, the Sonic shouldn't look like Classic, he should be his own thing. I agree. I don't know, but Lost World was trying to invoke classic Sonic nostalgia for some reason, and then they based Forces and Frontiers off of Lost World, so they just kept it. I don't know why they didn't change it back, but like, yeah. It was a design decision. It was clearly a design decision because this is 2 lines of code. Okay, look, we'll make it literally 2 lines. We'll make it 1 line. 1 line of code. 1 line of code. You know, like, you can't... It's not that it was too hard for Sonic Team, it's that they decided they didn't want this. You feel so much more polished with the animation, so yeah, I agree completely. Like, one of the big differences in polish between these games is literally just the fact that, like, Gens has, like, 1,000 animations for everything, and Lost World has, like, a lot less that it actually uses, right? Like we went from like you press jump and then he like has a jump up state, and then he has like a rolling into jump state, and then he has the jump ball shows up, and then he lands and he has like a coming out of jump ball, and then he has like a fall state, and then he has like a land on ground state that varies depending on how far you fell. And then in Lost World it's like you hit jump and the jump ball appears. You hit the ground and a puff of smoke appears and he goes back to the, you know, stand state. I really love this remix, by the way. It's so good. They made it way simpler. Lost World's general animation quality is better though. Yeah, a lot of the animations in Lost World are actually really nice. But in motion and the way that they were used a lot of times feels rigid. It feels like he cuts from on ground to in air, you know, instead of like a smooth transition. That was like a purposeful decision, but I'm just not a fan of it. You ever finished porting colors to move cut? I really want to play my game with colors code to see how it feels. Yeah, sure, of course. I'd love that. Someday I'll maybe finish it if I can actually like focus on it. Oh yeah, I already did this. Oh yeah, I got a lot of stuff to commit to GitHub now too. We'll do that. Lost World is very stylized, so it ends up being more expressive, but I would not say the quality is better. Well, I mean, like, if you look at the individual animations, like, if you rip them, a lot of them are, like, I remember years ago, like, some of my friends being, like, surprised at how many, like, how much detail they put into them. But when you see them in-game, they don't look as great. Is it possible to port the motion blur from Generations into Lost World? I'll say it again, I'm sorry, it's an annoying response, I know, but technically everything is possible, right? It's like, it's a question of like, how practical is it, right? I think it wouldn't be too hard if you knew what you were doing in that department, but when it comes to graphics programming, that's something that I struggle with. What I would think you would need to do is you would need to actually port the shaders, which wouldn't be too crazy because both these games are using DirectX 9. So you don't have to like convert the shader to another language or anything like that. But I do believe that both these games have different parameters for the shaders. So you would need to, unless you happen to get lucky and the motion blur shader is one that doesn't have any different parameters, in which case you could literally copy paste it. Most likely I think you would need to actually change the parameters. So you would need to like go in and be like, okay, wait a minute, this is this number in gens, but unless it's actually this number, and so on for each one of them. If you did that, then you have the shader working. That's probably the hardest part. The other thing you would need to do is you would need to actually put in code that like tells the game to use the shader and draw the motion blur, right? And that's the part, honestly, I don't know how exactly to go about doing that. It might be best to look at how Gens does it, like reverse engineer how Gens does it and then kind of port that. Or, I don't know. I have friends who are more familiar with Gens who have like reverse engineered it quite a bit, so they would probably be able to actually answer that question, like legit. I think it's certainly something that's doable. But yeah, it would be better, like, that'd be something that I feel like if I asked one of them, they could do it in like 30 minutes. But if I tried to do it, it would be a long time. Because that's something I'm not good at. Yeah, sure. There's also less animation building. Yes. Yeah, and I think that's like a decision that they made, because I'm pretty sure, let me actually try looking at something. I think this number here, let's make it like big, right? So it was I gotta remember what it was. It was 0.02. Oh, sorry, 0.2 rather. I think this number is how long it should take to change into that animation. But I'm not actually sure. I think I tried it though and it didn't look like that. No? Is it the speed of the animation? I don't know what it is. Also, yeah, he's floating now. Like, his jumps are way higher every time now, and I don't know why. Is it because he's going into the fall state? Is it because of this? Oh, let's change that back. I don't know what that number controls, actually. I thought it was like blend time, but I guess not. Somewhere they have a blend time, and they like purposely set it low. But it's kind of weird because it looks nicer when it blends. Yeah, that was it. Yo, that's so weird. So what was happening was that when I was running and jumping, somehow it was still running that code, and it was putting Sonic in the fall state, which was then being set like back to this state, and somehow that was screwing up the gravity of the jump. That's freaking weird. I gotta figure out what's wrong with that at some point. Anyway, I think the fall thing you did might be the cut. Yeah, you're right. That's really weird. Like the stream keeps going because chat always has new things for Rad to do. Well, I could end at any time. It's just that I like the stuff that chat's asking me about. Like that's the thing. Like I choose. I'm like, yeah, I want to do it. But I am gonna stop now though. I don't want to do anything else. But I liked hanging out with y'all. It's cool. Stream made me want to play Lost World. All right, well, you can do it. Yeah, it's fair. It's just a bit funny. Yeah, it is funny. I can agree with that. 0.0.2. I'll write that in case you need it later. Oh, thank you. That was considerate. Some of the Supersonics animations are just copy pasted Sonic animations. Yeah, and they have the thing with the double mouth and all that. It's kind of funny. So check if you press the jump button first. Yeah, I have to look into that. That's also probably part of why the grab. So I think one of the things that, like, I have these to-dos, right? Which is code that I am not yet running that I need to run to be accurate to colors. So every time you see a to-do, it's something that I'm not doing right yet. And some of these to-dos, yeah, this one. There's like this part where towards the end, after the reset on ground, there's these two calls right here where they copy some value into the physics, C physics class. And that has an effect on how Sonic moves. So I think what these two lines effectively do is they like reset Sonic's gravity and velocity and stuff to these new values, right? But because I'm not doing that, that doesn't happen, and so when I jump, it's like just using whatever values were there previously, which causes it to be too high or too low or float up in the air slowly or all these other weird things. So I think that's actually the vast majority of why this is happening. The other thing that's weird about the jump, potentially, is that there's actually two aspects to how Sonic moves that are really weird, and to be honest, to this day, I still don't fully understand why, but basically they have states and then they have postures, and those are two different things. And the difference between them is I don't fully get it, but what I think it basically is that postures they're both like the same idea. They're both like states, except states are less about physics, though they also influence the physics, but they're less about physics and they're more about like logic state. Whereas postures is like a character controller. It's more like, how should Sonic move, with no regards for things like animations to play or sound effects or whatever. So I think that's the difference, but it's really weird and hard to wrap your head around. But anyway, so I've ported the jump state mostly, but I haven't ported the posture. So I'm still using the air posture from Sonic Lost World instead of the air posture from Colors. And I assume that they're pretty similar, but there's probably some differences, right? So that's probably another reason why the physics are screwed up. So I'm gonna port those two things, and we'll see. But we'll see where this goes. I'll let you guys know, I guess, on like Twitter and Discord and stuff, of updates on this, and yeah, hopefully we'll get some cool stuff done pretty soon. I'd like to work on it like tomorrow and stuff, so we'll see. Maybe they have another code that makes you deny the fall code if you press the jump button. Maybe. Yeah, it could be one of the few things I haven't ported yet. There's a few to-dos. There's also this. They set a flag here before they go into the ball jump, and I'm not setting that flag because I don't know what flag it is yet. So there's a few things I have yet to do. Some state share code. Yeah, it makes sense. It's just kind of so weird. Especially because there's almost always there's one posture per state, right? Which is like, what? But sometimes they have a posture that's shared between different states. So it's like, okay, that makes sense. How many more minutes of dev time do you think until it's done? Do you think 5 or so? I would say like I would say like maybe like maybe like this many. So pretty soon. Not that many. We'll see. This whole stream I got like some reverse engineering done, a little bit tiny edit to the jump state, tiny like 2 lines of code done for the cube wisp or whatever. Okay. But if I can't, okay, but here's the thing. Imagine that everything's reverse engineered. Imagine that like everything that I need is like figured out already. Then it's like a couple of days of coding. It's like freaking easy. It's just the reverse engineering that takes forever. So that's the part. But I like doing that. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see where we go. It's a large number. No, it's not that large. It's only I think it's longer than the expected lifespan of the universe in milliseconds is what I heard. I'm not joking, by the way. The max value for a unsigned 64-bit integer is supposed to be larger than the total expected lifespan of the universe in, I think, milliseconds. Something like that. It's very large. Colors Ultimate is so done for. Yeah, it's done. Yeah, just call the run colors code function. Yeah. Oh, why did I think of that? That's like more than 30? Yeah. Yeah, it's true. You're objectively not wrong. All right, I'm gonna stop for real. But thanks everyone for watching it stream. It was really fun. I'm really glad I got to do another modding stream again. I would definitely want to do another one of these soon. And what I want to do is I want to do a lot of the reverse engineering stuff off camera, so that before I stream again, which will probably be like in a week or so. We'll see. I want to do a lot of reverse engineering off camera so that next time when I come back, I'm like, jokes aside, we're doing it for real this time, bros. And I want to like actually get visual progress done. It'd be really cool to just be like, I know what all this stuff is, code, and it works. So we'll see what we can get done. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. In the meantime, it was fun. Just click the PC port button on Colors Wii. It was there the whole time! Rest in pepperoni, Sonic Colors Ultimate. You won't be missed. Yeah. Based. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for joining. And thank you for the chat for the talk. Yeah, I'm always glad. If I can just... I always said this, but if I can just teach someone one thing, even if it's like a minor thing, like something as simple as where do I go to learn this or something, then I feel great. I feel like that's a good thing to do, because when I was getting started, sometimes that one thing that someone would tell me was the difference between me knowing what I was doing and having no idea. And yeah, I love that stuff. So anytime, if anyone ever wants to know something and you think I might know it, like shoot me a DM or a post or something. I'm happy to help. All right, anyway, thanks for watching. I'll see you all soon. We'll do something. I don't know what the next stream is. It'll be this or it'll be something else. But yeah, later.